Welcome back to the final project of this course. And in this one, we take everything that we learned throughout the course and put it all into one beautiful, modern, and really advanced application. So we're going to use things like classes, modules, promises, async await, parcel, and so much more. Also, we're going to dive even deeper into flowcharts and project architecture in this project so that you become more and more confident and prepared to actually write applications by yourself. So this will be a ton of work, but also a lot of fun. And so I can't wait to finally show you this project now. Hello and welcome to the biggest and most complete project of the course. And this is kind of the final project of this course, which brings everything that we have learned up until this point into one big and beautiful project. And so just like with the Mapty project before, let's actually start by taking a look at this project. And this is it. So this is the Forkify application that we will build together over the next couple of hours. So this application is all about searching for recipes and displaying them here in our user interface. And in order to get a good idea of how this application actually works, you should probably follow along this demonstration by going to this URL. So Forkify v2.netlify.app. And so let's start for pizza here. And so you see that right away here on this left sidebar, we get all of these results. And when we have more than 10 results, they actually get divided up on multiple pages. So we have this nice pagination here, which is a very common feature of web applications, right? So you've seen this all the time probably. And so now in this project, you will learn how to implement this yourself. Now, okay. And now let's actually click on one of these recipes, and you see that then it shows up here on the right side. So we have the cooking time, the servings, all the ingredients, and then also a link to the page where the recipe actually comes from. Now here in the servings, we can actually decrease or also increase the number of servings. And as you see down here, the ingredients will then automatically get updated. Right? Then another cool thing that we can do is to bookmark recipes. So as we click here, then that button changes, and we also got that recipe bookmark here in this nice panel now. And here you see I already had a bookmark before, and as we click that, it will then of course move to that one. Now if we click here again, then that will basically unbookmark the recipe. And so you see that now it's gone. And let's do the same here. And so now it's empty. And we get this kind of warning message instead. All right. Now finally, we can actually also add recipes. So just click on this button. And then here we can just fill in this form. Now in this demo version, that's actually not going to work because that would very quickly clutter this entire application here. Now, what's special about this recipe upload is that all the recipes that you upload yourself will only be visible for yourself. So here, for example, I have this JS pizza, which was done by me. And so therefore it has this icon here and also this icon here. So it means that it was the user itself. Now, when you open up this page and search for pizza, then this recipe here should probably also appear for yourself, but that's only because this version has like a fixed developer API key. And so each recipe is associated to a certain developer key. And we will see what that means by the end of this section when we actually implement this. All right? But I think that's actually it. So that's the whole functionality of the Forkify application, which seems pretty simple, but it will actually be a lot of work to implement all of this. And so hopefully it's going to be a great learning experience for you. And once again, I tried to design this application like as modern and beautiful as possible so that you end up with a real nice application in your portfolio in the end. Okay, but with all that being said, let's now actually go plan this application. So now that we know what the project looks like and also how it works, we need to go through the same planning steps that we did in the MapT project. Now in this case, we will actually leave the architecture for a bit later and only talk about the user stories, features, and also about the flowchart for now. And to start, remember that a user story is a description of the application's functionality from a user's perspective. So basically, when we write user stories, we need to put ourselves in the shoes of our users. Now, all the user stories put together will then provide a clear picture of how the whole application is going to work. And so based on these stories, we will then be able to implement all our application's features. All right, so let's say that we are now kind of the project manager for Forkify, and let's also pretend that we didn't see the final version of the project yet, because of course we have to write user stories usually before we implement the project, right? But in this case, since we're kind of doing it together here in this video, of course it's better when we already know what the application looks like. But in the real world, this is basically going to be your starting point. So for this project, the first user story could be, as a user, I want to search for recipes so that I can find new ideas for meals. And so you see, again, we are using the format of as a type of user, I want to, and then an action, so that, and then a benefit. So here the user wants to search for recipes so that they can find new ideas for meals. Then next up, the next user story is, as a user, I want to be able to update the number of servings so that I can cook a meal for different number of people. And that of course makes a lot of sense in any application of this kind. Then next, as a user, I want to bookmark recipes so that I can review them later. And again, this really makes sense in any kind of real-world application like this. Then, as a user, I want to be able to create my own recipes so that I can have all my recipes organized in the same application. And finally, as a user, I want to be able to see my bookmarks and my own recipes when I leave the application and come back later. And so this way I can close the application safely after cooking. All right, and once again, let's kind of pretend that we came up with all these user stories while kind of brainstorming for this application. And so now we can use all these user stories for our next step and come up with the features that we need in the application. So first, the user wants to search for recipes. And so therefore, our application should have a search functionality, which is basically an input field which will send requests to an API with the searched keywords. Then the application should of course display these results and also with pagination to make it more user-friendly in case that there are many results. And then of course the application needs to display the selected recipe with relevant data such as cooking time, servings, and ingredients. Now the next user story is pretty simple, so all we need is a functionality to change the servings. So basically updating all ingredients according to the current number of servings. Then in order to bookmark recipes, we simply need a functionality for that. So basically allowing users to bookmark the recipe and then display a list of all of them somewhere on the page. Then for the next user story, what we need is basically a feature that allows users to upload their own recipes, which should then automatically get bookmarked so that the user can easily find all of their own recipes. Now, what's important here is that each user can only see their own recipes, but not the recipes from other users. And we could go ahead and implement this in a very complex way, like, for example, creating user accounts, but we will keep it very simple and basically simply associate uploaded recipes to an API key. And again, we will see by the end of the section how that is going to work. Now, finally, we are going to need a feature that will store bookmark data in the browser using local storage. And that we already did before, and so this part is going to be fairly simple. Then to finish, whenever the page loads, we need to then read all the saved bookmarks and display them somewhere on the page. Great. And with this, we now know exactly what we need to implement. But now let's take this list of unstructured features and actually put it into a nice structured flowchart, which will allow us to plan how exactly the application is actually going to work. So we're going to start only with these first 3 features in order to keep it simple now and not overwhelm you right from the start. So we're going to build this flowchart in 3 parts, and now starting with these 3 features. And as always, we're going to focus on events, and the first event in our web application should probably be the user searching for a recipe. And so that's our feature number 1, basically. So when a user searches for a certain recipe, then we need to asynchronously load the search results from our API. And so, of course, that happens asynchronously. And then once the results are in, we will simply render them in our application. However, we will not render all the search results right away because that would be overwhelming. And so instead, we also render some pagination buttons in order to hide basically part of the search results on different pages. So that makes sense, right? And then as the user clicks one of the pagination buttons, it will then render the search results for the new page that was selected, basically. And it will also render new pagination buttons. So for example, when we're on page 2, then there will be a button to go back to page 1 and a button to go to page 3. But when we're on page 3, then the button to go back will point to page 2 and the button to go forward will point to page 4. And so we need to re-render these buttons basically every time that the user clicks on one of them, right? Then finally, we also need the logic to actually display the recipe. So when the user selects a recipe, then we need to asynchronously load all the recipe data from the API, and then once the data arrived, we render the recipe to the user interface. And we will actually also do the same whenever the page loads with a recipe ID in the URL. So I think I showed you that in the beginning of this video. So whenever we click on a recipe, then the URL will change with the recipe ID. Remember that? And so it's important that, for example, if we take that URL and copy it and paste it, for example, to another browser, that then the recipe corresponding to that ID should also load right away. And so that's why here in this flowchart, I have the load recipe on both events. So when the user selects a recipe from the user interface, or also when the page loads with a recipe ID already in the URL. All right, and that's actually it for part 1 of the flowchart. And in fact, these are basically already our core features. So the most important features of the application. So searching for recipes, rendering search results, and then also rendering the individual recipe that was selected. And so all this will probably take us half of the section to implement. So there really is a lot to do. Now we will start implementing the project only with the recipe displaying. So only feature number 3, which is basically this right part of the flowchart. And this will allow us to start implementing some functionality and also play around with the application a little bit, but still without thinking about the architecture. and so without the rigid structure that might be imposed by the architecture. Great. So with this, we basically have this part of the application planned, and so let's now finally get to work. All right, so let's set up our project and also start to load some recipe data from the Forkify API. And here, as always, I already have the starter files loaded. Now this time we have a bit of a different structure here. So I have index.html out here, but then all the rest of our assets for this project are here in this source folder. So in the source we have images, JavaScript, and Sass. So for JavaScript right now we have controller.js, which contains this little starter code here. And then I have this Sass folder. And in case you don't know, Sass is basically a better way of writing CSS, which has some nice additional features, which makes writing CSS in a large-scale application a lot easier. Now, browsers actually don't understand Sass, and so it has to be converted to CSS. And so Parcel is going to do that for us. And so I left these Sass files here so that you can see that Parcel is actually also capable of doing that. All right, and then here, just some images. And of course, down here, we have our flowcharts and also a small diagram about the architecture. Okay, but now let's open up a new terminal here. And then just like before, we need to initialize a new project by writing npm init. And so this command will then create our package.json file. So this project should be called simply Forkify. Then the version might be version 1. Here let's just say recipe application, or really whatever you want. Then this one doesn't matter, neither this one. And now you can just add your own name here if you'd like. And so that's it. And so again, this now created this package.json file right here. Let's get rid of this one here actually. Or actually, let's just change it to .html. So this is kind of our entry point. So let's specify that here, even though it's not really important. And here I will start by setting up the npm scripts now. So just as we did in the last section. So this one is going to be npm start instead. And here we will want to start Parcel on index.html. So index.html is again going to be our entry point. And then since we are here, let's also already add our build script. So basically the command that we are going to run in the end once we're ready building the application. And again, index.html. Now, sometimes in projects, we don't even have an HTML. And so, of course, the entry point can also be a JavaScript file. And also this could be in a different folder. And we can specify all that here in the Parcel command. But once again, we are just keeping it very simple here. Now, in order to actually run Parcel, of course, we need to install it. Now, in the last section, we simply installed Parcel by writing npm install Parcel, and then as a dev dependency like this. And so this would then basically install simply the latest version that is available on npm for Parcel. And at the time I'm recording this, that is version 1 point something. However, Parcel 2 is almost ready at this point, and so I want to use a beta version of Parcel 2 so that you can use Parcel 2 in the future. All right. So if Parcel 2 was already out, then we would simply write add 2 like this. However, right now it's just a beta version, and so I have to type add next and then add it as a dev dependency. So again, I'm writing add next here to install a beta version. So let me run this, and in case that you get any error, then please go ahead and simply install Parcel at 2. So you see here that this is going to install at 2.0.0 beta 1. Okay, and here we go. So again, you see that we are at version 2 beta 1. And if you got some error here, again, then please try Parcel at 2. So it's really important for the rest of this section that we are actually all on Parcel 2 dot something. So here it doesn't matter if you have 2.1 or 2 or 3, but it should be 2. So that's what matters from this part. And so now let's actually start Parcel by running our npm script, npm run start. And actually the start script is a special one in npm, for which one you don't even need the run. So you can just write npm start, and that will then call your start script. All right, so it's installing Sass, and now we get this error here for the module Sass. And so let's quit this here with Control C, and then I just say npm install, and so this will then install Sass here for us. But if you're still running into some kind of error with Sass here, then please just try to install Sass using the exact same version number. So npm install Sass and then at 1.26.10. And so that should then fix any remaining problem. And if it didn't, so if even after that you still run into some problems, either with Sass or with installing Parcel or running Parcel, then please take a look at the frequently asked questions in the GitHub repo. Okay? And only in the last case, you can of course also ask in the course Q&A section. But anyway, if we now try to run npm start again, then it will work. And indeed, here it is. So we now have the node modules folder, which contains, well, tons of modules. And then we also have our distribution folder, right? And you see that here everything is in one folder. So our index.html, and then also the controller script, which is this one. Well, not really this one, but the compiled one. And also you see that now we have an actual CSS file, and you also see all the images. So a real CSS file. Let's take a look at index as well. And so you see that now it replaced the controller.js here in the source. And also here I was referencing the SCSS file, so the Sass file. And it is because of this that Parcel actually knows that it needs to compile the Sass file to CSS. So basically I referenced this Sass file here, and therefore Parcel knew that it had to include that file in the distribution as well, and to also replace then the link to the actual final CSS file. And the same is true for all the images. So it basically copied all the images to the distribution folder and gave them a new name and replaced their source here in the HTML. Okay? And this is very important to keep in mind as we go building this project. But of course, this folder here is not really important for us in development. So everything we will develop will be here in the source folder, and only what we then see in the browser is actually coming from this distribution. So again, that's the whole logic of having a module bundler. So it takes our basically raw source code and compiles it into this nice package here, let's say. So this folder that is ready to ship to browsers. Okay? So for now, we no longer need this HTML file. And so we can now think about our controller here and actually think about making our first API call. And we can actually also open the page here by clicking Option then here. Well, that opened in another tab for me. So let me just copy it right here. Okay, let's open up the developer tools as well. But for now, of course, we have nothing here because we don't have any code yet. But let's just log something to the console just to see that our parcel setup is working. And you see that it already built a new version. And indeed, we have test now in our console. Great. So everything is working. And so, yeah, let's now make our first API call. Now, for this project, I actually developed my own API so that we are not dependent on any third-party services. And the API is at this page. So let's copy it and let's go there to check out the documentation. So any good API needs some sort of documentation. And so this is the documentation that I wrote for our Forkify API version 2. So version 1 was for the old version of this course. So some details about this API is that search terms are limited. All you can search for is the terms that are in this list here. But to test this application, that should be enough. And you can only make 100 API requests per hour in order not to overload our servers. Because again, this is here my own API that I'm running on my own server. Then the API key is what we will need to upload our own recipes. But again, more about that later. And then here we have basically our main URLs or routes of this API. So the first one is used to get all the recipes or to create a recipe. But for now, let's focus on this one, which is simple to get one single recipe. So the path of this part of the API is this here. So this URL then /recipes/the ID of a recipe. And down here is an example of that. So for example, this one here might be the ID. And then here the key, but again, the key doesn't matter for now. And we can click on this and then see exactly the kind of result that we will get. And so actually, this is the URL that for now we will use in our code to basically get exactly this recipe here in our application. So let's copy this and go back to our code. And so now, as always, to make an AJAX request to an API, we use the fetch function. All right. And now that we have this, let's actually create some function around this. So an async function so that we can use async await. So let's call it show recipe. So an async function. And then here, as always, we use a try catch. And if there is an error, we want to alert that error. So very simple error handling for now. And now let's take this here and await it and store the result into the res variable, which stands for response. And I hope that all of this here is nothing new for you at this point after the last couple of sections, right? So just keep in mind that using the fetch function here will return a promise. And so since we are in an async function, we can then await that promise. So basically we will stop the code execution here at this point, but that's not a problem because this is an async function anyway, which only runs in the background. So we are not blocking our main thread of execution here. But anyway, once we have that result, we then need to convert that to JSON. So as always, let's create a data variable and then await the response.json. So the JSON method is, again, a method that is available on all the response objects. And a response object is exactly what the fetch function here returns. And so, yeah, we can then call JSON on that response, which returns another promise, which we then have to await again And in the end, we will then get our data stored to that variable. Okay. And then let's actually console.log both the response and also the data. So give it a save. And we also should call this here right at the beginning, because otherwise nothing is going to happen. And so, which one is ours? Here we are. Okay, and you see that we already have a result here. So first is the response. And so again, as I mentioned, this returns a response object. But then the data itself is here. And so we get this status here, and then the data itself. Make it a bit bigger here. Okay. And so then here, inside of data, we get the recipe itself. Okay. So it contains all of this data here, cooking time, the ID itself, then the ingredients, publisher, servings, and so on and so forth. So that works beautifully. And as always, we started here assuming that there will be success. But now let's try to create a wrong ID here, which doesn't exist on the server. So just something like this. And let's see what happens then. And so you see, we get the bad request. Here then in the response, we can see that OK is set to false. And so this is what we're going to use. Remember that? So when OK is set to false means that there was some kind of error in the fetch. And so we can then use that to create our own errors. So again, just like we learned in the asynchronous JavaScript section. Okay. But then we still get a response here. And this response says fail. And then also this message of invalid ID. And then the ID that we provided. So also the API itself returns a nice error message. And so let's actually use that error message now. Okay, because simply bad request is not a very informative error message. It's way better to actually use the one that the API returned to us. And so that's at dot message of this object. So we need to do that after this one here. And so we can say if response.ok is false, so basically if response is not OK, then we want to throw a new error. And then in there, we can use the .message property that I just mentioned. And again, that one is already coming from the data. So from the response of the server, while the OK property is stored in the response itself. Okay, and then let's also provide the status code. So that is at response.status. Okay, and you see that somehow we already get the error here, even though we're not at Chrome. But anyway, that alert window appeared, of course, because down here in the catch error, we are alerting exactly that error that we throw here in the try block, right? And so as we go here, let's just try to reload. And so indeed, here we get our error as an alert window. Okay. But now let's take it back actually. And so when we're back, then our data here is also back here. Okay. Now just to finish, let's actually format that data a little bit nicer. So basically I want to create a new object based on this object, which has some better variable names. So here we have, for example, these underscores, and these are very unusual in JavaScript. And so many times what we do is to basically kind of reformat this object that we get here. So basically I want to get rid of these underscores. And so let's create a new recipe variable, which should be data, And then remember that it is again data and then dot recipe. So let's see that again just to make sure. So this here is the data variable, and then in there we have data again, and then in there is dot recipe, right? And so here we have recipes on both sides, and so we can use destructuring. So let's take that back. And I called this one a recipe with let, so that we can now basically create a new recipe object based on that. So the ID is recipe.id. The title is going to be recipe.title. The publisher will be recipe.publisher. And there would have been other ways of doing this, but this is kind of the quick and dirty way. So source URL is going to be recipe.source and then underscore URL. So this is one of the ones I wanted to change. Then there's also an image URL property, and this one I want to simply call image. Image URL. Then the servings might be just recipe.servings. And we're almost done here. So cooking time is recipe.cooking time with an underscore. And finally, ingredients is recipe.ingredients. Okay. Now let's actually get rid of this and simply log to the console the recipe object that we just created. And here, ingredients looks wrong. Ingredients like this, and here the same. Everything else looks correct. And yeah. So here is our nicely formatted recipe that we just got from the server. And of course, that would work for other recipes as well. So let's go back to our documentation page and get some other ID. And so that ID we can basically get from this search URL. So this path here will take us to all the recipes there are for a certain search query. So let's try this one here, which is for pizza. So you see, it is the route, so the URL that I just told you, /recipes. And then we have this query search set to pizza. So after this question mark. And this is a very common format of basically sending variables over URLs. So search is like a variable, and then pizza is that value. And so in this case, this is the query string. And in this case, what we want to search for is pizza. And so let's now just take any random ID of these. So just copying it. Let's go back here. And then I will just duplicate this line and comment it, and then replace this part here of the URL with this other ID. So you see it's slightly different, and so now we should get a different recipe. So let's see. And yeah, this time it is called pepperoni pizza burgers. And so of course, later in the real world, we will then get these different IDs from our search results here in the sidebar. Okay, so we successfully started up our project and already did our first API call to the Forkify API that I created just for this project. So this was a nice start of the project, and now in the next video we will then actually already render this data to the user interface in order to create something like this here. And I hope you're excited for that, and so let's quickly move on. So after loading the recipe data from our API, let's now render that data in our application. And for that, let's go to our HTML file to basically get the template from there. Let's close down this terminal, which will keep working in the background. And so here is the results part, the pagination, And then here we have the recipe class. So the recipe class is basically this whole container. So here in this case, it's this whole gray container, which is the one that will contain the rendered recipe. Okay, then right now it has that message. So again, it is this message here that is already rendered there at this point. Then here is the code for a loading spinner, for an error, and then here actually for the recipe itself. So here we have that image, and then all of the information about the recipe itself. And so it's all of this code that we need now. So let's grab all of this commented out code and copy it and paste it here into this function. So let's add a comment here. So loading recipe, and then afterwards, as step number 2, rendering the recipe. And for now here we are doing this like really big function, but of course once we start thinking about the architecture, we will then break this up into functions and modules and classes and so on and so forth. And so, as always, doing a big template literal here, just as always, so that we can then replace all the data here that we need. Just fixing the indentation here now. And so now let's take all the data that we need. And the first one here is the image. So let's replace this string here with recipe.image. So just like we specified here. And so this image property is basically a URL which points to the location of the image on the Forkify API server. Then here we have the recipe title. So this one here. Dot title. And actually we also have that title here as an alt text of the image. Okay, then here we have the clock. So this 45 here is the cooking time. So recipe, and missing the block here, dot cooking time. Then down here we have servings, and so that's this number here. So number 4 will now be replaced with the data coming from the recipe object. So recipe.servings. And let's keep going. So down here we have the ingredients. So for each ingredient, there will be one list element of this. So in this example, right now we have 2 list elements and 1 for each ingredient. But let's actually keep that for later. And for now, keep filling the rest of the data here. So this is the next piece of data, which is the publisher. So here it says recipe publisher. And so let's change that to recipe.publisher. Then here we have the source URL. So let's take a look at that maybe here to make more sense of this. So we used most of this data here already. So here is the URL to the recipe itself, where it actually comes from. And then about the ingredients, as you see, it is one array, and each position of the array contains one object, which contains the quantity, the unit, and the description of each ingredient. And so we will have to basically loop over this array and then use all of this data to create one list element for each of them. Okay, but for now, let's go back and finish the data here. And in this case, replacing this URL by the one coming from the object. So that's recipe.source URL. And so except for the ingredients, that's actually it. So yeah, before we can check out the result, of course, now we need to actually insert this HTML into our DOM. So for that, we can use the insert adjacent HTML method, and we need to do that on the parent element, remember. And I already selected that up here. So remember, that's the element with the class of recipe. So just to remember, it is this div element. So that is called recipe container. And so that's where we want to attach this HTML markup. So recipe container dot insert adjacent HTML. Then let's do after begin. So basically as a first child, and then the markup variable that we just created. And that should be it. So this should now render the recipe in the user interface, except for the ingredients. And indeed, that's looking really nice already, right? So the ingredients are still the old ones, but the rest is really nice, except for that we have still this message here from the beginning, and also that we are missing all the icons. So you see, there are no icons to be found here. In the real one, of course, there are icons all over the place. So we have three problems here. We have this message showing, we have the ingredients, and we have the icons. And let's start with this message and then the ingredients. So before we insert any new markup, we need to get rid of the markup that is already there. So let's simply do recipe container dot inner HTML and set it to nothing. So emptying it out. And so you see, now it is gone. All right. So let's now worry about the ingredients. And again, we will need to loop over the ingredients array. And for each of them, we should then create this kind of markup here. So how should we do that? Well, basically exactly what I just said. So we take recipe dot ingredients, and then we loop over that using some array method. But what array method should we actually use? Well, remember that in the end, the expression that we need here needs to return a string of HTML. And so that means that our array method needs to return something. So for each is not the way to go here. So not for each, right? But instead, we are going to use map. So map returns a new array with the same length. And so that array we will then in the end be able to simply join. And so now we can loop over the array by specifying a callback function. So each element is going to be called ingredient, and then here we can do something. So let's simply replace a string here, right? So taking this and put it right here. And then of course we don't need this one anymore. Okay. Then here we have some kind of error. But never mind. Let's think about the data here first. So let's take a look at the data actually again. So at the array. So each array element is an object which has quantity, unit, and description. Okay. So this ingredient is now that object. And so here we can say ingredient dot quantity. Then here the unit. So ingredient dot unit. And then finally here, instead of pasta, we want the ingredient dot description. And so now here we will have an array in which each element will contain this markup corresponding to the ingredient. And so now all we need to do is to transform that array of strings into one big string. So we can take the result of this map, which is that array, and call join. on it like this. And so now the result of this entire expression is going to be a big string containing all the ingredients. So if we give it a save now, then indeed, here we have our 8 ingredients. Okay, so that's pepperoni pizza burgers. And now, remember we have a second one here, so let's switch them out again. Give it a save, and now we get, well, this pizza here. And so indeed, it now has different ingredients, different publisher, and everything is different. Great. But now there is one thing missing, which is the icons. So let's see why that is. Well, remember that the page that is displayed here in the browser is this HTML here from the dist folder, right? And so remember that all the images and really all the assets are now coming from this folder. And that includes the icons. So our icons are always coming from this icons.svg file. But now the icons are actually coming from icons.all of this here. And you can see that, for example, right here in the search bar. So icon search is coming from icons.96 and so on and so forth. However, in our template literal, we are still writing basically the old path to the icons. So this one here. And so right now, JavaScript will not be able to find this. So in the dist folder, this one here, there is no source /image folder in which there is icons.svg, because that exists only in our source folder. So only right here where we are developing the application. But again, right now, we are basically shipping the application already. And so it's using the data from this dist folder. And so now we need a way of telling our JavaScript that the icons file is no longer this one, but instead it is this one. And we can actually do that with Parcel by basically simply importing the icons file. So let's go to the top of our file, because I like to keep all the imports always at the top. And so again, in Parcel, we can import more than just JavaScript files. We can import all kinds of assets, and that includes images. So let's import, and let's call it simply icons, but this name can be anything that we want. From, and now the path to the original icons file, basically from the view of this controller file, right? So here we are in controller.js, and so now we need to find the path to the images. So to this original icons file. So we need to go one way up. So exactly the way we browse the file tree in the terminal. So ... always means the parent folder. And so right now we are back in the source folder, which is the parent of JS. And then from there, we can go into images and then icons.svg. All right. Now, this is the way it used to work in Parcel 1. So if for some reason you are running Parcel 1, then this is the way to go. But in Parcel 2, it works almost the same way. But then for any static assets that are not programming files, so for any like images or videos or sound files, we need to write URL, then colon, and then the path to the file. Okay, so let's take this out. And then let's log this icons to the console so that you see what this icons really is. Because in fact, it is nothing more than simply the path to the new icons file. So the localhost 1234 is in this case basically our dist folder. And then in there, the file that we need is icon.96f and so on and so forth. And so that is exactly this file here. Okay? And so now let's use that. So everywhere it says icon, so everywhere we have this old path, we now want to replace it simply with the icons. So let's select all of them using Command or Control D. Or if that doesn't work for you, you can always probably use Command F or something like that. But anyway, now we have all of them selected at the same time. And then I can delete them all and then insert the icons variable here everywhere. And so now, if we give this a save, then our icons are back, right? So starting here, then in all ingredients, and here also all over the place, we now have our icons back. And now just to finish this lecture, I want to give this one more touch, which is this here. So watch what happens here in the recipe when I load the page. Well, that was pretty fast. Let's see again. So maybe for half a second or so, you saw a loading spinner there. And so that's what I want to have here as well. So before the recipe arrives, I want like a loading spinner there, because that's a very common pattern that you see in all kinds of applications, right? And it's actually very simple. So we have the code already here in our HTML. So it is this spinner here. So let's grab this code. And then here I will simply create an external function called render a spinner. And let's make this a very generic function that we can reuse. And so let's pass in the parent element. And so then we can simply attach this to any parent element that is passed in here. So as always, creating a markup variable. And then our code here. And just like before, we need to now replace this old path with the new path. So icons. And then, of course, we need to add this HTML to the DOM as a child of the parent element in this case. So parent element dot insert adjacent HTML after begin and markup. Okay. And now let me just quickly show you why this is going to work. So here in the CSS, let's look for spinner. And here you see that the icon inside of the spinner class has this rotation animation that keeps going forever. So that's this infinite attribute here in the animation property. And this rotation animation I created here manually using keyframes. And basically what it does is to rotate the element to 360 degrees. And so if you ever need a spinner like this, you can simply basically copy this code here. All right. Let's close what we don't need here. And probably before we insert this, we should also clear the parent element. So just like before, setting the inner HTML to nothing. And now let's actually render the spinner. So let's do that here as we load the recipe. So right here. So render spinner, and then the parent element in this case is going to be the recipe container. All right, let's go back and reload. And there it was. You saw it. Let's make this a little bit slower by changing our network speed here. And so it took a little bit longer, maybe slow 3G is going to be even better. And so now it's going to take a lot more time. But indeed, here it is. So that spinner is a nice touch, I think. And it definitely makes this application feel more real world. Now, just to finish this video, something that I should have done in the last video already is to add polyfills for ES6 features to our code base. So just like we did in the previous section as well. So remember to do that. We installed some special packages. So the packages are called npm core.js, and we can actually install multiple packages at the same time. I think I never did this before. So this is how it works. Regenerator runtime, and then hit enter, and then let's wait for these packages to download. And here they are. So they should be, yeah, so right here. And now all we have to do is to import them here at the top of our file. And so with this, we make sure that most real old browsers are still being supported by our application. So actually, we don't even need to save it anywhere. We can just say core.js and then stable. So VS Code, one more time, is really smart and can really help us with package imports like this. So again, this one here is for polyfilling async await, and this one here is for polyfilling everything else. And we could just cherry pick some features and only import those, but let's simply polyfill everything. Okay, don't need this terminal anymore. This one here already reloaded. And you see, everything keeps working the same. All right. So we have this working. Now in the next video, let's quickly add some event handlers so that after that, we can start talking about the architecture. Let's now add some event listeners to our application and kind of simulate that we already have some search results in place. And let's start by taking a quick look at our flowchart here. So we already implemented this part here of loading a recipe and also of rendering it. But now in this lecture, we want to also hook up these two event listeners here so that the recipe is actually loaded on one of these two events here. So when the user selects a recipe from the results list, or when the page loads with a certain recipe ID. Okay, so let's do that. And let's also take a quick look here at the demo version. So searching for pizza again. And let's click on any recipe here. And so again, here you see that we have this hash. So everything that comes after this hash symbol here is called the hash. So this is the ID of the recipe, and all of this together is called the hash. And the way this is going to work is that whenever this hash here changes, a new recipe is going to be loaded. So if we click here now, watch what happens there in the hash. So you see that it changed. And that changing of the hash is actually an event that we can listen for. So again, the hash here now changed, you see. And so we can then listen for that event, take the hash, and from there take the ID, and then load the recipe with that ID. Okay, did you follow that? And if not, that's not a big deal. So let's just see in code what I mean by that. And to start, we actually need a way of triggering a change of the hash. All right, and we can do that by adding a fake link here in the search results. So let's simply add a link here with the href of hash. And then here as the hash, let's actually copy this one. And you can copy any other ID. This doesn't really matter. This is just to show you how we can listen for the event of that hash changing. So give it a save. And so here now is that very small link. And watch what happens when I click here. So you see that the hash changed, right? And actually, let's add another one here. So 1 and 2. And now here from the controller, I can get one of these IDs. So let's say this one and put that one here. So these are two IDs of two different recipes. And now as we click each of them, you see that the hash up there in the URL bar keeps changing. And so again, we can listen for that event. And so let's do that now. So let's come down here. And then window.add event listener. And the name of the event is called hash change. Okay? And the function that we want to run then is show recipe. So let's remove it from here and only run the show recipe function whenever that hash changes. However, that is not really helpful yet, because the next step is that we actually need to get the recipe ID from the hash, right? So let's go up here. And so let me just show you what I mean. So right now, when we click here, then some recipe will get shown. So you see that it loaded this spicy chicken, but now if I click here, then it will load the same one, because we are still hard coding this ID here. But instead, here we want to show the recipe with this ID and here with this other ID, right? So we want to dynamically get the ID here from the hash. And that's pretty easy to do, actually. So we can actually do that out here of the try, or we can also do it inside. So that's not really important. So let's say the ID is window.location, which is basically the entire URL. And then from there, we can take the hash. Now that's not yet everything, but let me show you what the ID looks like right now. So let's see. And here it is. So it's basically the ID plus this hash symbol. And so we want to basically remove this first character. Or in other words, we only want to start reading from the string basically at the first position. So we can do that easily using the slice method starting at 1 all the way to the end. And so now, instead of having the ID hard-coded here, like we have right now, we can simply insert the ID right there. So, ID. And so let's now check. Okay. And now it's Jay's signature pizza crust. And if you go here, then it's the spicy chicken. And as we click here, then again it changes. And you see that the ID that we get here of this recipe object is indeed exactly this one here that is coming from the URL bar. Great. So this was actually already a pretty important part of our application's functionality. But now what happens if we take this entire URL and copy it and want to open it in another tab? Well, then no recipe at all shows up. And so that's because this time the hash did not really change, right? We simply opened this page here, but we never changed the hash. And so we also want to listen for the load event. So basically for the event of the entire page loading. Okay, and that's easy enough. So all we would have to do is duplicate this and listen for the load event. So this event here is fired off immediately after the page has completed loading. But here we have some duplicate code. And so I actually wanted to show you a nice way in which we can do all of this at the same time. And imagine you had like 10 events for which you wanted to run the same event handler function. So then it wouldn't be good to have this same code here 10 times, right? And so instead, what we can do is a nice array which contains these two events. So hash change and load. And then we can simply loop over this array and do something. And so for that, we use for each. And in this array, each element is an event. So E for event. And then here all we have to do is window.addEventListener, and then the event, let's call it EV, because usually the E is the actual event object. So let's not get confused here. So the event, and then the handler function. Okay, so this is now exactly the same as having these two lines here. So in the first iteration, this EV will be hash change, and in the second, it will be load. Right? Let's just comment this part out. And, well, let's copy this again, close it, and open. And indeed, now it loaded the recipe right at the beginning. Okay? And now just one more scenario. Let's say we didn't have any hash. Well, then we get an error, right? So something went wrong, and then our spinner here keeps loading forever. And so the problem is that right now we don't have any ID, right? So right here, we are trying to read the ID, but then the location doesn't have any hash. And so therefore, maybe you saw it here, we have an empty string, basically. And so then we are trying to find a recipe for the empty string. And so, of course, then we get an error. And that error will then trigger the alert window that we saw. And so let's put a simple guard clause right here, saying that if there is no ID, then return. And that's it. And again, using guard clauses like this is really the modern way of performing this test. So the old way would have been to write if ID, and then we would have to wrap all of this code here into the if block. And so that would then create unnecessary nesting and make our code harder to read. So if we save it now and reload it now, well, then we don't get any error and everything works fine. And so we can now safely click here, and then each of these different links will load these different recipes. All right. And that's actually it for the very core functionality here that we have in our flowchart. So at least of this right side of the flowchart, so this is now basically implemented at this point. However, it is not implemented in a very clean way. And so in the next lecture, it is finally time to talk a little bit about the architecture that we're going to implement in this project. So we already implemented a part of the Forkify application, but at this point, it has no structure whatsoever. And so now it's time to talk about the project's architecture, but also about software architecture more in general. Now, we touched on this already in the Mapty application a little bit earlier, but in this lecture, let's now go a little bit deeper. And first of all, why do we even need an architecture when we build software? Well, there are actually multiple reasons. First, the architecture will give our project the structure in which we can then write the code. So just like a house, software also needs a structure. Now, in software, structure basically means how we organize and divide the code into different modules, classes, and functions. So all these will basically hold our code together and give it structure. The next reason is maintainability. So when we build a project, we always need to think about the future and keep in mind that the project is never really done. It is never finished. We will always need to change things in the future, and we will need to maintain the project. And that only works if the project is nicely structured. Plus, we might even want to add new features to the project, which brings us to expandability. So expandability is basically the ability to easily add new features in the future. And once again, that is only possible with a good structure and a good overall architecture. So the perfect architecture is basically one that allows for all these three aspects of structure, maintainability, and expandability. Now, in order to achieve that perfect architecture, we can of course create our own architecture from scratch. And that's exactly what we did in the Mapd project. However, that only works with a really small project like that one. But when the project grows more complex, then it's going to be very hard to achieve a good architecture completely on our own. And so instead, we can opt for a well-established architecture pattern that developers have been using for years or even for decades. And examples of that are Model View Controller, Model View Presenter, Flux, and many other architectures. And so that is actually what we're going to do in the Forkify project, because it's a bit more complex than the Mapd project. Now, these days, in modern web development, many developers actually use a framework like React, Angular, Vue, or Svelte to take care of the architecture for them. And so in this case, developers don't have to think a lot about architectures on their own. And probably this is actually a good idea at a certain point, especially for large-scale applications. However, and this is key, as I said many times before, it is very important that you really know JavaScript before switching to some of these frameworks. And in my opinion, that includes knowing how to implement an architecture by yourself. And so that's what I will teach you with this project, among many other things, of course. And so this will make it then so much easier for you to learn React or Vue or whatever framework that you choose later down the road. Now, no matter where the architecture comes from and who develops it, there are some components that any architecture must have. And that is business logic, state, an HTTP library, application logic, and presentation logic. So business logic is basically all the code that solves the actual business problem. So that's code that is directly related to what the business does and to what it needs. So if your business is WhatsApp, then your business logic will include sending messages. Now, if your business is a bank, then one of the many parts of business logic will be to store transactions. But if your business is a budget manager, then your business logic will certainly include calculating taxes. So you get the point, right? So essentially, business logic is the logic that is really related to solve the problem that the business set out to solve in the first place. Okay, next is the state, which is one of the most important aspects of any web application. So the application state is essentially what stores all the data about the application that is running in the browser. So the data about the application's front end, basically. So the state should store any data that you might fetch from an API, or data that the user inputs, or what page the user is currently viewing, and so on. And this data should be the so-called single source of truth, which should be kept in sync with the user interface. So that means that if some data changes in the state, then the user interface should reflect that. And the same is true the other way around. So if something changes in the UI, then the state should also change. Now, storing and displaying data and keeping everything in sync is one of the most difficult tasks when building web applications. And that's why there are actually many state management libraries like Redux or MobX. But in this project, we will keep things very simple and use a simple object to store our entire state. Next, the HTTP library is simply responsible for making and receiving AJAX requests. And we have been doing that using the fetch function, And so that's what we will keep doing here. And most real-world applications, of course, need some interaction with the web, and so that's why this is an aspect to keep in mind. Now, about the presentation logic, this is the code that is only concerned about the implementation of the application itself. So it's more the technical aspects of the application which are not directly related to the underlying business problem. So, for example, application logic includes handling of UI events and navigation on the page. That's the reason why this component is many times also called a router. So basically mapping actions to the user's navigation. Finally, the presentation logic, which is also called the UI layer, is of course all about the visible part of the application. So essentially, we can say that the presentation logic is responsible for displaying the application state on the user interface in order to keep everything in sync. All right, now any good architecture has a way of separating all these components. So instead of mixing everything together in one big file and in one big mess. And so let's now take a look at a well-established architecture pattern that we're going to use in this project. And that is the model view controller architecture. So basically, this architecture contains three big parts, which are the model, the view, and the controller. Now, the view is of course for the presentation logic, so it's the part of the application interacting with the user. The model is all about the application's data, and so that's why it usually contains the state and also the business logic that manipulates the state. So these two should be kept closely together. Now, the model is also what contains the HTTP library that might get some data from the web. So like from some API or some backend. And so this is of course also about the data, and so it also goes into the model. Finally, the controller is what contains the application logic, and it kind of sits between the model and the view. So it basically creates a bridge between the model and the view, which in fact should know nothing about each other. So again, the model and the view will exist completely independent from one another, and not even knowing that the other one exists, basically. And in fact, one of the big goals of the MVC pattern, so of this model view controller architecture, is to actually separate business logic from application logic, which makes developing the application so much easier. But as a consequence, we then need something to connect these two parts. And so that is the controller. All right, and now let's actually take a look at a typical flow of actions and of data as soon as some event happens on the user interface, for example, like a click. So to start, it's gonna be the controller who will handle that event, because handling an event is doing something in the application, and that is clearly part of the application logic. Now, this handling might involve updating the user interface and also ask the model for some data. So we can say that the controller dispatches tasks to model and to the view. Or in other words, it controls and orchestrates this entire action, and in fact, the whole application itself. Now, asking the model for some data might of course involve doing an AJAX request to the web. And so that's exactly what the model does. Then, when the data arrives, the controller takes the data and sends it to the view. And so finally, to finish, the view will render that data to the user interface and finish this whole cycle. Now, in this diagram, you see two types of arrows, right? So the dotted arrows represent data flow between the different parts, while the solid arrows represent actual function calls and module imports. So analyzing this, we can see that it's only the controller who imports and calls functions from the model and from the view, but never the other way around. And so, as I mentioned before, the model and the view are in fact completely standalone and completely isolated. All right? So again, they don't import each other, and they don't even import the controller. And in fact, they don't even know that the controller exists. All they do is to basically just sit there waiting to get some instructions from the controller. Okay? And this part is pretty important to understand, so take some time to really analyze this. Now, there are actually different ways of implementing the MVC pattern, where some are more complex than others, but this one is my favorite way of doing it, because I think it makes the most sense. But anyway, let's now see this MVC architecture applied to the part of the Forkify application that we already implemented. And so this is a flowchart of loading and rendering a recipe that we already implemented. And then down there, there's also a reminder of the MVC diagram that we just analyzed. So in this flowchart, handling these events is associated to the controller, right? Then loading the recipe happens in the model. So the controller basically calls some function that is in the model, and then the model asynchronously gets the recipe data from the API. And once that data has arrived, the controller asks for that data, receives it, sends it to the view, which will then ultimately render the recipe on the screen. And that's it. So that's what every step of the flowchart is associated to in the MVC architecture. But this is still quite abstract because remember, the flowchart is simply what we will implement, not how we will do that. And so let's go even deeper and actually take a look at a detailed implementation diagram of our MVC architecture. And again, this is only about loading and rendering a recipe. And let's start by noticing how both the model and the controller are implemented in a module, while the recipe view is actually a class. And we will explore the reasons for this when we actually write the code. But now, once again, let's analyze the same data and actions flow, but this time in this real implementation. So when the user clicks on a search result, there is a control recipes function in the controller, and this is the one that will handle this event. And how exactly that happens doesn't matter for now, so we will come back to this later. What matters is that this controller will instruct the recipe view to render a loading spinner while the user interface waits for the data to arrive. In the meantime, the controller also calls the load recipes function in the model to fetch the recipe data from the Forkify API. Now the model also contains a big state object that we export from the model. And this state will contain all sorts of data, like the current recipe, search results, bookmarks, etc. But anyway, as the data arrives, it will be stored in this state object. And the controller then reaches into the state object, grabs the recipe data, and finally calls the render method on the recipe view with that data. So in order to finally render the recipe to the user interface. So basically the exact same steps as before, but this time actually implemented in our code. Well, at least in theory. And so next up, let's actually go from theory to practice and implement this architecture in our code. Welcome back. So now that you know everything about the model view controller architecture and also how it's going to be implemented in our project, let's now actually go do that in practice. And this is going to be a long lecture, so let's get started. And let's start by creating the necessary new files so that we can then split up our code between them. So let's start by closing all of the folders here. And then inside of stores and JavaScript, let's create a new file, which will be called model.js. And so this is basically going to be the module in which we write our entire model. Then we also need the view, or actually the views, because we will have multiple views, basically one for each feature. So now we're working on displaying the recipe, and so this one is going to be called recipe view. But actually, let's create a new folder here for the views in order not to clutter our JavaScript folder. All right. And so then in here, let's create recipe view.js. So we will have one big module here for all the controllers, then one big file for the entire model. So for all the models, basically. So for the recipe, for search, for bookmarks, and all of that. But for the views, we will have one module for each of the different views. And you'll understand why that makes sense as we keep developing our application. And probably the first reason that comes to mind is that the views are simply much bigger. And so we don't want a file with like 500 lines of code. We could, of course, also split up the model and the controller, and probably many people would do that, but I don't want to have to mess with a lot of files here in this project. That would just make it very confusing for you to follow. So let's actually take a look again here at this architecture that I showed you in the last video. And here we will actually start with the model. So again, we're going to have a big state object, which then inside will contain an object for recipe, search, and bookmarks. And now we will just start with the recipe. And then there will be a function for loading the recipe, right? So that function will then be called by control recipes, which kind of sits between loading the recipe and then rendering it using the view. So remember that the controller kind of sits between model and the view, so it acts like a bridge. All right, and let's actually keep it open here and close all of these others. And so here in our model, let's simply create that state object. And then in there, we have the recipe, which in turn is also an empty object, at least at the beginning. And then we will export this state so that we can then use it in the controller. And let's put them here just like in the diagram, model, controller, and view. Okay, so we're exporting the state from here. And now let's also create that load recipe function. And of course, we also export it so that we can use it in the controller. So load recipe. And this function will be the one responsible for actually fetching the recipe data from our Forkify API. And so this is going to be an async function. All right. And so now we can actually start grabbing some of the code from here. Okay. So as I said, basically the goal of this lecture is to refactor all the code here into the different parts of the architecture. Okay. So what here exactly is concerned with basically getting the data? So it starts here when we fetch the recipe from the API, and then basically it's all of this here. So all of this. So let's copy it. So rendering the spinner, of course, has nothing to do with the business logic, but really it is only presentation logic. And so this one will eventually go into the view. And then here getting the ID, this is also not business logic. This is actually more about the application logic itself. So about making the application work. And so let's keep that part here. And so again, I will just copy this or actually cut, and put it here. Now we start getting these errors, but never mind. Probably we should actually terminate our process here with Control-C so that we don't get errors all the time. Okay, now we need to, of course, adjust this here a little bit. So this first part here makes sense, right? Now we just need to get this ID from anywhere. So right now we have no idea which ID we should actually fetch. And so it's probably a good idea to pass that ID into this function. So the controller is the one that will actually get that ID right here. And so then when it calls the model, so the load recipe function, it can pass that ID into it. Then this part here can all stay the same, and this as well. And this actually should now not be the recipe, but state.recipe. And here we can just create a const from this. And here let's then also log state.recipe. All right. So this function here is not going to return anything. All it will do is to change our state object. So this big state object, which will then contain the recipe and into which the controller will then grab and take the recipe out of there. And this is going to work because there is a live connection between the exports and the imports. Remember that? So when this state object here is going to get updated by load recipe, then that state is also updated in the controller, which imports the state. So let's now actually import all of that into here. So doing it here at the very top. So import, and then from the model, we simply want to import everything. So we have a couple of named exports here. So again, there are named exports and default exports, and these ones are named exports because we explicitly gave them a name. And so here we can simply import everything and then call it the model. And so here in the controller, we will then end up with model.state and model.loadRecipe. Remember that? And then here, the current folder model.js. Okay. So let's go back here to loading the recipe, and the spinner should probably be outside of here. And so here, now let's actually call the function. So let's call model.loadRecipe and then pass in the ID. And this loadRecipe function is an async function. And so therefore, it is going to return a promise. Remember? And so therefore, here we have to await that promise before we can move on in the next step here in the execution of this async function. And so you see, this is exactly the situation of one async function calling another async function that we already studied in one of the previous sections. Remember that? And so again, it is really, really important to keep in mind that an async function will return a promise that we then need to handle whenever we call that async function. At least if we want to get some result out of it, or if we kind of want to stop the execution in the function that is calling the other async function. All right. So again, really important to understand the mechanics of what is happening here. Now here we should probably also have some error handling. So I forgot that part. So try on all the way down here and then catch the error and then alert the error as well. All right. So remember that this load recipe function here does not return anything. And so therefore, we are not storing any result into any new variable. Instead, here we will get access to state.recipe. So to that state.recipe that is going to be manipulated right here. So you see that this load recipe function here clearly is not a pure function. So it has the side effect of manipulating this variable that is outside of it. And there would be different ways of avoiding that, but that is just a lot of work and it's just not worth it here in this case. We are still trying to learn here, remember. But anyway, we now here have access to model.state.recipe. And so just in order to see if everything still works, let's store that recipe into the recipe variable so that we can then render it using this code that we already have here. So just temporarily recipe and then destructure it. So let's give it a save and let's restart our application here. All right. Let's reload here and you see that it's working. Right? So everything we implemented so far was correct. And that's pretty important to keep checking when we are refactoring code like this. Okay. So that was actually the easy part. Now comes the recipe view, which will then contain basically all the rest of the code that we have here. So let's go here and set the view up. So the view is going to be a class, and in this case called recipe view. And we do this because later we will also have a parent class called view, which will contain a couple of methods that all the views should inherit. And so using classes makes all of this very simple to implement. Also, we want each view to have a couple of private methods and properties. And so classes makes this really easy to implement again. And just in general, I feel that classes are really the right way to go here. And again, it will make even more sense once we start to add the parent class of view. But anyway, I mentioned that I want each of these classes to have a couple of private properties. And one of them is going to be the parent element. So parent element, and let's right away set the parent element to the recipe container. So basically to this element, all right? Because this will then make it really easy to render the spinner and to render success or error messages, or to render, of course, the recipe itself. So if each of the views has this parent element property, then it will be really easy to do all of those tasks. And again, that will become really clear once we start adding more and more views. But now the next thing I want to do is to actually export something from this module. So of course, we have to export something from this view so that the controller can then use it. Now, what are we going to export from this view? So we might export, of course, the entire class like this. And so then here in the controller, we would have to import that class and create a new object out of that class. So basically create a new recipe view object, right? However, in that situation, it might be possible to create more than one view, and we would never want that. Also, that would add unnecessary work to the controller, which we basically want to keep as simple as possible. And so in order to avoid all that, we will already create the object here and then export that object. And so like this, no one from the outside of this class here will have access to anything except for the object. So what we will do is to export default and then a new recipe view. All right, and that's actually it. So we don't pass any data in, and so therefore we don't need any constructor even. Okay, and then here all we do is import, and here we then can give it any name. So I'm calling it recipe view because I think that's what makes most sense. And then views and then recipe view.js. Now, how do we then actually pass any data into the recipe view? Because if we're not creating the new object ourselves, then we cannot pass any data in, like for the constructor, right? So we cannot pass any data into this recipe view, well, because we're creating that object right here in the recipe view module already. But actually, I did that on purpose so that we can create a very nice method called render. So what I will want to do here, and let me already write it here, even before having the method. So what I will want to do is to call recipe view.render. And then here, all we do is to pass in the data, which will be model.state.recipe. And this method here called render is a very common name for methods. For example, in React, it is also called render. And so I think this is a nice name. It's really descriptive of what is going to happen. All right. So if we did export the entire class, then here we would have to do like const recipe view equal new recipe view or something like that. And then here we would have to pass in the data like this when we create the new recipe. And of course, this would also be possible, but honestly, I like it better like this. So having this nice render method is a lot more descriptive and a lot cleaner, and also for the reasons that I explained previously already. Now, anyway, this render method here will now accept this data and will then store it into the object. So let's add the public render method. So this is, of course, part of the public API. So this receives data and will then set this dot data to the data it just received. So we need to declare that up here. And so this render method here and these two properties are something that all the views are going to have in common. And this will be really beautiful to work with, as you will see. But now let's actually do something with this data, which is to actually render it. So basically what we want now is to take all of this code and cut it from here and put it into our view. Okay. Now we will actually not put it into the render method because again, this method will later be common to all the views. So to all the classes. However, each view will of course render different HTML. And so we will simply have a method that generates that HTML so that the render method can then render that HTML. So if that sounds confusing, let me write it in code. So generate markup. And so this is going to be a private method. And since we're using Babel here, I can already use this syntax here. So pasting the code here. And so this is going to generate this markup variable, and we can actually immediately return that from here. Okay. Now, this is not going to do anything yet, because what is recipe here in this case? It's nothing, right? It's not defined at all. Now, in this case, where is this data actually? Well, it is in this .data, right? So why is that? So let's take a look at our controller, and let's start from the beginning. So the recipe is loaded here, and then that will store it into the state object, right? Here we don't need that anymore. Then here we take model.state.recipe, which is that data that we just received here in step 1, And then that data is passed into the render method, right? And so render method then takes that data and stores it inside of this .data. And so this is so that we can then use that data all over the place inside of this object. And by the way, this is exactly what we have here in this architecture diagram. So inside of control recipes, the load recipe function is called, then the recipe data goes into the state, and then that data passes right through the controller basically and goes into the render method, which then in turn calls generate markup. So you see, we already have many things here implemented already, like data and parent element. We're just missing some small parts, but we are going to get there. But now what we were doing here is to discuss where this recipe data is actually located right now. And we came to the conclusion that it is in this .data. So I will copy it, and then we need to replace all the recipe dot here with that. So I'm hitting Command D. So for you that should be Control D. And then let me paste that dot, and then that's it. All right. Then down here we have this code, which is not supposed to be here, because all this function does is to return an HTML string. And it's going to be the render method that will be responsible for then actually putting that HTML onto the page. Okay. So here, let's say that the markup is this dot, so generate markup. Well, this is probably something that's coming from Babel here. Not really sure why, but apparently VS Code doesn't like this yet. We're still missing the dot here, of course. And now it appears to be working. And of course, we still get some errors here, but never mind about that. We are still refactoring. So we have our markup. Now we need to put it on the page. So again, we need to start by clearing the parent element. And actually, let's create another small method for that. So just to get in the habit of abstracting some code. And so now this is where our parent element will come into play. Because now we can say this dot parent element dot inner HTML and set it to empty, right? And so this method here will be usable for all the views as long as all the views have a parent element property like this one, right? So all of this will become really reusable, as you will see in one of the future lectures. So here we now can then call that. And then to finish, we can finally render that HTML to the page. And so here, once again, we can now use this dot parent element and then insert that HTML there. Okay, so this might already be working, actually. So all of this here looks good to me. Let's take a look at the controller. And you see that this is now a really nice and small function here already, right? Now this one, we actually want to call it control recipes. So let's replace it everywhere. Control recipes. So that's the name that I have here in the diagram. Okay. And so now what we're missing is only to export the render spinner also into the view. So this one, of course, also has nothing to do with the controller, and so it belongs in the view. So of course not a function, but a method. And this one will also be a public method, so that the controller can then call this method here as it starts fetching the data. Okay? And now here again, we have the beauty of the parent element already being inside of the object. So this one we can simply delete, and here we can replace it with this dot parent element. All right. Next up, I'm seeing that this icons variable is not going to be defined anywhere in this module. So we will need to grab that from here. So you see that here we have the icons, and we don't need them here anymore, at least. So now we need them right here. And now what we need to do is to then call this render spinner method right here. So that's going to be recipe view dot render spinner. And here again, we no longer need to pass in the parent element. And just watch how beautiful this is. So we have recipe view and then render spinner. And we already know that this will then automatically render the spinner on the recipe view. And the same is later going to happen with other views. For example, with the bookmarks view. We will also have a render spinner on the bookmarks view, and it's going to work the exact same way. And the same with render. So all we have to do is to call these same methods then on all the views, and they will then simply act on whatever view that we are calling them. Right? And that works so nice because we have this parent element here and also this data property. So I think that this is a really nice architecture. And so let's now actually see if this works. So let's reload this here. And here we have some errors. So apparently if there is a really big error, then Parcel will let us know about that. And in this case, the problem is that it failed to resolve this URL. And that actually makes sense because this view here is in a different folder, right? So here we are only going one folder up, and going up one folder from here will end up in the JavaScript folder. However, we want to go into images. So we need to go up one more level. So like this. Okay, so here we have apparently some bug. Let's just see if anything happens still on this event, and it does. There's still some problem here. Maybe that has to do with the fact that we are using these private methods here. So let me change this here to this one. So right here, yeah. And let's also comment out this one, and then we're not using any private methods anymore. However, that is apparently still not working. All right, so let's take a look here at our this.data. So this.data, just to see what we get here. And so we see that apparently that method is not even being called. And I see the problem. I actually did not call it. So I didn't use the parentheses, right? So what a stupid mistake. So let's roll back on all the changes I did, except of course for this one. But here, probably all I need to do is to call these two methods. Beautiful. So we're back. It's working now again, and it's working really nice, including the spinner. Okay. And so I think with this, we successfully refactored our entire code to this new architecture. Well, not the entire code, actually. We're still missing this handler here and all of this part that is here, but don't worry about that for now. Okay, we will have a separate lecture which will talk about how we can handle events in this particular architecture. For now, what matters is that this works just nicely. There's just one thing that I actually want to change, but that has nothing to do with the architecture. So what I want to change is these numbers. So do you see here we have 0.5, but in the real world, you will see this more like this. So like 1/2 tablespoon of brown sugar instead of 0.5. So this looks a lot nicer, or this, for example, 1.5 is a lot nicer than 1.5. And so for that, we are actually going to use an external library which will very easily do this for us. Okay? And so I included this part so I could show you just how to do this. So let me just Google it here, npm fractional, just so we can see what this package looks like. So if you Google npm, then you will usually end up on npmjs.com, and this will then contain like one page for each package that is on npm. All right. And so here what you see is that you can basically create new fractions based on numbers, and then you can do all kinds of multiplications with them, like multiplying, dividing, and in the end converting them to a string. And so that's what we will do now. So we will convert each number to a fraction and then immediately convert them to a string. So this is how we install it. Let's just grab that. And then we need our terminal back. Let's add another one. So that's the plus sign. And this should be pretty fast, hopefully. And so we need that here. So let's import fractional from, and then fractional. And so here again, you see that any libraries or any packages that we import from npm, we don't even have to specify any path. All we have to do is to write their names here. And then here we need also what they export. And let me see what they actually export. So it should be called fraction. Okay. So this library actually exports something called fraction. And we can see that because here it is importing the fractional library using require. And that is simply the old CommonJS way of importing, which I showed you earlier. And so that is one of the reasons why I showed that to you, because, yeah, again, you will see this all the time in the wild still, because so many packages on npm are still using CommonJS. So let's import fraction here, actually like this. Okay, let's just see if this actually does exist now. And yeah, it does. So actually that's even fraction inside of fraction. But anyway, let's now go ahead and use this actually. So that is in here. So here we now no longer simply want the quantity, but we want the quantity converted to a fraction string. So according to the documentation, we have to say new fraction, and in this case, it's actually fraction dot fraction. So again, that's because here inside of fraction is where the fraction function is actually located. Okay, and here you could see that we have to then use new. Now, actually, to make this a bit nicer, we can also use destructuring here right away. So we can do this. And if we now take a look, well, now we have this bug here, but never mind. So let's just do this and then call toString on that, just like it said in the documentation. So you see that now as I destructured that fraction, it became the actual function. And yeah, here you see beautifully that it is now in this size or in this format of the fraction. And if I take a look at the other one, then the same as well. Now, this one doesn't look very beautiful, but never mind. So we cannot fix all of it, but at least this looks really cool now, right? And so this is when we reach for packages on NPM. So when we need some functionality that we don't want to implement ourselves. I'm just going back here because I noticed some problem here, which was this one. And that was because previously here we had null. So there was no value for this cilantro. And so here we should probably check if the number does exist. So we can say inc.quantity. If it exists, then do this. And if not, then simply put an empty string there. And of course not here. So that must be out here. Yep, now it's gone and it looks a lot nicer. All right. Now just to finish, I actually want to refactor this function here. So let me grab this and put it down here and call it generate markup ingredients, or just ingredient. Okay, and this will then receive the ingredient. Okay, and then here inside of the map, we can then simply call this dot, and let's copy it because these private methods, for some reason, VS Code doesn't really understand them yet. So right here. And so successfully refactored this part. And so we are now done in this lecture where we also successfully refactored the entire code that we already had to the model view controller architecture. All right. So we're not done 100%, but we've done a lot of work in this lecture. And I really hope that you understood everything that we did here. So this was a really, really, really important lecture. So make sure that you understand everything that we did. So make sure to review all the code and also compare it here with this diagram one more time so that you see which functions we call when, and then also how exactly the data flows between these different functions, and especially here in this view. Because I know that this can get a little bit confusing. And so reviewing this is going to be a very good idea, especially because we will use this so many times also in the other features. And so by then, you really must understand how all of this fits together, because otherwise it's going to be very hard to follow the rest of the project. Okay, so take your time and only then move on to the next video. Many real-world applications have two special modules that are completely independent of the rest of the architecture. And these are a module for the project configuration and also a module for some general helper functions that are going to be useful across the entire project. And so let's now implement these modules in our own project. And let's start with the configuration module. So let's maybe close this one here first. And then in our JS folder, we create a new file, config.js. Okay. And so here into this file, we will basically put all the variables that should be constants and should be reused across the project. And the goal of having this file with all these variables is that it will allow us to easily configure our project by simply changing some of the data that is here in this configuration file. So therefore the name of config. So of course, we will not want to put all the variables here in this file. The only variables that we do want here are the ones that are responsible for kind of defining some important data about the application itself. So one example of that is, for example, the API URL. All right, so this URL here, we will actually reuse in multiple places across this project. For example, for getting search data and also for uploading a recipe to the server. And so all of them will use this URL. But then imagine that at some point the URL needs to change. For example, because there might be a version 3 at some point. And so as always, we don't want to change that everywhere and simply have a variable which contains this, which we can then reuse. So let's cut this here. And you might argue that we can also simply create a variable here in the model, but then we would have all these configuration variables spread across multiple modules. But it's way easier to simply have all of those variables in one central place. And so that's what we're going to do here. So let's call this one API URL, and then paste that here. Okay, and now all we have to do is to export this constant from here. So I'm using uppercase here because this is basically a constant that will never change. And so using uppercase for that kind of variable is kind of a common practice, especially in a configuration file like this. So API URL is one of the variables that makes a lot of sense. And let's actually go to our documentation page, because indeed, as I mentioned before, we are going to use this URL for this and also for getting recipes. So then we will simply have to add the /id. Another great candidate for being a configuration variable is going to be this API key that we will generate a bit later. So let's leave that for now and go back here to this API URL and now actually import that here into the model. So import, and now remember that here we have a named import. And later we will actually also have more named imports. Okay, and so here I could go ahead and import all of them basically at the same time and then as config. But actually I prefer to import them one by one, basically with their actual name. And so remember, we do that by using curly braces and then the name of the variable like this. And then config is in the same folder. And so that should work. And here, all we have to do now is to replace, or to actually put, that API URL right here. So if we save this now, then our application, well, let's see. And yeah, it is back to working, right? And so we successfully basically exported this configuration value that we had here into this config file. Okay, next up, let's create a new file for some helper functions. So this one is usually called helpers.js, and the goal of this file or of this module is to contain a couple of functions that we reuse over and over in our project. And so here in this module, we then have a central place for all of them, basically. And to start, one great candidate is to actually create a function which will get JSON. So basically a function which encapsulates all of this and also some of the error handling. All right, so let's actually get all of this code and go here into the helpers. And so here let's create a function and export it called getJSON. And so this function is going to be very similar to what we did in the async JavaScript section. So it's going to be an async function which will basically do the fetching and also converting to JSON all in one step. And so with this, we abstract all this functionality into one nice function that we can then use all over our project. And probably we will just use this actually in our model in this case, but it's still good to have this function in this kind of central place. Okay, so anyway, this getJSON function will take a URL, and so of course this is then what we fetch here, right? And so with this, we can then reuse this function here for all kinds of URLs. Now this here actually already makes sense, and this one here as well. So let's now put all of this into a try block and then catch the error here. Now, what are we going to do with the error here? Of course, we could log it or alert it, as always, to the console, but let's say we actually want to handle that error here in this function. So right here, where we will actually use the getJSON method. And actually, let's do that right away. So import that first, of course. So import, and again, we are using named imports, and I simply want to import the exact variable name. So that's getJSON from helpers, and it's not appearing here, and I just noticed that helpers is actually in the wrong folder. So I put it in the views folder, but it's supposed to be in the JS folder. Okay, and so let's now actually use getJSON here and then think about the error handling that we were just talking about previously. So here, let's say const data will be await getJSON, and then with this same URL here. Okay, and so again, this is exactly what we had done before. There's just one thing missing here. Now we get these errors, which is really annoying. But anyway, there's actually still something missing here, which is to then actually return the data from this function, right? So we didn't do that yet. And so of course, we want to return the data. And now, just as we did also in the last video, we have one async function here. So the load recipe function calling another async function, which is this getJSON function. Now this function returns this data variable, and so therefore this data is going to be the resolved value of the promise that the getJSON function returns. And if that still sounds super confusing, then you might just revisit that lecture in the asynchronous JavaScript section. But anyway, what you need to keep in mind is that here, this data will become the resolved value of this promise. And so here, that's why we then await that promise and store that resolved value into the data variable. And so then the rest here is going to work in the same way. But now back to error handling. And let's say here we want to actually not alert, but to log that error to the console. Let's say console.error, and then here the error. And let's say we want to do it in a special way, just so we see which errors are our own. So using some emoji here to make it really visible. So this is here our temporary error handling, which we will improve dramatically in one of the next lectures. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is that the error is actually occurring here, right? It is going to occur in the getJSON function and not here. Remember that? So when there's going to be an error here in this function, then the promise that the getJSON function returns is actually still being fulfilled. So it's still basically a successful promise, even if there happened an error here. And so let me show that to you actually. So now everything works just fine. But let's now use some invalid URL here. Then we get some error here, but that's not the one we are interested in. So the actual error is this one here, And it's coming now from helpers.js at line 5, or actually line 11. So this is the error that we're logging right here. So this one here, right? So we're logging it to the console here, right in the helpers function. However, this is actually not where we want to handle that error. We really would like to handle it right here in model.js. So basically, instead of this error message here, which is simply a consequence of this first error, we would like to get this error message inside of the model, right? So do you remember how we do that? Well, we have to rethrow the error. So we have to again use throw and then simply take the error object that we already have and simply throw this new error. And so now with this, the promise that's being returned from getJSON will actually reject. Okay, and so then we will be able to actually handle the error right here. So let's try that again. And indeed, now we get that same error message that we had before right here in the model as we wanted. Okay, so we basically propagated the error down from one async function to the other by rethrowing the error here in this catch block. And that's really important to do, and we will actually come back to this in one of the future lectures. Okay, and now to finish, let's make this function here a little bit more robust and more real world by adding some timeout. So basically setting a time after which we make the request fail. And so this is important in order to prevent for really bad internet connections where then this fetch here could be running forever. And we actually already did that previously in the async JavaScript section. And so here in the controller starter code, I had already this timeout function. So we don't have to code it all over again. And so let's put that here. And so basically what this function does is that it will return a new promise. So this promise here, which will reject after a certain number of seconds. And so in order to now use this function here, we will have a race between this timeout promise, which will take whatever seconds we pass into it, and this fetch function here, which is the one responsible for getting the data. And then whatever occurs first will win the race. So let me just put that in code actually. So remember that works by using promise.race, and this takes in two promises. So the first promise is this one, and then the second promise will be timeout with a certain number of seconds. And here for now, let's just say 10 seconds. Or actually, let's just say 0.5 seconds so that we can actually test this. So here we're still getting some errors from somewhere in our code because of this error. But never mind. Oh, and now Google Chrome crashed. And here we are back. So let's just again click somewhere here. Now we still get this weird error. So let's actually check out what's happening here with cannot read property JSON of undefined. Well, maybe it's already because of this timeout here. So let's try to put it to like 5 seconds. Let's try it again. But it's got to be something else. So it seems like there is some problem somewhere here. So here, for some reason, is this parenthesis, which doesn't make any sense. But it is VS Code, which for some reason puts it there for us. But this parenthesis doesn't make any sense because now this looks like just one element of this array. So let's just create this promise outside. So fetch promise is going to be this. And so hopefully that will fix it. Well, it doesn't. Oh, but I see what's the problem. I'm actually not even calling promise.raise. I only put the brackets there. So that was probably the reason. And so now it should work indeed. And so if we reload this, then yeah, it works. So now we can actually test what's happening here with the time. So setting it to half a second. And so that still works. And so let's make our network a little bit slower. So a slow 3G. And this should then take some time. And so let's see if we can now time out the request. So let's wait for it. And indeed, now the request took too long, timeout after half a second. Okay, so let's analyze what happened here. So we passed in half a second here, and so after that time has passed, this promise simply rejected with this error message. And so as soon as any of these promises here in the race rejects or fulfills, then that promise will become the winner. And so therefore, we now have a rejected promise here, which will then trigger the catch block here. And so that error will then be thrown again here, and then it will make its way here into the load recipe function, and eventually will be handled down here. And so that's why we get these 4 explosions down here in the error message. All right. Now, of course, then in the real world, we will want to do something with that error. But again, a bit more on actual error handling a bit later in the section. For now, let's set a more realistic value here. So of course, we don't want to time out after just half a second. Let's say like 10 seconds. Now, in fact, this is one of these so-called magic numbers or magic values, which is like a value that seems to appear out of nowhere. So if someone reads this code, they will find this number 10 and not really understand what it's doing. And so one more time, this is a perfect candidate for a configuration value. So this is really something that we might want to change about our application. And so then if we want to do that, all we have to do is to come to our config file and change that here. So let's call this one timeout seconds and set it to 10. Okay. Then here we can import that. So again is a named import. And so here we use the curly braces. So timeout seconds from helpers.js. And this import that is already here was probably put here by Parcel. So I don't remember doing this here. And so it must have been Parcel who put this here in order to make the code work. Okay. And so now here we can use the timeout second constant. And so now whoever is going to read this code will see that this is one of the configuration values. So first, because it is in this uppercase, and so that helps already with understanding the code. And then also because now it is a variable. And so it's no longer like a magic number that we don't really understand where it's coming from. Okay. And so that's exactly what this configuration file here is all about. So these are 2 important files that are used in many applications in the real world. And so make sure to also include them in some way in your own applications in the future. Okay? And now in the next video, we will kind of finish this architecture and really implement the missing part here, which is kind of handling the events in a better way. And so let's go do that right now. So let's now learn how we can listen for events and also handle events in our MVC architecture by using something called the publisher-subscriber pattern. And let's start by analyzing the code that we already have here. So right now we are listening for the hash change and for the load events right here in the controller. However, that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Because everything that is related to the DOM, so to the view, should really be inside of a view. Now, maybe these two events here don't really look as if they have to do with the view, so with the user interface, but imagine that instead we would be handling a click event on some DOM element. And so listening for that event should for sure go into the view. And therefore we can say the same about these events here. So in the end, this has more to do with DOM manipulation or with the DOM itself than actually with the controller. And so therefore we need a way of putting this logic here into the recipe view. However, the handler function that we use to handle these events is actually this controller. So it's this function that we have up here that is sitting inside of this controller module. And so we have basically a problem here. We don't want this code to be here, so we want it to be in the view. But in this code, we need this controller function, which is here in this module. And of course, we don't want to put this function in the view. And so let's now think about how we could solve this problem. And recapping everything that I just said before, we can basically say that we want to handle events in the controller because otherwise we would have application logic in the view. And of course, we don't want that. But on the other hand, we want to listen for events in the view because otherwise we would need DOM elements in the controller. And we would basically have presentation logic in a controller, which would be wrong in our MVC implementation. So essentially, event listeners should be attached to DOM elements in the view, but the events should then be handled by controller functions that live in the controller module. And so if you take a look at this small diagram that is just a part of the architecture diagram that we already saw before, so here we have the control recipes function in the controller, and we have a special method in the view, which is called add_handler_render. Now, we might think that it is very easy to connect these two functions. Because why not simply call the control recipes function right from the view whenever an event occurs? Well, that's actually not possible because in the way we set up the architecture, the view does not know anything about the controller. So it doesn't import the controller, and so we can't call any of the functions that are in the controller from the view. So it only works the other way around, and therefore it's more complex than this. But fortunately, there is a good solution. And this solution is called the publisher-subscriber design pattern. And by the way, design patterns in programming are basically just standard solutions to certain kinds of problems. So in the publisher-subscriber pattern, we have a publisher, which is some code that knows when to react. And in this case, that's going to be the add_handler_render function because it will contain the add_event_listener method. And therefore, it will know when to react to the event. Now, on the other hand, we have a subscriber, which is code that actually wants to react. So this is the code that should actually be executed when the event happens. And in this case, that is the control recipes function that we already have in our controller. And remember that the publisher does not know yet that the subscriber even exists, because that subscriber is in the controller that the view cannot access. Okay, but now finally comes the solution to the problem. So the solution is that we can now subscribe to the publisher by passing in the subscriber function as an argument. Now in practice, that means that as soon as the program loads, the init function is called, which in turn immediately calls the add_handler_render function from the view. And that is possible, remember, because the controller does in fact import both the view and the model, right? Now anyway, as we call add_handler_render, we pass in our control recipes function as an argument. So essentially, we subscribe control recipes to add_handler_render. And so at this point, the two functions are basically finally connected. And so now add_handler_render listens for events using the add_event_listener method as always. And then as soon as the event actually happens, the control recipes function will be called as the callback function of add_event_listener. Or in other words, as soon as the publisher publishes an event, the subscriber will get called. Alright, and this is how we implement event listeners and event handlers in the MVC architecture. So this will allow us to keep the handler in the controller and the listener in the view. And by that, keeping everything nicely separated. So in summary, the handler subscribes to the publisher, which is the listener in this case, and then as the publisher publishes an event, the subscriber is executed. And if you want to think even deeper about this and are really interested in this, then notice how there is actually a profound difference between a certain arbitrary, like function A, simply calling function B directly, and function A receiving function B as an input in order to then call that input function. So this is all about control. In the first scenario, function A is in control. However, in the second scenario, function A has no control. So it simply has to execute whatever function it receives. So if you want, reflect a little bit on that and see that this is exactly what the publisher-subscriber pattern is actually all about. But anyway, leaving that theory aside now, let's go back to our code and implement all of this. And so with everything we just learned about the publisher-subscriber pattern, actually now implementing it should be the easiest part, right? So let's simply grab this code, so cutting it actually, and then here we will create a new method. And let's just put it somewhere, let's say here. And so this will be our add_handler_render method that we just talked about. So add_handler_render, because this is going to be for rendering the recipe right at the beginning, right? And then this method, which remember is the publisher, basically needs to get access to the subscriber. And so that in this case is the handler function. All right. And so then we can simply paste that in here. And then here, of course, we don't know about control recipes, but we know about the handler. And so that's actually it for this function. So of course, it is not a private method because it needs to be part of the public API of this object so that we can then call it in the controller, right? And so let's actually do that now. So we can get rid of this now, and we will want to do this right in the beginning. So let's create an init function here, actually like this. And then we simply call it right at the beginning. So only once. And actually we could simply put all the code also here in the global scope, but I think it's a bit cleaner to have a separate function for this. That's recipe view dot add handler render. And so now we simply pass in control recipes. And that's actually it. With this, we just implemented the publisher-subscriber pattern. For some reason, we're still getting these errors here. Let's get rid of this alert here, actually, and simply do a console.log here. Okay, but now let's go and see if this actually works. We're still having our slow network. Oh, and here we have some problem, apparently, with the timeout. So let's go quickly fix that here in the helpers. So we saw that here it said undefined, like after undefined second. So maybe this variable here doesn't exist. So maybe it's kind of misspelled. So let's see in the config. Well, it looks right. Yeah, it is the same. Well, let's see again. And so this apparently happens immediately for some reason here. So what if we put it back to some normal number? Well, then it works, which is very weird, because this is in fact also 10. So let's see what we get here as we log timeout seconds. Oh, but I'm actually right now seeing the problem. So this is not helpers, it is config. So we are importing ourselves here. So that was the problem. Let's put everything back. And you see that now it is working. Even with the hash change event. And so that means that we did now successfully implement the publisher subscriber pattern. Okay, and so let's quickly recap what exactly is happening here. So we can also take a look at our final diagram here. And here I actually have the event here in the controller, because that is actually where it is handled. And so I think that in this diagram, this makes it a little bit easier to actually understand the flow of the program. So anyway, as we start the program, so then the init function runs, and it will then immediately run add handler render, right? So it is this function here. And it's this function that is actually listening for events right here in the view where it actually makes sense. Now, as we call this method here, so in the controller, we pass in the controller function or the handler function that we want to get executed as soon as the event happens, right? And here we then receive that function as being called handler. And so that's what we then call as soon as the event happens, right? And so again, in our diagram, that's exactly what we have here. So that's why I have this dotted line here, which stands for data flow. So we are passing in the control recipe function as the handler here. And that is the whole reason why the method here is called add handler render. So because we are using it to in fact add a handler function, and in this case, it is for rendering the recipe in the first place. And then later on, we will actually have other add handler methods. Okay, and so it's crucial that you understand this logic here before you can move on any further in this project. But I hope that with all this explanation, this became all really clear and also obvious why we had to do it like this. I mean, of course, we don't really have to do it. So we are, of course, in charge of our own code. But in order to correctly implement the MVC architecture, this is the best way of doing it. And so again, then we can keep everything nicely separated into model, controller, and view without any overlapping responsibilities. All right, so we have all of this structure here now nicely set up. Everything is nicely separated. And so from now on, all we have to do is to basically use this structure to implement all of the missing features of our application. And so, again, really make sure that you understand everything that we did so far, especially regarding the implementation of our architecture. And then, once you are really done with understanding that, let's go straight to the next video. Let's now implement real-world error handling in our application instead of always simply logging errors to the console. And again, the error that we're going to work with is basically using a false ID that cannot be found on the server. So indeed, we get our error message invalid ID and then the ID itself plus the status code. Now, the real-world way of handling an error like this is to actually display some message here in the user interface so that the user can actually know what's going on. So basically, handling the error will mean to display an error message here in the view. So right now, we are handling the error actually in the model, right? So remember how I said that for now, handling the error is simply logging it here with these small emoji here. And so again, that's basically our current error handling strategy. However, it is not correct, and also it doesn't happen in the correct place. Because if we want to display something in the view, then of course that code should also be in the view and not in the model. So let's go back to our code and to our view and implement a new method here, which is going to be responsible for displaying that error message. And actually, the HTML code is already here in this like template. So it's going to be this class here, or this element with the class of error. So let's copy this, go to the view, and then let's put it here after the spinner. So render error, and then like this. And for some reason here I declared like a normal function, which doesn't make a lot of sense. And now let's create a new markup variable as always when we create, well, some new markup, which is exactly what we're doing here. Then here, remember, we need to replace this with the icons variable. And then here, of course, we want to have like some custom message. So we don't simply want this hard-coded message, but instead we want to be able to pass a message into this method. So that's going to be message like this. And so let's add a parameter here for that. Okay. And then here, let's clear the parent element. So like this. And actually, we should do the same here. So this dot clear is a lot nicer than having to write all of this. And so we abstracted all that away into this method. And now we can basically simply get this code because it's going to be the same, right? The variable here is still called markup, and we still want to basically insert this HTML into the parent element. So that's, again, this element with the recipe class. Okay, and so that's actually it here for the view, at least. Okay, so let's now go to the model, because remember that right now we are actually handling the error right here, like this. But again, that's not what we want. So we want a way of getting this error into the view. Now, these two are only connected by the controller. And so, of course, it is going to be the controller who will call recipe view, right? So let's do that actually. So that's going to be right here in the catch block of the control recipes controller. So recipe view dot render error and then some message. But what is this message going to look like? Or in other words, where are we going to get it from? Because now we have the same problem as before. So remember, here in the helpers function, whenever we got this error, then that error was not automatically propagated down to this async function, which was actually calling the getJSON function. And so therefore, we had to rethrow the error here. So basically to mark this whole promise here as rejected, so that then here we would get into this catch block. But now here again, we have the same problem, because now if we get an error here, then this promise, so this whole load recipe promise will also not get rejected. And so therefore, here we will never enter the catch block in this function. So it's a bit confusing, like the flow of the error and how we need to propagate it down. But essentially, we will have to do the same thing as before, which is to throw the error here again. And so with this, we will then have access to the exact same error object as we have here, and otherwise we wouldn't. So now we can use the same thing here. Let's actually get rid of this console.log. And so now here our error handling is basically finally complete. So instead of simply logging it to the console, we now have a way of rendering it to the user interface. And we will be able to access the exact same error that we also got access to here in the load recipe function. Okay, so let's try this. And indeed, here we get the error message, and it is exactly the same one that is logged down here from the model. Okay, however, this is actually not really that useful. So, well, this error is not really meaningful for anyone using this application. And so actually, this is not the message that we want. So let's create a more meaningful message. So something like, we couldn't find that recipe. Now, do you think that we should pass in that message here? So basically specifying we couldn't or we could not find that recipe. Please try another one. So again, do you think that this is the correct place of specifying this message, which will get eventually rendered to the view? Well, actually, I think that it is not. So I think that this error message should basically be an intrinsic property of the view itself. So basically, I'm going to cut this from here now. And now in the view, I will add just another private field. So it's going to be called error message, and then the message itself. And so now, basically, the view itself already knows the message that it wants to display. Okay? And then here, in render error, we will actually keep the ability of passing in a message. But if no message is passed in, then we will simply set a default. And so that default is going to be the error message that we just specified. Okay? So here we don't pass anything now. And so by doing this, we are back to having no code that is regarded to the view here in our controller. All right. And so instead, the error message is then by default set to the message, or actually the other way around. So the message argument is going to be set by default to this error message that we set for this entire object. So I think that is the best solution, which makes the most sense. And so indeed, here we now get exactly that message. And so with this, we now have a very robust and very nice error handling strategy that we will then be able to use for other errors also in the future. So for example, when there are no search results for some search term. Okay. Now, since we did an error message here, let's very quickly also implement a method here for success messages, even though we don't need it yet. but it's still good to already prepare for that in the future. And so since we are working on messages here, let's do that right away. So let's call this one simply render message. And this one here will have a different class. I think it should also be somewhere here. And actually it's this default. So this is actually the one that we will use. So it has the class of message, but then the rest of the code is actually the same. So message, and actually not the same. So the icon is also different. So here it's icon smile. So instead of the alert, it is a smile. And then here we will want some kind of message again. And so here let's now create simply yet another field called message. Could also call it like success message, but let's leave it like this. And for now, we don't have any success message because again, we're not actually going to use this for now. But message, and then the rest should essentially be the same. And then in the future, of course, we will be able to use the success message in some different places in our application. All right, and that's actually it. Let's put it back to some normal URL. We can just click here. And then, of course, everything is back to working. Great. And with this, we are actually finally ready to implement now the searching functionality starting in the next lecture. Let's now start implementing the next feature of our application, which is going to be the search functionality. And let's start by taking a look at our flowchart here. And so again, we already have this part here basically now implemented. And now we are going to work basically first on this part. So handling the event of a user searching for recipes, then loading the search results and rendering them. So that's going to be this lecture and the next one. And then afterwards, we are going to worry about the pagination. So again, we will now focus on these three parts. And so for that, we need to now implement the model, the view, and the controller that binds everything together. And usually I find it easiest to start with the data. So basically with the model, which means in this case, starting to make some API calls in order to load some search results. And then once we have that part working, we can then render them on the screen and also care about the actual event. Okay, so let's actually leave that open here at the end and go to our model here and start implementing the search functionality. So just like before, we are going to create a function that will be exported so that it can be used by the controller. And this one, I'm going to call it load search results. And so since this one will be performing AJAX calls, it's going to be an async function. Now, again, this function here is going to be called by the controller. And so it's going to be the controller who will tell this function what it should actually search for. So basically it will pass in a query like string, which we can then plug into our API call. All right. And here we are going to need a try catch block. And here in the catch block, all we will do is to basically do the same as here. So all we're really interested in here is to throw the error again so that eventually we will be able to use it in the controller. So just like before in the last lecture where we threw the error here again. So that part is easy, but now let's actually implement the functionality. And to do that, let's go back to our documentations page. And so this is how we get all recipes. So making a get request to this path, and then with the search parameter, And the way we add a parameter, and I think I explained this before, is with the question mark and then search equal, and then pizza here in our case is actually the search query. And again, for now, don't worry about the key. And we can actually already see what the results will look like here for pizza. And so basically, this is the URL that we need to call in our AJAX request. So let me actually copy it. And let's go back. And so now we can, just like before, use the getJSON method. And so that will then fetch the data and also convert it to JSON and create an error if something went wrong. So getJSON returns a promise, and so we await that here and store it into data, just like always. So getJSON, and then the URL, and we need a template literal. And so, yeah, now we just have to replace everything to make this work. And the first thing is to actually take this here again out and replace it with this API URL that we already have in our configuration file, right? So API URL, and I think that actually already includes the recipes. Yeah, so it's everything. And usually, actually, a URL ends with a slash. So it should be like this. And so here, let's take that out, actually, and then here as well. Then here, question mark search, and then this one is going to be our query. All right. And so we can then already log that data to the console to take a look at it before we then manipulate it a little bit. And so right now, this should already be working. And so let's, before we actually write any controller or any view, we can already call that function here. So load search results. And then let's try it, as always, with pizza and see what we get. So that's right here. And indeed, this is the result that we get here. So it's coming from model at line 35. So that's where we were. And so here is the data that we get back. So we have an object which has a data property, which then has a recipes property, which is this array. And then each array contains all of this data about each of the recipes. So again, this object here is called data. Then in there is data again. And then in there is recipes, which is then the array itself, where each of the elements is an object with only some of the data about the recipe. So you see, it's not the complete recipe object. It's only some of the data so that we can actually display it then here in the search results. So without the unnecessary data like ingredients and all that. All right, so let's now take this data and store it into our state. And also we will want to change, again, this one here, so to image only. And so we will basically create some new objects based on this data that we receive here. All right, so we get data.data.recipes. So this is the array. So this is the array of all the objects. And now we want to create a new array which contains the new objects where the property names are different. So let's map over this. And each element is going to be a recipe. And then here we will simply return a new object. Let's actually copy the code from here because they are the same, at least some of them. So taking all this, and here now this is only called a rec. Okay, and also we don't have the source URL. We only have ID, title, publisher, and image URL. Okay, So this will return a new array with the new objects. And so now where should we store that? Well, as you can guess, we will put it also in our state. So again, the state contains all the data that we need in order to build our application. So let's call this one search. And all the data about the application that I just mentioned might as well also include the search query itself. So let's create a new object here and then specify the query, which we start as an empty string, and then the results, let's say. Results will start as an empty array. So basically the state should contain all the data really about the application. Now in this case, we might not even need the query for now, but it's still a good idea to already store it here in the state. Because maybe one day we will need it, and then the data is already there for us. For example, we might want to add some analytics in the future to know which queries are made the most. And so by then, yeah, as I said, that would become useful. Okay. But anyway, let's now store this data in state.search.results, right? And here at the beginning, the very first thing that we're going to do is to state.search.query equal to query. All right. And now let's quickly, just to see if everything worked, log that to the console. So state.search.results. And here we are. So that is exactly the kind of array that we had before. And now the image URL we had before is indeed called image. And so everything has the same format as before. So we needed to do that because here the image is also called image. And of course, we want everything to have the same names throughout the entire application. All right. So let's get rid of this because, of course, we want to call this function in the controller. And so let's go there to the controller and basically create a new function, which is going to be like the new controller. So const control search results. And so this one will call the asynchronous function load search results. And so this one, of course, then also need to be an asynchronous function itself. And so, as always, try catch. And here for now, let's simply log the error, and we will then fix that later. So here is where we actually will want to call the load search results that we just built. So that is in model.load search results. And here we then will need to pass in the query, but for now let's just do that again manually. And of course we need to await this, but we do not store any result anywhere because just like the load recipe function, this one also doesn't return anything. All it does is to manipulate the state. And so then we should be able to do this console.log in the controller and still get access to the results, right? So let's see. Now, of course, we first have to also call this function. And again, later we will, of course, hook this up to an event listener. But here, let's just call it right away. And now we get state is not defined. All right. And that is because, of course, it needs to be model.state.search.results. So you see that this is becoming a pretty long chain here. But never mind, that's not a problem at all, because we know exactly what all of this is. And so now indeed we get back our 59 search results for pizza. But now, instead of only searching for pizza, we actually want to get the query right here from this input field, right? And we also want to start this whole process of loading the search results. So we only want that to happen when this button here is clicked. And so now let's basically create a view only for this search part here. So right here, we will have a view for this here, so for the search field and for the button, and then a different view which will actually render the results. So it's a good idea to keep every view really focused. And so it's best to just do one for this part and then one for displaying the results. Also because in the user interface, they're actually in kind of different places also. So it makes sense to have a different view. Now this view here is of course not going to render anything, but what it will do is to basically give us the content of this input field. So getting that input data is of course something that has to do with the DOM. And so it should be in a view and not in a controller, right? So of course, if we wanted to be lazy, we could go ahead and select the element that we want. So it doesn't matter. And then from there, we would simply get the value and then use that as our query. So again, we could do that here, but this is clearly about the DOM. And so in order to follow our architecture, we will create a new view right now. And this one is going to be called the search view.js. And just like before, here we will create a class called search view. And we will then not export that class, but export an instance, so an object that was created by this class. So export default new search view, and without passing in any data. Then, just like before, we will have a parent element. So just like in the recipe view, so a parent element, and then we will set that to something. Query selector. And now let's see what we get here in the DOM, so in the HTML. So the search, it's this one. So we have this entire form, which is called search, and which has this input field here and also the button. And so I think that this is the element that makes sense to select. So the one with the class of search. So dot search. So this is our parent element here in this case. Now, again, this class is not going to render anything. All we want is to get the query and eventually to also listen for the click event on the button. But let's start with the query here. And so let's create a method that we will then call from the controller called getQuery. And all this will do is to return this dot parent element. And so again, that's going to be the search. And then from there, we want to select this input field. So this one with this class. And so let's select this child element using query selector. And then simply get the value of that. Okay, and that's actually it. And again, of course, we could have written this exact same code in a controller, but that wouldn't make any sense because this is not concerned about the DOM at all. So we don't want to have any DOM elements in here. We don't even want to know what the DOM looks like. So actually here we have this, but we don't want this here. Let's get rid of all this clutter here actually. And now I want to get the search view here. And then here we can get that query by saying search view.getQuery. And of course, there might be no query. And so let's add another guard clause here. So if there is no query, then return immediately. And so here we will now no longer look for pizza, but for query. Now, if we run this, then of course there will be no result because, well, right now there is nothing here to be found. So that controller function runs right in the beginning when the application actually loads. And so by then, of course, there is no value here. And so in order to actually make this work, we now need to listen for the event of basically clicking this button or submitting this form. And then only on that event, we want to actually call this controller function here. So not in the beginning when the script loads. So in order to do that, we will once again use the publisher subscriber pattern. So basically exactly what we did here, right? So we will listen for the event in the view right here, and then pass the controller function, so the handler function, into the method that we will build here. So this add handler search method here is basically going to be the publisher, and the control search results function is going to be the subscriber. Okay, so hopefully you really understood that pattern that we used before, and so this now should be obvious. So let's take our parent element, so this dot parent element of course, and then this is where we will actually add the event listener, so not to the button, but really to the entire form, because there we can listen for the submit event. And so then this will work no matter if the user clicks the submit button or if the user hits enter while typing the query. Now here we cannot simply call the handler immediately, because remember, as we did many times before, when we submit a form, we need to first prevent the default action, because otherwise the page is going to reload. So prevent default, and only after that we can call the handler function. And as you already know, this handler function should be the control search results function. And so all we have to do now is to call this method and pass in that function. So let's do that here right at the beginning. So search view dot add handler search. So you see that I'm always going to use this name here of add handler. And then we pass in the controller function. And that's it. So now it should actually already work. So let's see, and actually let's clear up all this clutter here a little bit. Okay, so this console.log, and there's also some here in the recipe view. So that's this one. Okay, so let's again try pizza. And yeah, beautiful, it worked. So we get this data first here coming from the model, and then also in the controller we also logged it. And so here we have the exact same 59 data that we had before. Let's try something else now. Avocado, let's say. So I hit enter, and so this time we got 39 search results. And you see all of them basically have avocado right there in the title. That's really beautiful that it already works this great. Now just one small detail is that after we search, we should probably clear out this field. So let's add another small method for that in the view. So in this one here, so clear input, and once again, having it nicely encapsulated inside of the search view. So again, this could simply be also in a controller because it's really just one line of code, but we want to keep everything separated. This will make it so much easier to add features in the future. And it's really so much better. So all we do is to set this to empty, and that's it. All right, let's try it one more time. Let's say pasta this time. Of course, we never called the method here anywhere. So we need to do that in the controller. And let's actually add some more comments here. So get search query. And the code itself is actually pretty self-explanatory. And so many developers will tell you you should not comment it. But I think that this is actually very helpful when you read the code in like 1 or 2 years from now. So I would advise you to always write comments like this, even if your code seems pretty obvious. Especially when it's like a bigger list of instructions like this. So render results. So right now our rendering is only a console.log. But here, when we get the search query, we can actually then immediately also clear it afterwards. Or in fact, in order to keep this controller even simpler, we can do that right in the getQuery method. So let's go back here. And now we can make this private, so we're not going to use it outside. And then let's actually call it here. So this dot clear input. And then of course we first need to store this somewhere here. So we get the query, then we clear the field, and then we return the query. All right, so that should now work. So pasta, it clears the field and gives us our 45 results down here about pasta. Great. So that works just fine. And so all there's left to do is to now implement actually the view. So the second view basically, so the one that is responsible for then rendering all the results here in this sidebar. And so that's going to be a little bit of work. So let's leave that for the next video. Let's now render the search results by creating a new view. So we already have the search view, but now we also want to create like a results view. So a results view which will contain a render so that we can then call that render here with these search results. So similar to what we have here, so to the recipe view, which also has a render method, which takes in some data. And so now, again, we want the same for a results view. So we also wanted to have a render method, which takes in data and which is then rendered to our user interface. So let's create the results view.js. So results view. And so now this view will actually be pretty similar to the recipe view. So we don't need that one anymore. But now, again, this one is going to be very similar. So we will have a parent element, data, these messages. We will basically also need the same render method, the same render spinner. So we will need to display the spinner while the data is being fetched. So in this case, the search results. We might need to also render an error. And so now it's time to basically refactor this code and create a parent class. So I had mentioned that before, but now it's actually time to do it. Because by creating a parent class, we will then be able to reuse all of these methods on all the views. So basically on all the objects that are created through all the view classes. So let's create yet another file here. And I'm calling it view.js. And so let's create a new class here called view. And so we will then export immediately this class. And actually, let's make it a default export. So this time we are actually exporting the class itself because, of course, we are not going to create any instance of this view. We will only use it as a parent class of these other child views. All right. Here in the recipe view, let's now import that parent class. So import view as, or actually not as, but from view. And actually we don't even need the JS, but I like to keep it there for consistency. And so now all we need to do is to basically copy everything that should be common to all the views to that parent class. However, there is one thing that we still need to change here. And that is that right now, with Parcel and Babel, inheritance between these truly private fields and methods doesn't really work yet. So here it was nice to actually use the native way of JavaScript of protected methods and properties, but now we cannot really use it anymore. So maybe that might be possible at some point in the future, but for now we will have to go back to protected fields and protected methods. So let's basically select all of these hash symbols, and actually I will select them like this, so with the dot, because otherwise that will also select these ones. So hitting Command D here a couple of times, and then replace it with dot underscore. And now we just have to change these method names. So changing from truly private to only protected using the underscore convention. And then the same right here. Okay. So now our code should still be working. It says here connection lost, but indeed our code keeps working here. Okay. Let's just check out the search view. And so let's use the same convention here as well. Okay. Just here as well. And now here we also converted everything successfully. But anyway, let's now basically extract the view class from this recipe view. So what we need in all the views is this render method, then this one as well, this one, and basically everything except for generating the markup, because that of course is going to be unique to every single view, right? And also adding the handler. But everything else we want to be the same on all the views. For example, rendering the spinner will be really easy. So all the views will simply have this method, and we will then be able to call it on that method. And thanks to the parent element property here, it will then know exactly to which element it should attach the spinner. Because again, the parent element, of course, will be unique to each single view. So the parent element will be unique, the message, so these two messages, but this data can actually also be on the parent. So let's copy all of this here, or actually cut. So everything except for adding the handlers and generating the markup. So let's put that here. And here we of course then need to extend this one. So extends view, right? And so let's see if we have everything still in place. Yeah, so I'm confident that this will work now. So let's see. Oh, and icons is not defined. So let's go back here to our view where we will have to copy this one. because here, of course, we are also using the icons. Okay, but here it is. All right, so we successfully extracted the view class from the recipe view. And now all that's left here is really what is unique to this view. And so this makes this even easier to work with, in my opinion. Because now let's see what we can do here. So even without any code yet in the results view, we will already be able to add a spinner to the search results. All right, well, we cannot really leave it empty. We still need actually the parent element here. All right, and we also need to import the view. So import view, and then this is just another child class of view. Then here we need to say that parent element should be, well, something, and let's check out what it actually should be. So here in index, let's see. So it's this here. So this result element, so this unordered list. All right, and then basically each of the search results will be one of these preview elements. But more about that later. So for now, let's just set the parent element to this results elements here in result view. So document.query selector results, and then we have to export default just like before, and then a new instance of this view. And so this way there can only be one results view, and then here in the controller we can immediately import that without having to create the instance here manually. So that's results view like this. And so now here we should already be able to load the spinner, or actually to display the spinner. So let's do that at the very beginning. So results view dot render spinner, and let's see what happens. So pizza, and here is a small error. And so let's once again do some debugging here. And I hope that you can appreciate that I'm actually not cutting out all these like small debugging sessions so that you can actually see what I'm doing here. But anyway, apparently the problem appears here in Vue.js at line 14. So right here, so it seems like it cannot find the parent element. So let's simply log that to the console. So this here is the result of doing that for the view. And now let's see. So now that is undefined. So to me, it seems like here we selected the wrong element here, maybe. So results. So that should actually be correct. And so should the name. So I think parent element is correctly spelled. Oh, but it's actually called parent element all written out. Okay. So you see it's actually called parent element like this. For some reason I thought it was called just like the abbreviation. Ah, and you see here is the nice loading spinner spinning away here in our search results, right? And again, all without writing any new code for displaying that spinner here in the results view, because it is now simply inheriting that method, so that render spinner method, from its parent class. So let's get rid of this. And just for the sake of curiosity, let's actually take a look at this results view. So just so we can see the whole prototype chain here in the console. So for that, we need that controller to run. And so here it is. So you see that we have still some undefined data. Then we have the parent element, so the one we selected. And then we get, well, right now we don't have any methods in the class already, but we do have methods in the parent class. And so these are the ones, right? So the render one that we're going to use next, then render error and spinner and message. So it's always good to remember these things so that we still know how everything actually works behind the scenes. But now it's actually time to create basically this generate markup method also in the results view. Okay, so all the child views should have this method here, because in the view, the render method then actually relies on that. Okay, so this dot generate markup needs to exist in order for the render method then being able to create the markup and render it, or to insert that HTML into the DOM. And so let's take that, just that name, and create that right here. So as always, add template, literal, and then now it's time to actually get this code here. Okay, and this here is called a preview because we will actually use the same thing later here to render the bookmarks. So that's going to be a nice trick, but we will save that for the future. Okay, some more indentation here on all of this to make it look great. And so now we need to take our data and actually put that right here. Now, where actually is that search results data? So with all of this structure, it might be a little bit hard to follow where that data is. So let me actually start by calling the render method here. So here, besides of simply logging the search results, we now also want results view dot render, because of course, just like render spinner, the results view also inherits render, and then into that we pass whatever we want to be rendered. And so that is all of this. Okay, and then in the render, here we see that it takes this data and puts it into this .data. And so here, if we then take a look at the results view, let's simply log that then to the console. So this .data. And so this .data here should basically be exactly this search results. So let's see. And it is. So you see that twice we now get this array. And you also see that it already printed something here to the results. So that is that pre-formatted HTML that we already created here. So it's already basically this HTML, right? Because this method here is already returning that. And so then the view takes that data and renders it on the user interface. Okay. And so let's now actually create this method. Now, this is actually an array now. And so here we need to loop over that array. So in fact, we don't want to return simply this, but instead we want to return a whole string which contains like one of these elements for each of the search results in the array. So we will return basically this .data, and then we map over it. Remember? So we did that before with the ingredients. And then at the end, we join everything together. And so then that will be the string that we return here. Now, we could now go ahead and put this code here into the map function, but instead I will create just another method down here to make this a little bit cleaner. Let me copy this name, preview. And I'm simply calling it this because that's also the class name. So let's put this one here. And so then here we can call the method. Oh, what was that? So we can call it right here then. And so now this should like print 50 or 60 of the same. So just to see if it works. And indeed, here it is. So 59 results, and so it prints this 59 times right here now. Right? Now all we need to do is to fill it with the real data. So with the ID, image, publisher, and title. Okay? So to start, we need the ID here in order to build the link. And so then when we click the link, that will change the hash in the URL, which in turn will trigger loading a recipe. So that's what we did by the beginning of this section. Now here we need to pass in the result then. And so here that is result.id. Then here it's the image. So .image, here it's the title. And then here the publisher. Okay. Here we also need to replace the icons. So we will need, again, the icons right here. We will probably need them in all of them. So but that should be it. And it works. Beautiful. So we get all of these search results here. We just have to fix some small details. But you see that it's already working. And now let's click on one of them and it works. Minimizing this a little bit. And so you see that now we get exactly the recipe that we are clicking on here. So watch what happens with the ID when I click here on pizza casserole or casseroli or whatever. So it changed the ID up there and changed the recipe here also in the view. Great. Now let's just fix this icon here and actually also here. And then also all of these should not be highlighted. We will take care of that a little bit later. So we need to take away this class here of active. And here we also need to take away this. Okay, and we will come back to this later again when we actually start to implement uploading our own recipes. And here in the alt text, we should just put that title as well. Okay. Now you see that actually the state that we had here before in the page is gone. And so let's activate that hot module reloading that I mentioned in the last section. So remember that with Parcel, we can do this. So if module.hot, then module.hot.accept. All right. And again, this is not real JavaScript, at least this module.hot. This is simply coming from Parcel. All right. And now finally, let's also delete these fake links that we had before. Let's reload. And that looks a lot better. Okay. So let me now change something in the code. For example, getting rid of this console.log here. And so previously that would then reload the entire page. But now as we go back, you see that the state here actually remains. All right. All it says is the console was cleared, but that's it. So the rest remains the same. And we can now also delete this user icon from the recipe view. So Let's see where that is. It is simply this div here. And so once again, it will now not re-render everything. Well, maybe we should re-render. And yeah, now it's gone. Well, it also messed up our button here for some reason. So maybe that was not intended. Maybe I should just remove this here. So basically keeping an empty div. Okay, so for the time being, let's just leave it like this. Okay, now let's just see what happens when we search something that for sure does not exist. So you see that here we still get a success. You see? So we still get that data, but the only difference is that the recipes array is now empty. And here we also see that the array is empty coming from the state. So in this case, we actually want to render like an error message here saying that there was no results for that query. So let's start by creating also the error message property here. So let's copy these two actually to our results view. And here let's say no recipes found for your query. Please try again. But now, how exactly will we actually display this error message on the parent element? So we could do that right here in generate markup and basically check if the array is empty, and if it is so, then render the error message. So that would work. However, we can also do that directly in the render method. So automatically right as we receive the data. And I believe that is what makes more sense. So right in the beginning, when the render method is first called and receives the data for the first time, we can immediately check if that data actually exists. So right now, we only simply assumed that there always is data and that we can then generate some markup with that data. But as always, it's a good idea to check if the data actually exists. And that is true no matter if we receive a simple object or if we receive an entire array of objects, which is the case of the results. So let's add a guard clause here. So if there is no data, then we want to return immediately, and we also want to render the error. So we can do that all in one line, and this will then still work. So this dot render error, and we actually don't even have to pass in any message because we already automatically get the message from this dot error message. And so in this case, that is going to be this one that we just specified before, right? Now, however, in this case, this check is actually not enough because in fact, we do get data. It's just an empty array. And so in this case, we also want to treat the empty array as though we had no data. So this here basically only works for undefined or for null. But now we also want to check if the received data is an array and if it is empty. So we can do that by saying, so if there is no data or, and then basically if the data is an array and if it's empty. And we can do that by using a helper function that is on the array constructor, which is array. So we can check that. And so if it's an array and the length of the array is 0, basically, data.length 0, well, then in this case, exit this function immediately and also render the error. Okay? So again, if there is no data, or if there is data, but that data is an array and it is empty. So in both these cases, we want the error to be shown. So let's check that. So with pizza, it all works the same because there are results. But now with this, there are no results, and then we get our error message. So, great, that works. And so I think we are done actually with this part. So just one more look at our flowchart. So we implemented the event that the user searches, we asynchronously loaded the search results, and then we also rendered them to our user interface. And so with that, we are done. Right? Just a final look here at the controller, but everything looks good. So in the next lecture, we will actually take care of the problem that we have these 59 results all one after another here. So that's not good. And so we will implement pagination in the next 2 lectures. Welcome back to the next feature of the Forkify application. And this one is going to be pagination. So let's take a look at our current implementation of the search to get an idea what the problem is. So you see we have 59 results for pizza, but now all of these results are displayed here basically at once, right? And so this is not user-friendly at all. So in the final demo application, we only have 10 results on this page, and then we can go to the next page and basically get the next 10 results. And so that's what we want to do right now in our application as well. Now this problem is actually harder to solve than it might seem like. But I'm sure that together we can do it. So let's think about what we have to do here. So remember that it is the control search results function that is responsible for rendering the search results right here. And currently, we are simply rendering all the search results like this. However, in the first page, we only want to render 10 results and not all of the results, right? And then if we're on page 1, we want to render the second 10 results. So from result 11 to result 20. And so let's basically create a function in our model which will take in the page that we want to render and which will then only return the results that we actually want to render for that page. Okay? And that's actually not so difficult. So let's create a new function here and also export it. And let's call it get search results page. So a function. And this one is of course not going to be an async function because we already have the search results loaded at this point. So at the point when we will call this function. All we want to do in this function is basically reach into the state and then get the data for the page that is being requested. So what we will return here is basically a part of the results. So let's write that here because that will be helpful to understand the logic we need to write here. So we will return state.search.results, which remember is this array here, right? And then we only want to return part of it. And so that's a slice. So again, for the first page, we would like to return from result 1 to result 10. And so that would be 0 to 9, actually, because the array is 0 based. Now, of course, we're not going to hard code these values here, but we can basically calculate them based on the page. So let me try that. So we will basically create a start variable. So let's set that to 0 for now. So basically having the same values as here. And also an end variable. So we want to start at a certain point and then also end at a certain point, right? But again, we don't want to hard code these values, of course, but instead we want to calculate them dynamically. So here we will want a 9 and here a 0. And so how can we calculate that? Well, the easiest way that everyone does it, or at least I think that's the way that everyone does it, is to take the page and then -1, and then simply multiply it by the amount of results that we want on the page. So let's say 10 here for now. And then here we do the same simply with page. So page times 10. Okay. So let's say that we requested page 1. So 1 minus 1 is 0, and 0 times 10 is then 0. So just as we wanted. And for the end parameter, then page is 1 times 10 is 10. And actually the slice method here does not include the last value that we pass in. And so actually 10 is perfect here. So that will then extract all the way to 9. Now, one page is 2. So for page 2, then here we will have 2 minus 1 is 1 times 10, 10. So it will start at 10 and then go to 2 times 10, which is 20. And the same for all the other pages that we pass in. And so this is actually already it. Now let's just refactor this code because, of course, this here is an important data about our application. And so it should go into the state. Okay. So let's call that results per page. And so let's set it to 10. So here instead of 10, we have state.search.results per page. So that's a lot better. But actually we can do even better because this here now looks kind of like a magic number, right? So a number that comes out of nowhere. And so I think you can see where I'm going with this. So I will create another constant in our configuration file. And then if at some point in the future we want to change the configuration, in this case of the results we want per page, we can simply come here to the configuration file and change that. So let's import that. So that's right here. Replace that here. And so that should work just fine now. Okay. And now let's go back to our controller. And so again, this is the way we did it previously. So all the results, but now we only want some results. And so we can now call that function that we just created. So model.getSearchResults. And then let's say we want to start with page 1. And of course, we will then later on get this value here dynamically. But for now, we just want to see if this actually works. So let's see. And let's search here again for pizza. So again, 59 results. But we still get all the results here for some reason. So let's only log this here to the console. So just to see what our function here is doing. Well, apparently it doesn't really do anything. So get search results per page. I think that is the correct name. So that should actually work. Well, let's just log something here just so we see if this function is actually being executed. So start and end. Well, nothing is happening here for some reason. Maybe we need to stop parcel. Sometimes that is necessary. And then run it again. So let's build it all again. Let's also try it again. And now it seems to work. And indeed, now we only get 10 results. So sometimes you actually have to stop and restart Parcel. This isn't the first time that this has happened to me, and probably I should have warned you about this problem also earlier. But anyway, now we see that this actually worked. So great. Then we can get rid of this and also of this console.log right here. Okay, now let's try something else, like page 2. But apparently it didn't change anything. Maybe we just have to turn off the hot module reload. Let's try that. Now I think that these 10 here are different. Or are they? Well, I'm not sure. Let's try page number 3. So we started with pizza dip. So let's see what we get this time at first. Yeah, so these actually look new to me. So it looks like currently we are indeed on page number 3. Okay, and now just to finish this part, here in our model, we should also store this page number that is coming in this state. And that's going to be important because later when we will display the page number here, then we kind of need to know at which page we actually are. Okay, and so this really makes sense because again, this is a very important piece of data about our application. And so it's good that in any point of time, we can know in our application on which page we currently are in the search results. So let's simply say state.search.page is equal to page. And then let's actually also set it up here. So the page, we can set it to 1 by default. Okay. And then finally, we can make this even better and say that by default, the page should be that default. So state.search.page. And so now if we don't pass anything into the page, then the page will simply become the default of 1 that we just set before. So we can remove that 1 from there, and it should then still be working in our own version. So pasta this time. And yeah, so here we get our 10 results. And so we are done with this part, but this was actually the easy part because now we need to render the pagination buttons here. And so let's leave that for the next video. So let's now finish building the pagination feature. And for that, let's actually think about some different scenarios. And to do that, I will actually come here to the demo. So the buttons that we want to render down here are not always the same. So in this first scenario, we are on page 1. And so therefore, only this next button here is showing, right? But there is, of course, no button to go back. Now, if we had actually less than 10 results, so basically only 1 search page, then there would be no buttons at all. Then, if we are on some other page, which is not the first page, well, then we have a button to go back and one to go forward. So that is basically the third scenario. And then if we go all the way to the last page, then we only have a button to go back. And so we have to account for all of these different scenarios. Okay, so let's go back and basically implement a new view for this pagination. So here in the views, we create a new file called paginationview.js. And here let's actually copy some code from here so we don't have the same work over and over again. then of course this one here is called pagination view, and the parent element is not this one. So let's go check out our markup. And so here we already are at the right element. So you see that after this unordered list of results, we have this div element with the class of pagination. And so then this one here already contains the template for a button to go back, so to the previous page, and one button to go to the next page. So we're going to need this soon, but for now let's just complete this setup here. Okay. And so now, just as all the other classes, we will have a generate markup method here. Generate markup. Because remember, that is the method that the render method is going to call in order to generate the markup for the view that we're working on. Right? So again, every view, at least every view that renders something to the user interface, needs a generate markup method. So that's this one here. And so now let's account for these different scenarios that we just saw. So let's say the first one is we are at page 1 and there are other pages. Then the next one is we are on page 1 and there are no other pages. Then there is the scenario that we are on the last page, and also the scenario that we are on some other page, basically. So other page like this. Okay, so what data do we need in order to figure out if we are on page 1 and if there are other pages? Well, for that we are going to need basically this entire search object here. So this contains all the search results, also the current page and the results per page. And so we will need all of this data in order to compute which buttons should be displayed. All right. And so let's actually go to our controller and already call the render function so that we can pass in the data that we need and so that we can then use it. And well, when do we actually want to display the pagination? Well, it is actually right at the moment when we are also displaying the search results. So we will actually do that right here after displaying the results. So we get the search query, load the search results, render the results, and then also render the initial pagination buttons. And so now here we actually need to export this view so that we can then import it into the controller. So just like we have been doing in all the other views, we say export default and then a new pagination view object. And so then we come here and import that. So results becomes pagination. And now, of course, that view has a render method on it. So pagination view dot render, and here we need to pass in basically the entire search object. So state dot search, and actually that's model dot state dot search. And so now through the magic of this view class here, we now get access to this data that we just passed in this dot underscore data. Right? So right here, this dot underscore data is now the entire search results object, basically. So in order to figure out if we are on page 1 and there are other pages, we need to know how many pages there are. So let's compute that. So const num pages. And how do we actually know the number of pages? Well, basically we need the number of results divided by the number of results per page, right? So for example, if we had 60 results and 10 results per page, then we had 6 pages. So the number of results comes from this dot data dot results. So let's check that in the model here again. So results, again, is the entire array which contains all the search results. And then we also have results per page, which is this configuration constant that we set to 10. Remember? So let me copy this. And then here we will divide that. So this dot data dot results per page. And this is a very important variable. So let's start by logging it to the console. And with this, we will then also know if we correctly hooked everything up here. So basically, if this render here of the pagination view is already doing its work. So let's see. Searching for pizza. Well, here we get some not a number. And of course, well, here actually we already have something rendered. And so that's undefined because right now we are not returning anything from this function. And so if we don't return anything, by default, undefined is returned. And so that's 10 basically rendered here to the page. But anyway, what matters here is that for some reason we got not a number. So that means, and I know why here. So here, this is the entire array, right? So we are dividing this array by the number. But of course, what we want is the length of the array. So let's try that again. Yeah, now we get 5.9 pages. And of course, we now need to round that to the next highest integer. And so for that, we simply use math.ceil, remember? And so this will now become 6. Okay, so let's do some check here. So if we're currently on page 1, which is this dot data dot page equals 1. And so now it is very important that we actually have the current page in the state, right? So that's why we put it right here. So whenever the get search results page method is being called with some value. So just to illustrate this, let's actually render the results at page 2. Just to then test if what we have here works. But anyway, here we are testing if we're on page 1. And so that's this.data.page equals 1, and there are other pages. And so basically that means that the current page needs to be less than the number of pages. And so that basically means that number of pages here is greater than 1. So num pages greater than 1. So this is our first if check. Let's actually log that to the console. Page 1 and others. Or actually, let's even return that string, because we already know that this will then get printed. Even though, of course, this is not at all what we want. Now this one here we will leave to the end. So let's continue with this one. So being on the last page basically means that the current page is the same as the number of pages, right? So data.page is equal the number of pages. So in the current example, we have 6 pages. And so if the current page is number 6, well, then that means we are on the last page. So here let's return last page. Then here some other page basically simply means that the current page is less than the number of pages. And if any of what I'm saying doesn't make sense, then probably the best thing to do is to pause the video and think about this on your own. So that's always my advice. So basically reflecting on what I'm saying is usually the best solution to really figuring out what exactly it is what I'm doing here. So of course I'm trying my best to explain everything, but at a certain point you also have to take a look at the code and think about it on your own a bit. But anyway, this actually already covers all of the scenarios. So if none of these scenarios here is met, then that basically means that we are on page 1 and there are no other pages. And so in this case, we can return only one page. And actually that is not really true, because let's say that we only had 1, so that num page would be 1, then actually this here would also be true. So here we have to add the same as before. So num pages needs to be also greater than 1. So then we are really on the last page and need to render some other buttons. So, but to test this, let's keep in mind that we are currently on page 2. And so therefore we want to now see other page rendered. So let's see. And indeed, there we have other page. Now let's try page number 6. So here we see we have 6 pages. And so now it says last page. Great. And now page number 1. And so one more time. And so page 1, but there are other pages. Great. So this was, I think, the hardest part. So figuring out these different scenarios. And now all we need to do is to create the markup. So let's come here to the HTML and grab this code. So this is the code for going to the previous page. So when do we want to go to the previous page? Well, for example, right here on the last page, right? So here, in fact, we only want exactly that one button. Now, what is the page here that we want to go to? So we need this number here. Well, that page is basically the current one minus 1. Right? So we are using this data.page a lot of times. So let's store that in a variable. So yeah, const current page is this. And so now let's replace that everywhere here with current page. So here we will then want the current page minus 1. And here we need to replace the icons. Okay. Then here on page 1, we basically need the opposite. So again, we only want just one button, but the one to go to the next page. So let's grab it. And actually it's almost the same markup. So another nice template literal. And now here it says page 3. And so of course, here we will now want to go to the current page plus 1. Right? And then here again, we need to replace the icons. Okay. And then here for the other page, we want basically both of them. So let's return this, or actually this one here. So first the button to go back. And then also add the button to go forward. All right. And then when we're on page 1, then we simply return nothing, because here we don't want to render any button. So if there are no other pages, there's nowhere to go, of course. All right. So let's see what page we are currently on. So page 1. And so that should render. And so that should render then this button here. So saying page 2. So let's see. And indeed, page 2. Now, of course, if we click here, then nothing is going to happen. But for now, that is not the point. Let's try page number 4 now. So go back to page 3 or forward to page 5. So beautiful. So it looks like it's working. Let's just try the last page here now. Oh, what's going on here? And indeed, it says to go back to page 5, but no page to go forward. So that's awesome. Now the next thing that we need to do here is to then add an event listener to these buttons so that we can then actually go back and display another page. So right now, this is not useful at all, but at least we already have our buttons here showing up right in the beginning when the search results are loaded. Okay. Now, this code here could of course be refactored because we are repeating a lot of code here. So this button is the same as this next button, and the previous button is also the same here. Okay, so we could refactor that, but I will actually not do it here and instead leave it for you as a challenge. So you might create a method called, for example, generate markup button, and then refactor that code in that method. But here, I'm not going to waste any more time, and instead I will go immediately to adding the event listener. Now, just like before, we need to use the publisher subscriber pattern, just like we did, for example, here in the recipe view. Remember? So again, that works by creating a publisher, which is basically a function which is the one listening for the event, which receives a handler function, which in our case is going to be a controller that lives here in the controller. And so with this, we will then be able to listen for the event here in the view where it makes sense, while at the same time being able to handle that event from the controller basically. Okay? So let's add that method here. So add handler, and I'm just calling it click. So for a click on one of the buttons. Okay. Now here we are going to use event delegation because there are going to be two buttons, but of course we don't want to listen to each of them individually. So instead we will add the event listener to the common parent element, which is indeed this dot parent element. So dot add event listener, and this time finally listening for a click. And then here we have a function, because we cannot immediately call the handler that comes in here, because first we will need to figure out which button was actually clicked based on the event. So that's event delegation, and I hope you remember how it works. So in this case, we can simply create a button element and select the closest button element to the clicked element. So the clicked element is e.target, and then closest, which is really an amazing method. And so here we can now basically look for this button. So for the element with this class. All right. So remember that the closest method is a little bit like query selector, but instead for searching down in the tree, so for children, it basically searches up in the tree. So it looks for parents. And this is important because here in the button, we might actually click on this span element or on this SVG or this use instead of clicking on the button itself. So we cannot simply set the button to e.target, but we actually need to search for the closest button element itself. And just to see that this works, let's actually now create our controller. So here we will then log that button to the console only for now. All right. And so now let's go to the controller and as always, create a new controller here. So basically this is the controller that will be executed whenever a click on one of the buttons happens. So control pagination is a function which for now doesn't really do anything. Let's just call it pag controller. So simply logging this to the console. But what matters here is that now we call the pagination view and add handler click. And so this will then, of course, call this function here, which in turn will call add event listener so that we can start listening for the click event on this pagination element. Okay. Now here we also pass in the handler. So that's control pagination. And so just again to check if everything is working, let's simply also call that handler right here. So once we click on the button now, we should see this button logged to the console, and then also the handler function should run, which is of course this one. And so that should then log pag controller. So let's see. So looks like we're still on the last page. Let's click and yeah, so everything works as expected. We have the button correctly selected and it also says pagination controller. Great. So now we have the click on the button. So it is correctly selected, but why did we actually select the button? Well, we need a way of knowing which is the page where we need to go now. So it says here page 5, but how will JavaScript know that it should now actually display the results of page number 5 here? Well, this is where we one more time need to basically establish a connection between the DOM and our code. And so remember that we can do that using the custom data attributes. So what we will do here is to create a data attribute on each of the buttons, which will contain the page that we want to go to. And so then in our code, we can read that data and make JavaScript or make our application go to that exact page. And so this is basically the final piece of the puzzle. Okay, so here in our button, let's now add that data attribute. So data, and I'm going to call it go to. And so the page we want to go to is exactly the same as this one. So basically exactly the same that it says in the button text itself. So now let's copy that everywhere. Here it is page number, so -1. Here again, -1. And then here on this, it is page +1, right? And so then here we can actually get that number, of course, from the button. So let's call it go to page, and it is button dot data set dot go to. And then let's log that to the console. All right. And actually, let's go to some other page. So basically start this here on page 4, just so we have 2 buttons. Very weird what's happening here with the scroll. But anyway, here we have now the buttons for page 3 and 5. So let's click. And indeed, here we have the 5. And we also successfully read the 5 here. Now you see that this is here like kind of in this white, while this here is purple. So remember that purple here means a number. And so this is still a string, And so we will need to convert that. But another thing that I wanted to show you is that, of course, we can also click outside of one of the buttons, right? And so then here the button is, of course, null, and we get an error by trying to read the data set. So let's first convert that value we get from the user interface, but all of this should only happen if there actually is a button. So yet another guard clause here saying if there is no button, then return immediately. Okay. So let's try another one now, pasta. And if we click now, then here we get the number 3 and here the number 5, right? So what are we going to do now with this number? Well, we can simply pass that number back to the controller, basically. And then in the controller, we can finally use that number to actually render the results on the page that we want by using, again, this method here. All right. So these pagination and results controllers are kind of intertwined. So I think that this is a little bit confusing because of that. But if you analyze all of this here, maybe afterwards, you'll see that it makes sense. So we already see that here in the controller, we are rendering the pagination in the beginning. And so here in the pagination, we will later render the new results. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. And so what I want to do now here is to actually pass that page into the handler. Okay. And so, of course, our handler now needs to accept this value. So let's call it again, go to page. And just to see again if this works, log that value to the console. Okay. And indeed, we get page number 5, which is the button that we clicked on, coming from the controller this time. And now, finally, what should actually happen here on the user interface once we click this button? Well, we should get the search results for page number 5, and they should be rendered here, right? And then also new buttons should be rendered too. So this should then change to page 4 and this to page 6. Because when we go forward, then these two values here are, of course, going to increase. Okay, and so let's simply do that. And we already know how to do it because we already did it before. So remember I said we want to render the results and we want to render the pagination buttons. And so that is exactly what we already have here. And so let's simply copy and paste it right here. So let me change this here to render new results. And then here, render new pagination buttons. And then here, of course, we want not number 4, but we want go to page. And then here, rendering the new pagination buttons is actually going to stay exactly the same, right? So when we do this here, so get search results with this new page, let's say 4, then here in the model, state.search.page gets updated to that new value, right? So the state.search object is then different. And so that is the object that we then pass into rendering the new pagination. And so therefore, it will then render new buttons because the page before has been changed. Okay. And so this should now actually work. Just keep in mind that we will again start at page number 4. Well, let's actually make that page 3. Oh, and before actually checking out the results, I just wanted to say that this actually works because renderer will basically overwrite the markup that was there previously. And the reason for that is that we here have the clear method. And so before any new HTML is inserted into the page, the parent element is first cleared. So it's first emptied, right? And so then that means that render here basically overwrites everything that was there and puts the new content in the same place. But anyway, let's make sure to reload pizza, and we are at page number 3. And now let's see the magic happen. And I hope we don't have any bug here. And it works. So beautiful, beautiful. And congratulations also for you to following up until this point. So this is, I think, up until this point, the most impressive work that we have done. So you see, everything updates here just as expected. We get new content. And now page 6, you see here, will be the last page. So let's see. And yeah, so now we don't have the last button and we can only go back to page 5. So now let's go to the first page. And indeed, we can only now move forward and get the first 10 results here. So really great work here. I'm really happy about this progress here. Now, just to make sure, one more thing. Let's try this here with results per page of a different value. So let's say that we actually wanted like only 5 results per page. So then we should get a lot more pages. And so it's important that we check that that actually works. So you see that it does actually work already. So we only have 5 results here now. And we can also already see that we will have 12 pages. Oh, and we are still on page number 3. But now we will be able to go back, or actually to go forward to page number 12. And so each of these pages only has 5 recipes. And now let's just try to search for something that is not very common, like dip, for example. And, well, we still have a couple of pages here, actually. But before we go any further, let's put this here actually to 0, or actually to 1. And remember that passing nothing is basically the same as setting it to 1. So let's try dip here again. But it seems like we have still 6 pages. So I just wanted to find some search term that only has 1 page. Let's try hummus maybe. But we again have 4 pages. Well, we can fake that by having 50 results on 1 page. And so with this, we should already only have 1 page with pasta. So pasta has 45 results, but here we want 50 on 1 page. So we only have 1 page, you see, and indeed, no buttons. Great. Let's put it back to a meaningful value, so 10. And so with this, we are actually done. Let's just clean up our code here a little bit more. But I think that with this, we are now good to call this finished. And actually, we finished now the entire part 1 of our flowchart. Right? So this was already done this here as well. And now, here what we did was to listen to this event, then render the pagination buttons, and of course, render the corresponding search results. So all of this is now in place. But I ask you to really analyze again the code that we have here in control pagination, as well as here in control search results. Because again, these two controllers, they're kind of intertwined. So they both are doing similar things, at least when it comes to displaying the pagination and the results themselves. So it's very important that you understand the flow of this data here, especially of this go to page. Okay, and then maybe also analyze again how all of this here works. But then you are good to go to the next video. And so there we will discuss basically our next step, what we should do next. So that next video is going to be a lot shorter so that we can finally take a break from this application. So again, analyze this like I told you to, and then after you're ready, let's go move on to our next part of the flowchart. So we have been making a lot of progress in building our application. And we can actually say already that the core functionality of the app is in fact already working. So now let's take a breath and think a little bit about our next step in this short lecture. So again, the core functionality is what we see here in this flowchart. And so that is basically the search functionality, then also displaying the pagination, and then displaying any recipe that was selected. And so that we already have working at this point. And so that is really great progress. But now let's take it to the next level and think a little bit about how we will implement our next features here. So based on the user stories that we outlined in the beginning of this project, our next feature was a functionality for changing the servings of the displayed recipe. And that's going to be quite easy. All we will have to do is to listen and to handle events on the change servings buttons, and then basically update the recipe and render it again. Then the next feature is the bookmarking functionality. And this is going to be yet another one that will be a little bit complex to implement. So let's see what we have here. So starting with the event here more on the left side, whenever the user bookmarks a certain recipe, then we want to render that bookmarks in the special bookmarks panel, and we also want to update the button in the recipe. And so basically we will then re-render the recipe. Now then, whenever the user clicks one of the bookmarks, and so that's the other event down there, then we want to render exactly that recipe that was clicked. Okay, so here we will need two events, and by the time we reach this functionality, we will of course see in more detail how it's going to work. Then next up, we want to be able to store this personalized bookmark data in the browser and also read it back when the page is loaded for the next time. And so that's exactly what is here on this diagram. So whenever there is a new bookmark, we basically store all the bookmarks to local storage, and then when the page loads, then we load all the bookmarks back from the local storage and render them. All right. And so that's actually it. So this is what we will do over the next couple of lectures. And once we're done with that, the application will actually almost be finished. Okay, so that is our plan for the next couple of lectures. And so let's now go back to code and implement the functionality of changing the servings right in the next lecture. Okay, so let's now implement the feature of updating recipe servings. And this time we're actually starting in the controller just so we can outline what we want to happen. So let's come down here and add yet another controller. So control servings, let's say. And I keep calling these functions here controllers, but that's just because we're using the model view controller pattern. So they could also be called handlers because in the end, that's what they are. They are simply event handlers that will run whenever some event happens. Now in this case, this controller here will eventually be executed when the user clicks on one of these buttons here. So either to decrease or to increase the servings. And so that will then increase or decrease this number here, and also adjust all of these ingredients, right? So this controller is actually going to be very simple. All we have to do here is to update the recipe servings, so in the state, so basically updating the underlying data. And then all we have to do is to update the view as well. So actually updating the recipe view, because that is of course the view that will be impacted by controlling these servings, right? So in this case, we will actually have no like servings view, because these buttons and everything that happens when we click on them is already in the recipe view. All right. So here, updating the servings in the state has of course to do with the model. And so in the model, we would like to have some method which does that for us. So as always, we will not want to manipulate data directly here in the controller. Instead, we delegate that task to the model, which is all about the data. So again, in the model, we will like to have a method called update servings, and then we can pass in the new servings. So let's just say 6 here for experimenting. And so let's now go to the model and actually implement this. So load recipe, then results, and here we will have the update servings function. And so this will then take in the number of servings. Let's call it new servings, actually. Now what this function will do is to reach into the state, and in particular into the recipe ingredients, and then change the quantity in each ingredient. So we have state.recipe, and then we have that ingredients array. Ingredients. And so again, in each ingredient, we now want to change the quantity property. So just to remember again our data, because I know this can be quite confusing, let's do a search here, because that will then change us, or actually it will show us here some real data. So here is a recipe. This is actually only the search data, but this is the actual data here. So for the entire recipe. And so remember that we have the ingredients in there, and each ingredient is an object which contains the quantity. And so this is the quantity we want to change. For example, here this quantity 2 is for 4 servings. But if we had 8 servings, then the quantity should become 8, right? So the servings doubled, and so the quantity needs to double as well. And so that's the kind of logic that we will write now. And so, yeah, this was just to show you that it is the quantity property inside of the ingredient that we will want to mutate. So we want to do something for each of these ingredients. So we don't want a new array. And we could do that also. So we could create a new array and then override state.recipe. But let's just do it like this. So basically with side effects. So in each iteration of the loop, we have the current ingredient, and then here we want to do something with it. So basically we want to change it. So ingredient.quantity should become something new. And now how do we calculate this new quantity? Well, we will basically use this formula. So let me write that here. So new quantity equals the old quantity times the new servings divided by the old servings. And let's use the example that I mentioned earlier. So changing from 4 servings to 8 servings. And I think we had the quantity of 2. So 2 times, and then the new servings again were 8 divided by 4. And so this would then be 8 divided by 4 is 2, times 2 is 4. So again, if we double the servings like this, then we also need to double the quantity. So we then multiply the original quantity by this ratio here, basically. Okay, so just basic mathematics here. And so let's now put this formula here. So the old quantity is in this case also ingredients dot quantity, so the original one, and then times the new servings, so the one we are getting here, divided by state dot recipe dot servings. Okay. So with this, we are changing all the ingredients. And now to finish, of course, we also need to update the servings in the state. Because otherwise, if we tried to update the servings twice, then by the second time, we would still be using the old value of the servings. And so, of course, we need to update this value. So state.recipe.servings needs to be the new servings. And we're doing that here at the end of the function because otherwise we could not preserve this old, so this original value here. Okay. So with this, we update the servings of the current recipe. And again, that works because we already have the recipe in the state. Okay. And so then we need to simply update the recipe view. And by now what we will do is to actually simply overwrite the complete recipe. So basically we will simply render it again. So exactly what we had here actually in control recipes. So taking the recipe out of the state and then simply rendering it. So let's copy this down here. So we do that because we don't want to manually go ahead and change all of these values here one by one. So we would have to select this element and this one, and then manually change all of that. And the same here for this value, right? And so we don't want to have all of that work. And so for now, we will simply, update this entire element here again. So this entire view. Okay. And now let's actually call this controller here without having to create the event listener just yet. So just to test if everything is working. And so let's do that after all of this. So here in the init function at the end, we call control servings. And so with this, we can guarantee that there is already a recipe loaded. So let's actually use the example of 8 here so that we double the values. And well, that's not really working. There seems to be some kind of bug here. Oh, and for each is of course wrong here, but we also have some other problem here apparently, which is that we are trying to read for each on undefined. So let's first fix that small error. So it's called for each. And then that other problem actually comes from the fact that we are doing it wrong. So we are not taking into account the asynchronous nature of our application here. So basically here, we are trying to control the servings simply after registering these handler functions here. But by that time, no recipe has yet arrived from the API. And so therefore, state.recipe read ingredients from the recipe that doesn't exist. Okay, does that make sense? And this is actually a great demonstration of the pitfalls of working with asynchronous JavaScript. So if we really wanted to test this here right now, we could probably do that right here after we control the recipes. So basically after the recipe is loaded. So let's just temporarily put this here, or probably even better, right here. Let's just mark this very clearly as a test. All right, and let's see what happens now. Oh, and now we have the 8 servings that we want. And here these values, they should have changed. Well, I'm not sure what they looked like before, but we can reach here. Oh, but here we also already have the 8 servings. So this is not a good comparison, but let's try it here with 4. And so we have 4, and yeah, these values are actually half of what they were before. And so that means that our update servings function is already doing its job. So that's great. So we can remove that from here, because now we will actually want the controller to run whenever we click one of the buttons in the recipe view. And so what we will do now is to create a new event listener in the recipe. So here in this recipe view. And again, that's because that's where these buttons already are. And so there's no need to create a new, like a servings view. So here I will simply create a new method, and as always it's called add handler and then something. So here let's call it update servings to make its purpose really clear. And then as always the handler function. And again, that handler function will of course then be that controller that we just wrote here. Okay, now how will we actually do this? So the parent element here is this whole recipe, but the elements that we are interested in are these 2 buttons. So these buttons increase servings and button decrease servings. And the class that they have both in common is this button tiny, right? Now each of these buttons also has some elements inside of it. And so, yeah, the best way of doing this is actually once again doing event delegation. So we already have the parent element, and so we can listen for events on that one and then check if the click target was one of those buttons. And so this is actually going to be very similar to what we did in the last video with the pagination buttons. So add event listener, click, and then here again we want to actually select that button element that was clicked or not. So here we then use again event.target, which is the clicked element, and then once again we use the closest method, which is I think I've said it before, an amazing method, which is really, really useful for event delegation. And so again, we are looking for elements with the button tiny class. So button tiny, and that is important because the user might click actually on this, so on this SVG element instead of the button element itself. And so then that will basically look for the closest button tiny, right? But of course, if we're clicking outside of any of these buttons, then this closest will not return any element. It will return null. And so we need to check for that, just like before. So if no button, then return. But otherwise, let's simply, for now, log it to the console. And so now we need to connect this here with the controller. And so let's do that. So and let's actually do this here. So keep it close to the other recipe view. So recipe view.add handler update servings, which will then receive control servings so that it can execute our controller function. And so if we now put some value here, let's say 8, then that should actually already update the servings and re-render the recipe view. So let's see. Let's take a look here at this value and these values here. Oh, and nothing happened because, of course, we didn't call. So here we didn't call control recipes yet, right? So we didn't call the handler function. So let's actually do that. All right. And you see that the number here changed to 8, and here all the values changed as well. So that's great. Means again that our update servings function is doing its job, and the same can be said for control servings. Now we can also see that the correct button here was selected. Now it's actually not showing it anymore here, but that's probably because the DOM was re-rendered here. And so this new button is not exactly this button that we have here. But that doesn't really matter because all I wanted was to check if the selection was correct here. And it was. So let's try that again now with the increase button and watch again what happens with the ingredients. Okay. And so here we got the button increase servings. Okay. So we're almost done here. Now all we want to do is, of course, to decrease the value when we click here and increase the value when we click the plus button. And so we don't want to always set the value to 8, but instead do that dynamically. And there are multiple ways in which we can do that. So let's think about this a little bit. So we could do it right in the controller, because right here we already know what the current number of servings is. And so then here we could simply take that and decrease or increase that value by 1. And so that would then yield the effect that we want. However, I would like to keep this controller here as flexible and as robust as possible. And so I don't want this controller to be the one responsible for telling which should be the next serving, so the next number of servings. So that should come from the view and not from the controller, because it is in the view where the user is actually updating the servings. And so in order to keep this controller as flexible as possible, we can simply pass in basically the new servings and then pass that new servings into update servings. Okay, so new servings here, and then use that here as well. And so now we will determine this new servings in the view and pass that value then into this controller. All right. But now here in this function, how will we determine the new servings? Well, once again, here we will need to connect the user interface with the code. And as always for that, we use the special data properties. So let's come to our button, or both our buttons, and then add a new property here. And so then we can read the value from that property in the add event listener function. So let's say data update 2. And then here the value should be the current servings and plus 1, right? Because this is the button to increase the servings. Well, actually both are called increase, but this one has a minus sign. So this icon here is called icon minus. So that means that we are decreasing the value. But anyway, what we want here is basically the current servings minus 1, right? And then in the other button, we want the same, but plus 1. So as I said in the beginning, this is pretty similar to the pagination buttons. And here let's actually change increase that we have in both to update. Okay, and let's then actually use this class to select the buttons, because button tiny is a class that is actually more about styling, and this button update servings is more about the functionality. So let's use that one here. And so now we can read, of course, that value. So const update 2 equals the button dot data set dot update 2. Right, so here update 2 as well. And it has this camel case here because when there is a dash in the property name, then that will be converted to a camel case notation like this. And here we can actually use the structuring, so that makes the code even cleaner. Then we can pass that value here to update 2, and that's it, right? Now here we just need to convert that to a number, but besides that, we should be good to go. So it should be working now. So instead of changing to the hard-coded value of 8 we had before, let's see what happens now. Oh, we get undefined servings. So let's try to understand what's happening. But at least the button here was correct. So the value used to be 4, and so the plus button that we clicked had the data update 2 set to 5. Okay, so here let's simply check the value of update 2. Maybe we did something wrong in getting that value. Yeah, it looks like that is undefined. So let's go back and check what's going on here. But it looks correct. So update 2 is not spelled wrong. Am I right? Update 2. And so, well, let's try to get rid of the destructuring, but that shouldn't be the cause. Update 2. Oh, and actually that should be the cause because of this conversion that we have here. So I was trying to convert plus button data set and then trying to get update 2 from there. So I'm sure that now it will work, but let's see. And yes, it does. So now we get the number there. So beautiful. And you see the values changing down there. And everything works correctly. Now there's just this flickering of the image here, but we will take care of that in the next lecture. For now, let's experiment and see what happens here at a certain point. So here we reach 0 servings, and then we go even further down. And so this, of course, doesn't make any sense. So we need to add a check here. So basically, we only want to call the handler if the number we will update to is greater than 0. So we don't want to update to 0 or anything below. And so then, in that case, we simply don't call the handler. Okay, now here let's put it back to the structuring like we had it before. So I really prefer that. And then I will simply do the conversion from the string. So right now this is a string. So I will simply convert that here and also here. Can also get rid of this console.log here to make the function a bit cleaner. And so let's see again. So it keeps working here, but then as we reach 1, it doesn't go any further down. Okay, so beautiful, that works, but we're still using this kind of hack of updating the entire view here at once. So remember, here in the controller, in order to basically update the recipe view, we are simply rendering it all over again. And so that takes some time, especially noticeable here in the image. So you see, I think it's basically trying to download the image again. And so that means, of course, trouble. And so in the next lecture, we will develop a simple algorithm which will basically only update the DOM in places where we actually want to update the markup. So only, for example, this number here and these numbers, and leaving everything else the same. So without re-rendering everything. And that will be a lot of fun. And so let's go do that next. In this lecture, we will develop an algorithm which will update the DOM only in places where it actually changed. And remember that that is necessary because right now, as we update the servings here, then that will always basically re-render the entire recipe view here, right? And so we can see some flickering around the page. Well, right now it's not really happening for some reason, but you saw that in the previous video where every time that I would update the servings, it would then basically reload this image, which would then cause a short flicker. And having to re-render the entire view, so all of these HTML elements, is actually a bit overkill, and it will put too much strain on the browser. So it will create unnecessary work, and so therefore, let's now create an update method that we can use in this situation. All right. So again, here instead of calling the render method, we actually want to be able to call an update method. So let's duplicate this line here or comment it. And so here we want to call update. And of course, the update will still need all the data, just like the render method. But again, the difference between update and render is that the update method will basically only update text and attributes in the DOM, so without having to re-render the entire view. And so let's now go to the view here, because we will want this update method to be available on all the views. Because actually we will use this in multiple situations in this project. So actually not just here for updating the servings. But anyway, this is called update and it receives also some data. Here then, let's get this same check here. And also we will want to do these two parts. And that is because, well, once we update the data, we then want the views data to become that new data. And we also want to generate some new markup. So let's actually call this here the new markup. And this will basically be the entire markup as if we wanted to render a new view. But again, here we are just going to update the markup. But for doing that, we still need the entire markup so that we can then compare it to the old markup, basically. So again, what we will do here in this method is to create new markup, but not render it. So instead, all that we're going to do is to generate this markup and then compare that new HTML to the current HTML. And then only change text and attributes that actually have changed from the old version to the new version. Okay? So here we now have the markup, but that is just a string. And so that is going to be very difficult to compare to the DOM elements that we currently have on the page. And so to fix that problem, we can actually use a nice trick, which is to basically convert this markup string to a DOM object that's living in the memory and that we can then use to compare with the actual DOM that's on the page. So let's do that and create new DOM. And so document, and then we need to call a function called create range. Okay, so this will create something called a range. And on the range, we can then call yet another method, which is called create contextual fragment. And so this is where we then pass in the string of markup, so like a string of HTML. And so as I said before, this method will then convert that string into real DOM node objects. So basically, new DOM here will become like a big object, which is like a virtual DOM. So a DOM that is not really living on the page, but which lives in our memory. And so we can now use that DOM as if it was the real DOM on our page. And so we can do something like this. We can say new elements, and then we can take that new DOM, and then on that we can call query selector all and select all the elements in there. And so if we now log this to the console, then we will basically see all the elements that will be contained inside of this new DOM element that we basically created from generating the new markup for the updated data. Okay? So that sounds confusing, I'm sure, but we will see it in practice really soon. So we are calling update here, and so that will then trigger all of this. And so let's now see in the console what happens. So just to make sure everything works here. So as we're clicking here, it will of course now no longer update the values here in the DOM, because we are now using the update method, which for now doesn't do that. Okay, but what we did get was the entire list of all the elements in the new DOM. So in this, so to say, virtual DOM. Okay, so if we check now this element, so this is the element that contains the number, that should now contain 5. So let's see, the text content property or inner HTML is the same. And so indeed, here we have 5 now. And so again, the reason for that is that this here is now basically the DOM that would be rendered on the page if we simply used the render method from before. Okay? And so now with this, we can compare this DOM that we have here, which is a little bit like a virtual DOM, so to the actual DOM that is really on the page. So for example, again, this one here has now changed to 5, and this one is still at 4. And so that is one of the elements which is different, and so that is then one of the things that will change. But everything else is the same, or at least most of the things. For example, here the minutes, this value here, this is of course still 45. So you see, of course, it's still 45, and so this element will not change. And the same, for example, for the image, and for this icon, and for lots of things here. And so with this, we will be able to only change what happened from the new DOM, which is this one here, to the actual current DOM, which is basically what we have here on the page. So, in order to being able to actually do that comparison, we now also need to get all the actual elements that are currently on the page. So get them into our code. And so therefore, let's also select them. So let's call that the current elements, which are at this dot parent element, and then query selector all, and then again selecting all of them. And maybe you saw previously that this here returned a node list, and so let's right away convert this and this one to a real array. So remember, we can do that with array.from. All right. And so let's actually now do that comparison. Well, I mean, only visually in the console for now. So let's log the current elements, and let's also again log the new elements. So let's click here now. And you see that now it is actually an array. Okay. So let's look again for this servings, and that's actually not the one. No, this is the one. So let's see the text content or the inner HTML. And so indeed, it is still 4, right? And again, because that is the current DOM. But if we now come to our new DOM, then, well, it's got to be down here. So then, if we open up this one, then again, we should be already at 5, right? So here we have 5. And so now let's actually compare these two basically one by one. Okay, so I'm going to loop over the new elements array now. And here in the callback function, then the current element is the new L, let's say. And then we also need access to the current index so that we can then also grab the current element from this array. So basically, we need to loop over the two arrays at the same time. And I think we've done that before. So for that, we also need the index so that now we can say that the current element is equal current elements at position I. Okay. And now, how will we actually compare these two elements? So current element and new element. Well, there's actually a very handy method that is available on all nodes, which is equal node. So let's log that here to the console. So in each iteration, we will log whether the new element is equal node to the current element. And then let's disable these two console.logs here. And let's also log the current element so that we actually know what elements we are comparing here. All right. So again, this method here will basically compare the content of this one and of this one. So it doesn't have to be the exact same node. All that matters is that the content in these nodes is the same, right? And if you're curious about the difference between elements and nodes, then please go watch the beginning of the Advanced DOM section, because there is a very nice lecture about that. Okay, but anyway, let's now check this. So clearing this. And so a lot of things happened here. And so you see that most of these nodes are actually the same. Let's go all the way to the top here. So these here are all the same, so you see true, but here you also see false. So basically this entire container is not the same as before because something inside of there changed. But let's actually go to that detail. So here it is. So here this is now false because this current element here is now different from the new element, which will have 5 servings. And the same here for these two buttons. So this button and also this button, because this data attribute in there will also be different. So if we are on page 5, then this here will update to 6 and this one to 4. Okay? So again, we have this to false because the current element is at this point different from the new element. But the same also happens on all the parent elements of that. So it happens here in recipe info, and then, as we saw previously, also in this whole container. Simply because the 4 in there changed, and so that means that this entire container is of course different to what it was before. But never mind about that for now, that's the detail we will tackle later. For now, let's use this knowledge here for our advantage and do something in this situation. So basically, if the new element is equal to the current element, so if that is not the case, so if they are different, then we want to change the text content of the current element to the text content of the new element. Right? And so this essentially is updating the DOM only in places where it has changed or where it was about to change. So current element.text content. And remember that this current element is the actual element that is currently on the page. And so that is the one that we want to update. So to mutate. And its text content should be the same as the new element dot text content. However, now we will get a problem, as you will see. So let's click here. And indeed, some replacement was done. So you see, we now have 5 servings. But again, the problem here is that we now basically replaced the entire container here. Because here, there was already some change. And so then right away, the entire text content from this parent element was taken and replaced. And so of course, this doesn't work. So instead of what we're doing right now, we now need to find a way of determining if the element only contains text, because that is the only thing that we want to replace. So again, what we want to replace is only this one here, because this here contains only text. Okay? So how can we do that? Well, there is yet another very nice method, or actually property, that is available on all nodes. And let me actually show that to you on the MDN documentation. And it is called node value. So this is the one. And so the value of node value will be null if the node is an element, or really most of these things. But if it is text, then we actually get the content of the text node. And so we can now use this to our advantage. So besides checking for this, we can now also do another check. So of course the elements still need to be different, but now we only want elements that are actually text. So this is how we can do it. So new element, and now we need to select the child node. So let's take the first child, which remember will return a node, as we learned also in that advanced DOM section. And we need to select the child because the child node is actually what contains the text, right? So the element is really just an element. It is an element node and not a text node. And so what is in fact the text is the first child node. And again, we talked about that in the advanced DOM section, which I hope you remember. And so now we can take the node value here. And so if this is text, this will then be some kind of text here. And so this text should not be empty. So different from an empty string. And actually, let's also trim any white space here. Okay. And so with this, it should work. But I'm sure this is, again, a little bit confusing. So let's actually log this value here to the console. Okay, just so you see what this will actually be. And let's log this together with some emoji, just so we can see it in the console different from all the other logs. So by now this should actually already been working, but I want to focus for now only on the log. So you see it already did work here, but let's now go to our logs and all the way to the top. So this here has the explosion, so it's the log we are interested in. And so indeed, it just got the text here out of this element, right? So this was the current element in the loop. And so then at this point, the first child.node value is 5. And again, in all other elements which do not contain text directly, this node value will be null. And so therefore, then this whole expression here will be false. And so then this replacement here does not take place. Now here, let's just add some optional chaining because the first child might not always exist. So with this, we make 100% sure that this code is going to work. So let's check it out again here. And so if we click on minus now, you see that only this value is replaced and also these values here, but you don't see any of the flickering or any other weird effects here, because there is nothing else that is being replaced. It's only really this text. Everything else is staying the same. And so that is exactly what we wanted to achieve with this algorithm. Now, as you noticed, as I click here, the only options I have is to go to 3 servings and to 5 servings. And the reason for that is that right now we are not replacing yet the attributes here on these buttons. So they are still at 3 and 5. Let's check that here. So indeed, we still get 3 and 5, because all we did yet was to update the text, but not attributes. So whenever an element changes, we also want to change the attributes. So let's quickly do that here as well. And this we can actually not do here in this if block, because the condition that we created here makes it so that this code is only executed on elements that contain text directly, right? So that was the whole point of this line of code that I explained like over the last 5 minutes or so. And so instead, we only want to change the attributes when the new element is different from the old one or the current one. Okay, so let's just comment this here. Updates changed text. And then here we want to update changed attributes. Now here there's something cool that we can use. So yet another new thing, which is the attributes property on an element. So let's start by logging that to the console this time. So let's say new element dot attributes. And let's get rid of this console.log here now. And so for now, what this will do is to log this attributes property of all the elements that have changed. So let's see. Well, we still get a lot of different logs here, but that doesn't matter. So here we have, for example, this ingredient here. And so this has changed. And so here we then get a list of all the attributes. So we have the class, we have the length. So let's see here what that actually is. Well, but this one doesn't really matter. The one I'm interested in is actually the one on the buttons. So let's go up a little bit further. And this is the one, right? So here we have the actual attributes. So data update 2, and probably they should have the values also somewhere in there. So this is a lot of stuff. We don't need to take a look at this. So this is very confusing. But I just wanted to show that basically this here will return something like an object of all the attributes that have changed. So let's now convert this object here to an array, and then we can loop over this array and basically copy all the attributes from one element to the other element. So from the new element basically to the current one. So basically doing something similar as we did here with the text. So we want to loop over new element dot attributes, and again we need to convert that to an array like this. And then for each of them, so each is an attribute. And then on the current element, we want to set the attribute. So remember this method from way back, set attribute, which again we learned about in the advanced DOM section. And so here we want to take the name of the attribute and the value. Okay? And maybe just to make this a bit more clear, so right now this kind of comes out of nowhere. So let's also log this to the console so we can see what we're actually looping over here. So let's go back. And so here is that array. And so here we have the class and data update 2. And so now let me actually show you the name. So that is the name. And let's do it for data update 2, which is the one we are actually interested in. So we will take that name and set it to the value, which is 4. So we will get that value and set it into the current element. Okay? So we don't need these curly braces anymore. And so again, basically what we are doing here is to simply replace all the attributes in the current element by the attributes coming from the new element. And so this will then replace the 5 that is currently here with 6. And so now we are able to go as far as we want here. All right. And so we successfully implemented a method for updating the DOM only in places where the text or the attributes actually changed. Now this algorithm here is probably not the most robust one, and so maybe it might not be the best algorithm to really use in the real world, unless you have like a kind of small application like this one. But for a really huge application, probably this algorithm is not performant enough and might not be good enough. But here in this project, I think that this was an excellent exercise to get even more familiar with some of the lower level details of the DOM, and also to think logically a little bit about what we wanted to achieve here. And so again, I hope that you liked this kind of small exercise, which was a little bit different from the rest of the project. And this was actually one of the more difficult parts for me to also figure out when I was building this project. And so I hope that you can go over this code one more time by yourself and really figure out exactly what is happening here. So let's check out our flowchart here on page 2, or actually part 2. And so we successfully just did this part here. Now, I also want to use this algorithm that we just developed to quickly tackle this part here of the application, which is to mark the selected result in the search results. So let me show that to you in practice. So here in the demo, whenever I select one of the recipes, it will then get this selected class here, right? And so then when I move out the mouse, it will stay selected. And so that's a nice touch that we are currently still missing here, right? So of course it doesn't stay selected. And so we can now use this update algorithm in order to update this entire search results view whenever we click on one of these results. And so let's go implement that. And we actually need to start with the view here. So search view, or actually results view, because this is where we need the logic of marking the current recipe as selected here. So the link that is selected will get a special class here. Let me show that to you here in the results. And so that is this one here. So preview link active. And so here we want to give that class to this anchor element here if this result ID is basically the same as the current ID in the URL. Okay, so let's start by determining that ID. And so remember, that is at window.location.hash. And then we want to take everything except the first element. So basically starting to read from the first element. Okay, and now here we want to conditionally add that class. So we can write a simple template literal here. And I'm right away putting the class here. And so here we want to say, if the result ID is the same as the current ID, then the result of this expression should become this class name. And otherwise, then simply an empty string. All right. And so now here in the controller, so the controller for the results, so search results, or actually in this one here, so the one controlling the recipes. So here we now want to update the results view. And let's do that right at the beginning, right here. Let's say 0 results view to mark selected search result. And so that's going to be results view dot update. And then here we want to pass in the current page. And so remember, that is model dot get search results page. Okay, so basically we are doing here exactly the same as this here, but instead of using render, we use update. Okay, now it would also work with render, and let's first see that. So let's search for something here. So pizza. And now I will click on this one here. And you see that it stays selected. And that happened because as the hash here changed, remember, then this recipe got loaded. And also, as we just did, this entire search results view got rendered again. And then this time, the ID of this result is the same as this one. And so therefore, it got that active class. Right? But watch what happens to all these images when I click, for example, this recipe here. So you see, like before, there is this flickering because everything is re-rendered. And so these images are basically loading again. And that is the whole reason why we have now the update method. And so with this, we will now fix that problem. So pizza again, and you see that already it did select the recipe that is currently active. Okay, and now you see that there is no flickering because now only the element that actually changed was updated. Great. Now I just noticed that when we reload the page, then we get no recipes found right here. And the reason for that is that our application is immediately trying to update this view here. So when the page loads and there is an ID, then it will of course immediately load that recipe, right? Even if there was no search before. And so then here, as we are trying to update, of course, there are no search results. And so this here will then return an empty array. And so let's go to our update method here. And here we can then remove this check. So again, right now we are calling update with an empty array. So data is this empty array. And so therefore this part will then be true and then this error gets rendered. And this doesn't make sense. So let's remove that. And so now that error is gone. And now immediately this one here gets selected. And so everything keeps working the same. All right. So we just did a big step towards improving our application even more and making it even more user-friendly. And it was a lot of work, but I really hope that it was worth it for you. And with that being said, let's now move on to the next feature, which will be to implement bookmarks. Welcome back, and I hope that you're still having fun in this project. Now, the next part of this project is going to be implementing bookmarks. And so that's what we will do in this lecture and the next one. Okay, and let's start again with a look at our flowchart here. And so in this video, what we will do is simply basically adding a handler to the recipe so that then the user can bookmark the recipe. And then that will re-render or update the recipe with the bookmark button then updated. And for doing that, there's actually a lot of stuff that we need to implement. So there's a lot of work for us to do. So let's get started. And actually, before we get started, I think we should actually also see this in action. So here in the demo version. So let's say that we are here on this first recipe. And when I click this recipe, I then want this icon here to change, right? And so this is now bookmarked. So when I then go to the next result, then of course this bookmark here is back to being empty. But when I go back to that recipe that I had bookmarked, then it is back to being filled. And so this means that the current recipe is indeed a bookmark. Then in the next lecture, we will take care of also displaying all the bookmarks up here. All right, but that's something different. And so for now, let's take care of the core functionality of being able to bookmark a recipe. Okay. And finally, there's one more thing that we actually need to do before starting that. So I discovered a small bug here. Let's say that we search for something, and then we go to page 2 or page 3, for example. And then let's say we search for something else. So that gives us our results. But as we go back here, notice how we are still on page number 3. And so that is a bug that we need to fix. Now, can you figure out maybe on your own why this bug is happening? So I think that this would be a nice challenge for you to pause this video actually right now and try to figure out why this bug is happening. So hopefully you figured it out. And the reason for it is that here in the model, when we do the search, so here, when we load the search results, of course, the state is set to 1. So the page is set to 1 here automatically. However, as we move to another page, then this variable here gets updated, right? But then when we search for something else, we never reset this page to 1, right? And so that's what we have to do right here where we load the search results. So after this here, we need to say state.search.page and set it back to once. And so now whenever we load some new search results, so basically whenever we do a new search, then the page will reset to 1. So let's try that again now. So we are again at page 3. And you already see we have different results. And indeed, now we are at page number 1. Okay, so that was a small bug that needed to be fixed. But now let's go back to the actual topic of this video, which is to implement bookmarking. So bookmarks are all about data. And so we will start by working again in the model. And we will add a new method here, or actually a new function that we export that we will then use from the controller, which is simply add a bookmark. And so this will receive basically a recipe, and then it will set that recipe as a bookmark. So a recipe, and then in our state, we already have an array for bookmarks. Or actually we don't, but I think I had it in the architecture diagram. So anyway, we have an array of bookmarks, which we start as an empty array, but then basically adding a bookmark simply means to push the recipe here into this array. Okay, so what I just said is this state.bookmarks.push and then the recipe object that we just received here. So let's add a comment here, add bookmark, because besides this, we also want to mark the current recipe as being bookmarked. So at least if the current recipe is the same recipe as this one that we are adding here. So mark current recipe as bookmark, because this will then allow us to actually display this current recipe as bookmarked in the recipe view. So we can say if recipe.id, so the ID of the recipe that we passed in here, is equal to the ID of the current recipe, so the one that is currently loaded in our application, which is state.recipe.id, while in this case we want to say state.recipe.bookmarked should be true. So basically setting a new property on this recipe object. So for now, that is the add bookmark function here. And so now let's create a new controller. So a controller for adding a new bookmark. So control add bookmark. And so here, let's now try to add a bookmark with the current recipe. So model.state.recipe. And then let's also immediately log that to the console so that we can see that it is actually marked as a bookmark. And now, of course, we need a way of calling this controller function. So when will that happen? Well, it should happen when we click on this button, right? So this bookmark button. And right now, the icon here is actually wrong. So let's start by fixing that here in the recipe view. So where is that? Here. So here it should not be fill. For now, it should simply be the empty icon like this. All right. Now the name of this button here is button round, but let's add another class here. So let's say button bookmark. And so now we want to listen for clicks on this element. However, to keep this view simple, I will not select this element. So at least not directly. And instead, I will once again do event delegation. So here let's add another function called addHandler. And here add bookmark, which as always will receive a handler function, which in this case is going to be the controller we just created a minute ago. So here, this dot parent element dot add event listener click and then our function here. And so in fact, this is really necessary because the element that we are trying to select, so this button with this class of button bookmark, does actually not exist by the time that the application is loaded, right? So basically by the time that the page starts, this element does not exist. And so it's impossible to add an event listener to an element that doesn't exist. And so that is yet another great use case for event delegation. So we do exactly what we do here, which is to simply listen for the event on a parent element and then try to figure out if the click actually happened on the element that we are looking for. So once again, we will do a button element here and then e.target.button dot closest, because one more time, the user might actually click on the icon element, so on the SVG that is in there. Okay, and if there is a button, or let's actually say if there is no button, then return, so the same guard clause as always, and otherwise call or handler. So this was pretty straightforward, I believe, because we have done this many times before. Okay, and so now all we have to do is in the controller module to call this method here, right? So recipe view dot add handler add bookmark, and then we pass in control add bookmark. And so then when we click the element that we just selected, then we will add the current recipe as a bookmark and will log also that current recipe to the console so that we can see that it was actually marked as bookmarked. Okay, so let's reload just to make sure. Let's click the button. And did anything happen? Oh, yeah, I think it just, locked this object here. So let's see. And here we have it. So bookmarked is now set to true. Great. So an important piece of the work here is already done, but now we then want to render here this icon as filled. And so let's go back to our view and basically say if bookmarked is true, then render the filled icon, and if not, then simply render this one. So that should be easy enough. So not here in the view, of course, but in the recipe view where we generate the markup. So yeah, this is the button here, and this is the icon that I'm talking about. So here, when the recipe is bookmarked, we want to add like this fill part. And so we can simply say this dot data, which is the recipe, dot bookmarked. So if so, then here create a fill, and otherwise nothing. Okay. And now finally, to actually make this work, of course, we will also have to update the entire recipe. So recipe view. And so this is why we created that update method before. And so now again, this method is coming in very useful because otherwise we would have to re-render the entire page, or actually the entire view, which wouldn't make a lot of sense. Because with this, we will only update the element which has actually changed. And so here then again, we need to pass in the data that we want to update. And so that's model.state.recipe once again. Okay. And so now as we click here, let's see. And indeed, the button was updated. Now we get all of these logs here. Let's take them out. That is in the view. So that's this one here. Great. So here let's now search for something. So let's mark this one here as a bookmark. Then this one here. But now as we come back here, let's see what happens. And you see that the bookmark is actually gone. Right? So now here you no longer see bookmarked set to true. So why is that? Well, as we load each new recipe, it will always be loaded basically from scratch. So it will be loaded from the API, right? We are not loading this recipe from the bookmarks. And actually, we won't do that. But what we will do is to now use the data that we store in the bookmarks array in the state to basically mark any recipe that we load as bookmarked if it is already in the bookmarks array. So that probably sounded more complicated than it actually is. Okay, so let's go here back to the model and then to our function which loads the recipe. So that is this one. So here then, as we got all this data and store it in the state, then what we can do is to check if there is already a recipe with the same ID in the bookmark state. And if it is, then we will mark the current recipe that we just loaded from the API as bookmarked set to true. So let's use one of the nice array methods that we learned about, which is the sum method. And remember that the sum method returns true or false, and so that's great for doing an if check like this. So here we can check if state.bookmarks.sum, which basically means any, so at least that's how I like to think about this method. So this method will loop over an array and then return true if any of them actually has true for the condition that we specify here. So if bookmark.id is the same as the ID that we just received here. Okay, let's call this here bookmark actually. And so basically what this means is that if there is any bookmark which has the bookmark ID equal to the ID that we just received, well then we want the current recipe, which is state.recipe, to be bookmarked. So bookmark equal to true. Okay, and otherwise we want it set to false. And so with this, all the recipes that we now load will always have bookmarked set to either true or false. Okay, great. And so now we actually used this state.bookmarks for anything meaningful. So up until this point, we had stored the recipe in the bookmarks array, but it wasn't really useful. So there was really no point up until now. But now here we basically use this array in order to store all the bookmarks so that when we come back to one of them, we can then mark the recipe as being bookmarked. So let's try this now again. So bookmarking this, then I come to this, and yeah, so that worked. And you see that it is bookmarked set to true. And the previous one, so the double crust stuffed pizza, is of course bookmarked set to false. And so when we click that here, it doesn't have the bookmark. Now we bookmarked it, and when we come back to it, then there it is. Okay, and now just as the final piece here, when we click on this button again, we then want to unbookmark basically this recipe. So we want to remove it from the bookmarks. But right now, of course, that doesn't happen. And so what we need now is basically yet another method or function here in our model, which will simply remove a bookmark. So doing the opposite of add bookmark. So const delete bookmark. And this one will simply receive an ID because that is actually simpler. And this is actually a common pattern that you will see in programming. When we add something, we get the entire data. And when we want to delete something, we only get the ID. So this is a pretty common pattern again. So what we want to do here is to basically delete the recipe which has this ID from the bookmarks array, right? So state.bookmarks, and then to delete something, we use the splice method, remember? And then here we need the index where the element is actually located that we want to delete. So we will calculate the index in a second, and then how many items we want to delete, which is only one. And so this index here, we can calculate it by using our old friend, the findIndex method. So state.bookmarks. And I think we already did something very similar to this in the Bankist application. So here we are looking for the element which has the ID equal to the ID that was passed in. So there's going to be one bookmark for which this condition here is true. So where the current bookmark.id is equal to this ID. And so for this element where this condition is true, the index will be returned. And then we can take that index and delete it from the array. And then finally, let's also mark the current recipe as not a bookmark anymore. So as not bookmarked, and here as well. And here, let's say, delete bookmark. Okay. And now we need to, of course, use this function somewhere. And as always, that can only be in the controller. Okay. So this control@bookmark function will be executed whenever we click on that bookmark button. And so here we now need to control what exactly should happen in that case. So when do we actually want to add a bookmark? Well, actually only when the recipe is not yet bookmarked. So let's write that. So if model.state.recipe.bookmarked, so if that's false, then do this. So add the bookmark then. But if not, and so let's now do this instead of an else, because this is more readable, then we want to delete bookmark. And again, here we pass in actually the ID like this. And that's actually it. And this is possible, remember, so it's possible that we read the bookmarked property right at the beginning, because we add that to all the recipes that are ever loaded right at the beginning, right here. Okay? And so, yeah, this should now work. Let's try avocado now for a change. So some sushi here, that looks delicious. And we got ourselves a bug. So let's go to line number 8, 98 actually. So 98. Oh, and here we are using recipe.id because we simply copied it from here. So you see that simply copying some code many times can make us run into bugs. So here, of course, we are already receiving the ID. So that's only ID. Let's go back. And let's search for avocado again. So here we have that. Let's bookmark it. Well, that didn't work. Let's see why. So probably something wrong in our controller. So let's log this here to the console just to see if this is having any effect. Let's clear this here. And it is false. And so therefore this should have worked. But somehow nothing worked. So this code here did not get executed for some reason. Oh, and actually I see what is happening. So this code actually did get executed. So this code here will mark the recipe as bookmarked. But then in the next line of code, right here, then the recipe is already bookmarked. And so then it will delete that bookmark. And so here actually we need an else. Okay. So that's the kind of sometimes difficult bugs to find, but I'm sure that with time you will also be able to find all of these bugs. So let's click on some recipe here, mark it as a bookmark. Then we go here to some other one, mark that. Then here, that is still working. And now let's click and see if it disappears. And yes, it does. Now do the same here, come back, and it is still unbookmarked. Whoa. All right. So with this, we have the core functionality of bookmarking actually already implemented. So great job once again. And now all that is missing is that we display all our bookmarks up here in this bookmarks panel. And that is a little bit more work than it might sound. And so let's leave that for our next video. So in this lecture, we will finish implementing the bookmarking functionality. And remember that basically the only thing that is still missing is that when we bookmark a recipe like this, then we want that recipe to show up here in the bookmarks panel. So right now that is still empty and we only see this friendly message here. And so let's now go fix that. So taking a look at our markup here, we can see right here. So we can see that in the bookmarks, we will actually have also the preview element. So this one here. So basically a list element with the class of preview in it, just like we had here for the search results. And so this is actually the exact same code. And so now in order to create this bookmarks view, I can actually simply go ahead and copy this one here from the results. Okay, so at least for now, by the end of this video, we will then kind of refactor all this. But for now, let me simply copy the code here and here create the bookmarks view.js. And then here, of course, it is called bookmarks view. Okay, then we also need to change the parent element, which in this case will be this unordered list called bookmarks list. Right here. And here the error message should be no bookmarks yet. Find a nice recipe and bookmark it. All right, but the rest of the code here is actually going to be the same. And so let's now go here. So this one we can close. Let's now go to the controller and include that here. And let's actually do that below this one, just because it is so similar. So results and bookmarks. Or actually, let's do it here at the end, so that results and pagination stay together. And so now all we want to do, at least for now, is that whenever a new bookmark is added, we want to render the bookmarks view with all the bookmarks. So with the array of bookmarks. So that is right here in control add bookmarks. Here let's delete all these console.logs. And as always, add some comments. So add or remove a bookmark. Then here, update recipe view. And then here actually render the bookmarks. So that is bookmarks view dot render. And see how beautiful now everything comes together, or basically fits together. So we always have this render method, and we already know that we can call it on all the views. And so that's really nice about having an architecture structure like this. So that's going to be model.state.bookmarks. And so this is also the reason why in the state we didn't only store the IDs of the bookmarks, but really we stored the entire data about the bookmarks so that we can nicely display them in this list. So a list that will look exactly like the result list here. So this should now actually already be working. So let's click this one here now, edit as a bookmark. And now when we come here, then there it is. Great. So let's try another one. And our bookmark here is still there. Now, if we add another one, then now we have two of them. And you can see that it also already automatically highlights the current recipe. So the one we are currently seeing. So if we now go to this one again, well, then the spicy chicken should actually be the selected one here. And so apparently we still have some kind of bug. So basically what we have to do here is that each time that we display a recipe, we should probably update this entire bookmarks panel here. So this view, so that it can then basically select or highlight here the current recipe. So let's do that in the control recipe function. And you see that this one here is getting really crowded. So let's do that here. So bookmarks view dot update, and then again model dot state dot bookmarks. Okay. So let's add this one. Okay, that worked nicely. And now this one here became the current one. But now let's go to some other one, which is not any of the bookmarks. And so now none of them you see here is selected. And so of course that makes sense because, well, this is not one of the bookmarks. But now if we click here, then this one is of course the selected one. Now we can click here as well because, again, these elements here are basically just the same as these ones. So when we click here, it loads the corresponding recipe, and here the same. So you see that now we went back to this one, and this one got selected correctly, this one got selected correctly as well, and we also got the correct recipe. And that's just amazing. So you see how easy it is now to integrate a new feature like this bookmark feature when we already have a very nice architecture and structure in our code. Imagine that we had all of this code here simply in one huge messy file. Then how difficult would it be to keep track of all the data and of how these different functions all interact with one another? Now, just to finish, we need to fix the fact that these two views here are essentially the same. So at least the markup that they generate is in fact exactly the same. And so that is of course not good. So what I will do now is to basically implement a view that is kind of a parent view of these two views. And that will be called the preview view. So because this element here is called preview. And so then that can contain all of these methods here. And then in the generate markup of these two, we will then use those two. So, but instead of explaining it, let me actually show it. So that's preview view.js. And now let me get all of this here. All right. So this will now be called preview view. And what this view will do is to basically only generate one preview element like this here. All right. So this one will not have any message. It will not have an error message. And the parent element is also not important. So just follow me here for now, and I will explain why that is. So here I will simply select everything, or in fact, I could simply set this here to an empty string. So we don't need any parent element here. And actually this here is only the generate markup. And here we don't need any of this. Okay, so again, this preview view will only generate the markup for one of these preview elements. All right. And so now let's come here to the bookmarks view and get rid of this method here, so that we don't need anymore. And now here comes the magic. So as I mentioned before, we will use the preview view kind of as a child view of the bookmarks view and of the results view. So let's import the preview view here. So import preview view from .js. And now what we will do here is to still loop over this .data, which is still all of the bookmarks. But now what we want to do here is to call basically this generate markup. However, that would not really work. And so what we really want is this. So result, and then for each of them, we want preview.render actually. So with the result. But actually that is not all yet, because like this wouldn't work. But let's quickly analyze what is going to happen here. So it's these three here. So as the render method on bookmarks view is called, so this render method, it will set the data on the bookmarks view, and then it will generate the markup. So it will call this method here. And so this gets access to this .data, and then we map over that data. And so for each of the results, or let's actually call it bookmarks here. So bookmark. So for each of this bookmark, so not bookmark. So for each of the bookmarks, we want to then render a preview. However, here we actually need to return a string. So all of this should be a string that we need to return from the generate markup method, so that then in the view, it can insert that markup into the DOM, right? However, by having render here, preview.js itself will try to render some markup. And so that is not really going to work. And so what we will do is to change our render method here and add a second parameter to it. So here we will add a parameter called render, which by default will be set to true. So then all of this here stays the same, but if render is false, which is what we will set it to in a minute, so if render is false, then we actually want to return this markup that was just generated. Now, why don't we simply call generate markup itself without messing with the whole render method? So here, why don't we simply call preview view.generate markup? Well, that's because we still needed to set the data property to the data that we passed in. So that then here in the preview view, we can use this keyword. And so actually we need to now replace result by this.data. So this.data, and then all of that. Okay. And so here we want to render it and set the render parameter to false. Okay, so that was a lot to take in. So let's recap what happens here. So the first part I think is obvious. So what happens when bookmarksView.render is called? So we then enter this method here. Now, since we didn't duplicate the same code here of preview view, so basically this way here of generating this preview, we essentially separated that into its own child view. And so then here in the bookmarks view, we try to render basically that view for each of the bookmarks. But instead of actually rendering it to the DOM, we simply have the render method return the markup as a string. So that's why we set it here to false, which will then trigger this code here, right? And so then all of this here will basically become a string. And so in the end, we end up with an array of strings. So because of map. And then in the end, we join all of that together and end up with a big string with all the markup that we want to render. So let's see what happens here. So as we click, let's see the console here. And it looks like we didn't get any error. And so indeed, now here our bookmarks still work. Now the search here will not yet work because we still need to put this here in the results view. But that's very easy. All we have to do now is to copy this code and put it here. And here we can now call this result, but of course it would have worked exactly the same way. And we also need to import the preview view. But that should be it. And so now these two views are essentially the same thing, with the only difference that they have a different parent element and a different error message, right? But the main functionality of them, so the main way of generating the markup, is essentially the same for them. And so in order to encapsulate that somewhere, we created another child class. And so that is, again, this one here. Okay, so please analyze this here after this video is done and really take a look at how the data flows between these different modules and between these different classes. All right, so let's see. And indeed, it still works. So here for now we get our message because we don't have any bookmarks yet. But as we click it, then that should appear there. Let's add another one. And beautiful. So that works great. Here we can then come back to the next one. And now let's unbookmark it. So it should disappear now. And now unbookmark this one as well. And then we get automatically this message here. So the no bookmarks yet message, which of course automatically comes here from this error message that we specified in this bookmarks view. So that's really great. So our application is becoming almost finished, actually. And now all that we want to do here to finish the bookmarks is to actually persist it between page loads. So right now, of course, this one here is bookmarked. But now as we reload the page, then that bookmark is gone, right? So it's no longer here, and it's also no longer up here. And so now what we're going to do next is to store our bookmarks data into the local storage. And then as we load the page, we basically get that data back. So as I mentioned by the end of the last lecture, in this one, we will now make the bookmarks data persist across page loads. And for that, we're going to use local storage. And once again, this will now become quite easy and quite straightforward because we already have our entire project structure so nicely set up. So storing data in local storage is of course all about data. And so that will have to be implemented here in the model. So let's actually take a look here at our flowchart again. And so now this is all about loading bookmarks from local storage and storing bookmarks to local storage. So when should the bookmarks be stored to local storage? Well, that happens whenever the user bookmarks a recipe. And of course, also when the user unbookmarks the recipe. So in either of these cases, the current bookmarks array basically needs to be stored to local storage. Okay, so what I just said is that whenever we add a bookmark or delete a bookmark, we need to persist that data. And so let's add a function here, which we can then call in these two functions. So this one we don't need to export because we simply will call it in these other two functions. So persist bookmarks. And then here, remember, all we have to do is local storage dot set item. Then here we can give that item a name. So that's bookmarks. And then here we need to set a string. And we do that by calling json.stringify and then with the object that we basically want to convert to a string. And so that is state.bookmarks. And that's actually it. Now all we have to do is to call this function in these two places. And that's already the first step. And we can actually try that out already. So at least seeing it in the console. So let's bookmark this one and also this Greek pasta salad. Right? So both of them are now here. And let's come here to application and then local storage. And so here it is already. So here are the bookmarks with these two recipes that we just stored. And now as I reload the page, you see that the data is still here. Now, of course, it is not yet back here. So just because the data is still in local storage doesn't mean that it's magically gonna show up here, because we didn't write any code for that yet. But let's now actually go do that. So basically, when the page is loaded, we then want to run a method which will basically render the bookmarks here. All right. So the first step in doing that is to actually get the bookmarks out of the local storage and back into our code. And then after that, we can then, as I just said, render them back here to this bookmarks view. Okay. So we have the code for persisting, so for storing the bookmarks in local storage here. So let's now also have the code for taking them out, also right here. And let me simply write an initialization function here. So an init function, and then right at the beginning, I will call that init function. And here, of course, missing the function keyword. And so here we need to do the opposite. So local storage dot get item, and then remember it is called bookmarks. And then we also need to store that somewhere. And I'm not storing it directly into our state because this data might not be defined actually. So we might have nothing, of course, in the storage. And so only if there is storage, then we want state.bookmarks to be json.parse, which is basically to convert the string back to an object. And so here we are now calling this function right in the beginning. And then just to see, let's then immediately log state.bookmarks to the console. Okay, So here we have a lot of logs. So let's go here to line 11 of these two and line 114 of the model. So model, now this one actually is the one that I just did, but here we apparently have some console.logs that we don't need. So here and here. And in fact, let's close these here. And actually all of them for now. And so here, right immediately, we have the local storage. Now, for some reason, this recipe was not found. Let's reload. Well, that's weird. And apparently, we broke something in our code. But let's worry about that in a second. So for now, what matters here is that we actually got the data back from local storage. So let's see if this has anything to do with the code that we just wrote here. Well, that's very weird. So now it is back to working for some reason. So let's actually log the error that is actually happening to the console. So here, let's set that back to cause that error. But then here in the controller, so the one that is responsible for loading the recipe. So here right now, we are only rendering the error to the user interface, and we are doing that with this nicely formatted error that we defined in the recipe view. But so let's now actually also log the error itself in the console so that we can see what is actually happening. So console.error with error. And so now we get text content of undefined coming from controller at line 34. Okay, that's just the log. And so here we have the stack trace. And so the error itself is originating in line 25. So it is here when we update the bookmarks view. Okay, so this is where the error basically comes from. And so this is how we use this so-called stack trace. So here we can then follow exactly what happens. So here we then need to go to view 27, which is where this update is defined, then for each, and then line 37. So line 37 in the view. And so that is right here. So some kind of problem with updating the bookmarks view. So apparently we're trying to set the text content on some element here that doesn't yet exist. So maybe we are simply calling this method here a little bit too soon. So let's move that here to the end. So updating bookmarks view. So we still have an error. So this might be a good time to use the debugger. And I hope that with this, we will be able to find the bug. And if you're not interested in watching me find this bug, then please feel free to jump to some later point in the code. So you see that at this point, the recipe has actually loaded. Okay. And so now here we are at the debugger. And so let's now go to the next step, which is this one here. Then we go into bookmarks view.update. And at this point, the data here is actually already the data that is coming from our local storage, right? So this bookmarks here is at this point already loaded. So right here, we do that right at the beginning. And so therefore, the bookmarks, so model.state.bookmarks, here is already defined. So that's these two objects right there. Let's actually see the scope here. And so indeed, that's these two recipe objects, right? So here we also have the entire call stack. Okay. And now let's keep going. So the new markup, then here we go through all of this. Okay. Once again. All right. So here we are back. Whoa, what's that? Ah, so I just hovered over the string, which is all of this. So that's this markup that we just generated. Then here, let's generate this DOM. Okay. Then here, the new elements and the current elements. So right now, here inside the current elements, let's see what that is. So that's all of the elements that are basically right now in that empty bookmarks panel, right? Now, and you see that the length of this one here is 5, and this one here is 14. And so I think I'm starting to see the problem here. So these two arrays are the arrays that we are basically comparing here, right? So we have this whole for each loop to compare the elements in these two arrays, right? Because the goal of this method is to not add new elements, but only to replace some text in elements that already exists. However, right now this bookmarks here is still empty, and what this update here is trying to do is to now insert the data in there. And so that should not happen. Okay, and so I'll actually quit this now by going back here, getting rid of this, and simply reloading. So let's get this down. And so in order to prevent this, the first thing that we need to do now on the page is basically render the bookmarks. And remember, that should happen right at the beginning when we load the page. So let's go to the bookmarks view and here create a new handler. So add handler render, which receives an handler, and then window.add event listener and load. And then we will immediately call this handler. Okay. And so here, we already imported it. And so here at the very end, let's create then the handler function. So the controller control bookmarks. And then all that we will do is actually take bookmarks view dot render with state dot bookmarks. And again, that is actually model dot state. And now let's, as the first of all thing here, do bookmarks view dot add handler render with the control bookmarks. And so now we are back to working, and the two bookmarks from before are now actually here. All right, so with that we solved the problem. Because now, as the page here tries to then updating the bookmarks view, the bookmarks are already there. And so then there's nothing to update really. So we can actually move that back up here, I believe. Actually, this one as well. So let's try that again. And yeah, so this is a bit of a more natural order. Okay. And so now, of course, I can click here, and then this gets selected, and everything keeps working the same. So you don't even need to search functionality to be able to switch between our recipes. And of course, if we unbookmark, then that is gone. And as we reload the page, then we only have this one. Then let's remove all of them. And then as this was re-rendered, right, then we got this error message here back. And of course, if we reload now, then we have no bookmarks at all again. Now, just to finish, let's quickly add like a quick function here for debugging. So let's call it clear bookmarks, which is simply a function that at some point we might want to call, but again, only during development. So clear, then bookmarks. So when I'm working with this, then sometimes I need to do this. So clearing all the bookmarks. So let me add a couple of ones here. So this one and this one. Okay, and now as I reload the page, it should then clear all of them. Well, it didn't for some reason. Oh, and that's probably because this one here happened first. So let's take this one out, do that again, and now the bookmarks are gone. Okay, but by default, this will of course be turned off because otherwise our application is not going to work. So here is the hot pizza dip, and it is still bookmarked after we reload the application. And so let's quickly, to finish, check out our flowchart, but I'm pretty confident that everything is implemented. So when the user clicks a bookmark, it will then mark the selected bookmark here, and of course it will render the recipe. When the page loads, then the bookmarks are loaded from local storage and they are rendered. So check here as well. And when the user bookmarks a recipe, then it gets stored to local storage. So check here as well. And so we just implemented all of this, a rather complex part. So now it's finally time to take a break and take an overview of what we need to implement next in order to finish this application. So after a couple of very long videos, let's now take a breath and take a minute to discuss our next step in implementing this project. So at this point, we have implemented all the features from 1 to 7, and now all that is left to do is steps 8, 9, and 10, which are all about the user being able to upload their own recipes. So whenever the user clicks the Add Recipe button that's in the menu bar, all we want to do is to display a recipe editor. So that's like a model window which will pop up and which contains a form. Then on that form, we will have to bind an event handler so that when the user submits that form, so here in this diagram, that means when the user creates a new recipe, then of course we want to asynchronously upload that recipe to the API, and we will also want to render that recipe and also add it to the user's bookmarks. And so that is feature number 9 here in our feature lists. So basically that all our own recipes are automatically bookmarked. Finally, all this is going to be set up in a way that only the user that uploaded the recipe will be able to see that recipe. So for example, if I upload my own pizza recipe, then if you search for pizza afterwards, you will not be able to see that recipe. So these recipes are really going to belong to you. And as I mentioned before, we will do that by using an API developer key. So these are the last steps that we need to take in order to finish our application. And so let's start by doing that in the next lecture, starting with the simple functionality of displaying the window when the user clicks Add Recipe. So, as I just said, let's now start with the feature of uploading a new recipe and start with the ability of opening the model window which contains the form to add the new recipe. So in the demo version, this is what it looks like. So here we click Add Recipe, and then it opens up this form like this. And then when we click this button or click outside of the form, then that window will again close. All right, so let's do that, and let's create a new bookmarks view. And actually not a bookmarks view, but a add recipe view.js. And now let's go to one of these views and copy the code from there, because this code is always very similar. So let's delete this one here. Let's empty out this method. And then here, let's call it add recipe view. Now, this view here is actually going to be quite different from the other views, because we already have actually the view in the HTML. So if we come here to our HTML code, then you see that the form that we want to display is actually already here in the code. All right. So here we have this element for the overlay and this element for the window, and they both have the hidden class. And so showing the window and the overlay is going to be as simple as removing this hidden class from both these elements. Now, the main element that we are actually really interested in is this upload element. And so let's actually make this upload element the parent element of the add recipe view. So upload here, but then we will also have to select some other elements. So for example, the window and the overlay. So to start at least. So the window element is going to be document.querySelector. And then let's see what we have here. Here we can close all of these for now. So that's add recipe window. And then the overlay has simply the overlay class. And so here, overlay, and here as well. And here we are missing the dot on both selectors. And now we also need to select the button that will be clicked to open the window, and also the button to close the window. So that button is somewhere here in the top navigation bar. So this is for the bookmarks. And here it is. So this is the button for adding the recipe, as you see. So let's call that the button open. And then also the button to close the form. And so that's back here somewhere in the window. So that's button close modal. Okay. And here. Okay. And so now let's listen for the events. So of clicking the open button and the close button. Okay. And as always, we will do that in a method called addHandler and then something, just to make it more consistent. So addHandler show window, let's say. And so here we will want to select the button. So button open dot add event listener of a click. And so when that happens, what do we want to do? Well, we want to take the overlay and the window and remove the hidden class. So that's this dot overlay dot class list dot remove. Now, instead of remove, we can actually also use toggle. So remember that toggle will add the class if it's not there, and it will remove the class when it is already there. And so this will make it a lot easier to then reuse this class. So the overlay and also the window. Okay. Now, when do we actually want this function here to be called? Well, we want this to be called as soon as the page loads. Now, in this case, this has nothing to do with any controller, because there's nothing special happening here that the controller needs to tell us, right? So when this click happens on the button open, all that will happen is really for the window to show. So the controller doesn't need to interfere in any of this. And so therefore, we can simply run this function here as soon as this object is created. And so what I'm going to do is to this time add a constructor method. Then since this is a child class, we need to start by calling super. And so only after that we can use the this keyword. And then let's say this dot add handler show window. And so this one here is now only going to be used inside of this class. And so let's add an underscore to mark it as protected. And so again, in order to show this window, the controller does not interfere at all. All right. Now, what we will have to do in the controller still is to import this object here, because otherwise our main script, so the controller, will never execute this file. And so then this object here will never be created. And so the event listener here would then never be added. And so we need to, again, import this so that the code that is in the module is actually being run. So here, let's call that the add recipe view. And now let's check out our code just to make sure we reload it. And we get a class list of undefined. So some small bug here. And again, you see how common that is. So let's again see which line that actually was. So line 19. So with the overlay. So let's see if the class is correct. Well, it looks so. Oh, but I can see the error now. So here we are using the this keyword inside of a handler, right? But you already know that the this keyword inside of a handler function points to the element on which that listener is attached to. So in this case, that is this button here. And so let's actually export this entire function into another method and then call that method with the correct this keyword bound to it. So here is what I mean. Toggle window, let's say, will do this. And then here we want to call this dot toggle window. And now here we can use our bind method as always, and then bind the correct this keyword. So we have done this many times before. So basically manually setting the this keyword inside of this function here now to the this keyword that we actually want it to be. And so right here, this of course points to the current object, because otherwise, again, the this keyword inside of this function would be the button on which the event listener is attached to. And so with this, it should now work. And yeah, there is our form. And now all we have to do is to close that form when we click this button or click outside here. So add handler hide window. And so that's actually very similar to this one. Let's just duplicate it actually. So button close. And then the same also on the overlay. And so that's why this toggle here is now very useful. Because here at this point, when we want to hide the window, then the hidden class is no longer there, but it will then automatically add it back on. Oh, and before we actually try it, we first, of course, need to call this method here as well. Okay, and it's gone. Great. So that works. And so next up, let's take care of handling this button here. And for now, what we want to do when we click this button is to get all the data here out of this form. And you see that I already have like pre-filled this data here. And so that comes from the HTML here because the value is basically already set. But then of course, by the end, we will remove this. So this is just for development purposes. But anyway, let's now create another method here, which is going to handle the click on that button. So basically the form submission. So add handler upload. And so here we will now actually listen for an event right on the parent element. So that is the upload form itself. So parent element dot add event listener for submit. And then in our function, as always, the first thing is to prevent default. So here we need access to the event prevent default. And now, how do we get access to all of these values? Well, we could go ahead and select all of these form elements one by one and then read the value property of all of them. However, there is actually an easier way because we can use something called form data. So that's a pretty modern browser API that we can now make use of. So let's say data equals, and then we can create a new form data. And into the form data constructor, we have to pass in an element that is a form. And so that form, in this case, is the this keyword, right? Because we are inside of a handler function, and so this points to this.parent element, which is, of course, the upload form. Now this here will then return a weird object that we cannot really use, but we can actually spread that object into an array, like this. All right, and so this will then basically give us an array which contains all the fields with all the values in there. So let's then log that data to the console. Now let's think what we actually want to do with this data eventually. So this data right here is the data that we eventually will want to use to upload to the API, right? And that action of uploading the data is going to be just another API call, right? And where do API calls happen? Well, they happen in the model. And so therefore, we will need a way of getting this data to the model. So just like we did many times before, we now need to create a controller function, which will then be the handler of this event. Okay, so let's come down here and create control add recipe. And so this function here will then actually receive the new recipe data. And let's actually have this one here log the data to the console. So new recipe. Okay, and now all we have to do is to say add recipe view dot add handler upload, and then control add the recipe. So this is the publisher subscriber pattern that we have used many times before. And so eventually here we will have some function to then upload the new recipe data. Okay? And so here we now need to accept this handler function, and then we need to call it. So instead of logging it to the console right here, we will simply call the handler function. And so this handler function will then, for now, log it to the console. Because, again, that handler is now this control add recipe. All right, so let's see what happens. And so that's why I have all of these pre-filled data now, so that we can simply click the upload button and then get our data down here immediately. So let's now take a look at that data. And so since we got that data, it means that everything is correctly set up, which is great. And so here we get the array of multiple arrays in there. So basically the entries of this form, where the first element is always the name of the field, and the second one is the value. All right. So title, source URL, and you see all of them here. Okay. Now, usually our recipe data is always an object and not an array of entries like this. And so in JavaScript, since ES 2019, there's now a new and very handy method that we can use to convert entries to an object. So let's actually call this one here data array. And then the data itself is going to be object dot from entries, and then the data array. And so this from entries method here is basically the opposite of the entries method that is available on arrays, right? So this one takes an array of entries and converts it to an object. So let's see what that looks like in practice. And beautiful. So this looks already a lot more like our original recipe object, like this one here, for example. It is, of course, still missing some formatting, and it is still missing some data like the ID, but that we will take care of in the model. And so let's go do that in the next video. Let's now continue working on the recipe uploading feature. At this time, we will actually work on the model which will be responsible for sending the recipe data to the Forkify API. So let's go to our model, and then down here, after the bookmarks, let's create a new function and export it called upload recipe. Okay, and this one will eventually make a request to the API, and so therefore it's going to be an async function, and it will receive the data for a new recipe. Now, the first task of this function here will be to take the raw input data and transform it into the same format as the data that we also get out of the API. So let's take a look at that. And now it reloaded the page, of course. So basically the format of the data that we receive from the API looks a little bit like this. Now it has some different property names here, but what really matters here is that the ingredients are nicely stored in this array. So there is an ingredients array which contains a bunch of objects where each contains quantity, unit, and description. However, the data that we get into the function right now simply has these three, or actually these six ingredient properties. So ingredient 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And also it has each of these ingredients here separated with these commas all in one string. And so now we need to basically put all of this data here into one array and also separate each of these strings into the quantity, unit, and description. Now, of course, here in the form, I could have also created 3 different fields for each ingredient. So one input field for the quantity, the unit, and the description. But that was a little bit too much work for this learning project. And so I decided that I will simply give this hint that the format needs to be quantity, comma, unit, comma, description. And so that's what we have here. So half a kilo, so kilo is the unit, and then rice is the description. Then here we need 1 avocado, but there is no unit, and so we leave that one empty. And then here we have just salt, so without any quantity and any unit. And so let's now take this data, so these 6 ingredients, and then take the data out of there and put them into an object. So this is how we will do it. So we want to create an array of ingredients. And so for that, a good idea is to use the map method, right? So map is always good to create new arrays based on some existing data. So in order to use map, we need an array. And so let's convert the object that we get here back to an array. So object.entries. And as I mentioned, this is basically the opposite of object.fromEntries. But it still makes sense to convert it to an object here, because we will also need the rest of the data here as an object. So new recipe, and then we want to filter this array, because remember, we only want the properties that are called ingredient 1, 2, 3, all the way until 6. So in this array that we have right now, each element is an entry, right? And once again, let me actually show that to you. So without seeing the data, I think that it becomes very difficult to follow this. So I will console.log this data here. And now, of course, we need to call this function upload recipe in the controller. So let's not do this, but let's actually call model.upload recipe with the new recipe. Okay, let's click here. And so again, that is our array that we will work with now. And so remember, right now we are filtering this array. And so what we want is basically only the entries where the first element of the array starts with ingredient, like this, right? And then also the second part should not be empty. So in this case, we are of course not interested in 4, 5, 6. Okay, so here in this condition that we need for the filter, we want to say, just as I explained just a second ago, so the first element of the current entry should start with ingredient, and the second one should exist. So it should not be an empty string. So entry 1, so the second element, should not be an empty string. Okay, and so this should now filter out only the data that we are interested in. So let's log that to the console and not this anymore. And yeah, so that is what we were looking for. And now all we need to do is to basically take the data out of the string here and then put that into an object. And so for that, we now finally use the map method. And so here we already have some ingredients. And so now we will take each ingredient and split it by the comma. So that's the separator that I specified. And before we do that, let's actually make sure that we remove any white space here. So we can simply do .replace. And I believe that right now the replace all method is actually already available. So remember in the video where we talked about strings, I mentioned that replace all will soon be available in browsers, and I believe that right now it already is. And so let's use that here. So let's replace all the basically spaces with an empty string. And so this should then return an array of 3 elements. And so let's now destruct that array. So the first element is the quantity, the second one is the unit, and the third one is the description. And now let's return an object with this. So with quantity, unit, and description. Now we will still have to do some things here, but for now let's take a look at what we get. And ingredient.replaceAll is not a function. So now that's because each ingredient here is actually still an array. So just like we had it here before in the entry. So the first element of entry here, remember, was the key, and the second one was the value itself. So here we need to use this on ingredient 1. So the second element of the entry. So let's see now. And here we go. So we have quantity, unit, and description nicely inside of one array. And so that now kind of looks like this. Great. Now there's just one thing that we need to notice here, which is that when the quantity does not exist, then we want it to be null. And otherwise, it's actually a number. So currently we still have strings here, but we want this to be a number now. And so let's go ahead and convert that. So let's come here. So the quantity should be, so if there is a quantity, so let's use the ternary operator. So if there is a quantity, then convert that to a number. All right. And if not, which is the situation in which it is an empty string, then we want to return null. So that should fix that. And indeed, it does. But now let's see what happens when we simply put something else here. Let's say just a number. So let's see. Well, then here we get a bunch of undefineds. And so that we don't want. So our format here should always contain quantity, comma, unit, comma, description. So in this case, what we would need to do is this. So this is what we would expect. And so then we get here the empty strings as expected. So basically what this means is that when we split this string here, we want it to have 3 parts. All right. And so let's actually convert that to our code. So here we want to now put this here into a separate variable. So let's call it ingredients array. And then that is the array that we destructure. But before we do that, we can test if this array actually has the length of 3. So if ing array.length is different from 3, then we want to create a new error. So throw new error, and then let's say wrong ingredient format. Please use the correct format. And so then at this point here, the function will immediately exit. Now, then what do we want to actually happen with this error? Well, we will want to render an error message to this view. So to the add recipe view, right? And that is very simple. So here we can use or try catch just like we have been doing before. So try. And so if some error occurs in this function here, then it goes to the catch block as always. So here we get the error, and then let's log that error to the console. Again, with some emojis here to make it easy to understand that it is our own error. And then we can simply say add recipe view dot render error. And now we can actually pass in the error message ourselves, because here in the view, we accounted for that ability. So by default, the error message is coming from this .error message, but we can also specify our own. And so that is what we will do now, because this way we are able to create the error message basically here where the error actually occurred. Okay, so error dot message. And so now let's see what happens. So for now, let's use the correct format just to see if everything keeps working. And it does. But now let's do it wrong. And we get wrong ingredient format, but it is still coming from the model. So here we get uncaught in promise. And that actually makes sense, because remember that here we are in an async function already. So this returns a promise, and so basically this then rejects the promise. And so therefore we should handle that already right here. So try like this, and then catch the error and simply throw that error again. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, and that still doesn't look the way we want it to look. So we want it here to be an error message. And so that should come from the controller. And so that means that there is something wrong in the controller. And I guess I know why that happens, because remember that this is an async function right here. So it returns a promise, but then right here, we are actually not awaiting that promise. So we need to use await here, and then also make this an async function. And so only with this, we are now actually handling this function here as a function that returns a promise, so that the rejected promise can then actually get caught here in this catch block. So let's try once again here with some number. And now it works. So now we get the actual error with this emoji mark, and also the error that we want here. Okay, great. So we have that part working of the ingredients. Now it's time to actually create the object that is ready to be uploaded. So let's create a recipe object here. And so basically this object will be the opposite of this one here. So here we take in like the source URL formatted as this, and we want to send the data where the URL looks like this. So where the property has this format. It's the same here for the URL and the cooking time actually, because that is exactly the format that the API is ready to receive. So it has to be exactly the way that we received it. Okay, so let's write that object very quick. So that is at new recipe dot title. Then the source URL is at new recipe dot source URL like this. Then the image URL is new recipe dot image, right? Then the publisher is actually the same. Dot publisher. The cooking time, new recipe dot cooking time. So fortunately, VS Code is giving us already the correct suggestions dot servings. And so that's all, I think. And so all we have to do now is to add the ingredients array. And that's it. And then we also have two numbers here, which we should convert to numbers using this plus trick. All right. And so now let's actually log this one to the console and not just the ingredients. Oh, and of course, all this should be happening inside of this try block, right? So let's see. Okay, that looks great, and it looks ready to be actually sent to our API. Okay, so let's do that. So remember, we already have a method for getting JSON. So that's this one. And now let's create a method for sending JSON here in our helper. And actually, it's going to be very similar. So for now, let's just copy it. But then a bit later, we will simply refactor this. So here, let's call it send JSON. All right. And so now let's learn how we can actually send data using the fetch function. So up until this point, all we ever did was to simply pass in a URL into the fetch function, and that would then automatically create a GET request. However, to send data, remember how we discussed before that needs to be a POST request. And so here, besides passing in the URL, we also need to pass in an object of some options. Okay, and the first option is going to be the method. And so that method is now POST. Then we also need to pass in an object of headers. And headers are basically some snippets of text which are like information about the request itself. And many of them are like standard headers. And one that we need to define is the content type. So content type with an uppercase C and a T. So make sure you get that right. And then here, application /JSON. And so with this, we tell the API, so we specify in the request that the data that we're going to send is going to be in the JSON format. And so only then our API can correctly accept that data and create a new recipe in the database. And now finally, the payload of the request. So basically the data that we want to send, which is called the body. So the body should be in JSON, remember, as I just explained. And so we can once again use JSON.stringify and then convert the data that we want to send. Now, and here we actually need to accept that data here into the function, of course, as a second parameter. So let's call that upload data. And so that is the data that we then convert to JSON so that it can be sent. And that's actually it. So that's all we need to do. So we still pass in a URL, which we will need to specify next. And then we take that URL and the upload data and then simply create this fetch request like this. Okay, and then everything else is actually going to be the same. So we will still have this request racing about a timeout function so that it can't run forever. And we will also await any data coming back because this API that we're going to use, so the Forkify API, will actually return the data back that we just sent. And you will see in a moment why that is very important. Okay, so again, everything here is going to be the same. And so a bit later, we will then refactor these two here into the same function. But let's do that later. So here we now need to import the send JSON function. And so now let's use or newly created function to create the AJAX request. So send JSON, and now the URL of the API. And actually, we have that here stored somewhere. So that's this URL that we have in the config, right? So /recipes, but that's actually not all, as we will see in a second. All right, let's get rid of this. And now let's go to the Forkify documentation page. So at this URL, because now we actually need the API key. So please click here now on this button, which will then generate your unique developer key. Now, if you got some kind of error here while generating your key, then maybe it is because you requested more than one API keys per hour. So remember that you should only ever request one API key. That's why I have this limit here in place, so that no one can abuse my API, basically. Now, if you did actually only try it once and you still got an error, then you can always contact me on Twitter. Okay, so here's the link to my Twitter page, and then just tweet the error at me, and I will try to help you. Now my key disappeared here, so let's click here again. And now I will copy it so that I can use it in my code. So let's go down here, or actually it's right here. So you see the API path is actually exactly the same as for getting all the recipes. Now the only difference is that, of course, we will not search for anything now, but we will have to add our key like this. So with this key parameter. Okay, and so yeah, we are doing a post request now, right? And so that creates a new recipe then when we hit this endpoint, so this path with a post request and some data. Okay, now let's store actually this key in the config file. So as a string. Okay, and then let's use that key here. So again, the question mark to specify a list of parameters, and then key equals, and then we have to import it up here. And then the key. Okay, and remember that this will actually send the recipe then back to us. And so let's store that as data and also await it. And then finally, let's log that data to the console. So console.log data. And now let's see what happens. So we got a lot of errors here. So it seems like the data is completely wrong. And that's simply because I just forgot to actually put that data here. So the recipe. So of course, send.json has two parameters. So not only the URL, but also the data. Let's try that again. And it kind of worked already, because this error that we got back here is actually already an error coming from our API. So it tells us that the input data is invalid because the source URL needs to be at least 5 characters long. So let's try that again. Oh, and actually we need to reload for now. So the URL, let's just add something here, and probably all of them need this. So let's do that quickly here in the HTML, so as the default value, kind of. So you see now we have test 23, and as we upload it now, then that worked. So we get a status success back from our server, and then our data, right? So that data contains everything that we just sent it, plus the created at, and also an ID, and of course, also your key. And that key will be very important in the next video when we then want to mark our own recipes, basically as our own. Now, it will make sense to actually render this newly created recipe also then to the user interface after closing this display here. So after closing this window, right? And so therefore, we need to convert that to the format that we use in our application, right? So basically, in our application, we are using these different like property names, right? So we are in the same situation as we are here in load recipe, where we get the data in the original format. So with this kind of property names, and we now need to convert it back to this one so that our application understands the data. All right. Now, instead of writing this entire code here twice, we can simply grab this and put it into a new function. So let's do that right here and call that one create recipe object, and it simply receives some data, and then it returns an object like this. So return this, so that then we can do whatever we want with it. And in this case, that's going to be to put that in the state. So state.recipe will be create recipe object with the data that we receive. So basically just some nice refactoring. So this now does exactly what we had before, but now we can use that down here as well. So we get the data, and now we want to then store that into the state. So again, state.recipe equals create recipe object with the data that we just received. And now let's actually come here to the controller and log that state.recipe to the console. So that's model.state.recipe. Okay. So let's see. And yeah, it now looks exactly the same as this one. Right? So beautiful. There's just one thing missing, which is this bookmarked here, and also the key is missing as well. So let's take care of the bookmarking and also of preserving our API key in this object. Okay, and a quick look at our flowchart here will reveal that all we want to do is basically store the bookmarks to local storage, right? And also mark, of course, that recipe as a bookmark. Okay. So we already implemented most of this. So this and this in the last lecture, then this part and this part in this lecture. But let's now also take care of bookmarking it. But that is very easy because we already have the function for that. So that is, of course, add bookmark. So we already have our recipe, and so we can simply call add bookmark with our recipe, and that will then take care of everything. So add bookmark with state.recipe. And finally, we also need to add our key to the object, so to state.recipe. And we could do that here manually, but let's actually use a nice trick to do that down here or up here where the object is actually created. So right here. Now, in the case of a load recipe, not always there will be a key. So most of the recipes, of course, don't have any key. And so we cannot simply do this. So key recipe.key. Because again, not all of them will have one. So we only want to add the key if there actually exists one. So let's use a nice trick to do that. So we can use the AND operator, which does short circuiting. So we can do recipe.key and then this object. All right. And I will explain to you in a second what this does. And then we can spread this. So that looks confusing. So let me explain what is happening here. So remember that the AND operator short circuits. So if recipe.key is a falsy value, so if it doesn't exist, well then nothing happens here, right? And so then the destructuring here, well, does basically nothing. Now, if this actually is some value, then the second part of the operator is executed and returned. And so in that case, it is this object here basically that is going to be returned. And so then this whole expression will become that object. And so then we can spread that object to basically put the values here. And so that will then be the same as if the values would be out here like this. Key recipe.key. But again, only in case that the key actually does exist. And so this is a very nice trick to conditionally add properties to an object. So keep this one in mind. It is a very handy trick sometimes. Okay, and I think we should actually be done here now. So you see, uploading data is a lot of work. But I think this is still a nice exercise. And let's see, here is our key now. And also the recipe is now bookmarked. Great. So just to finish this lecture very quickly, let's go back to the controller and now actually render this recipe in the recipe view. So render recipe, which will be recipe view dot render, and then as always model.state dot recipe. But now with this we would not really be able to see that rendered recipe yet because we still have that form open. So let's now close that form. So close form window, and we can do that because there is already a method for that here. So it's this public toggle window method. And so let's now use that. Okay. So, and actually let's not do that immediately, but only after some time so that we can first display a nice success message. So we can use a set timeout. And then inside of that callback function, we can then call add recipe view dot toggle window. And here let's specify some time, let's say 2.5 seconds. However, as you already know, we should never use a magic number like this. So let's create one more configuration variable here. Let's call this the modal close, and then let's say seconds, so that we know that this value is actually a value in seconds. So let's use 2.5. And now we need to actually import this because I believe that right now we are not yet importing this into the controller. And indeed, we're not. So let's say then the named import from config.js. And so then down here, let's use that modal close seconds and then times 1,000 to convert it to milliseconds. Okay, and before we do that, let's also display a success message. And for that, we already have in our view the render message method, right? Which will take this .message, which in this case, we don't have one yet, but let's actually add one. recipe was successfully uploaded. And so now it's very, very easy to do this. All we have to do is add recipe view dot render message. And so once again, now that we have all of these nice methods in place, it's very easy to take data and then render all kinds of things on the user interface. For example, like this error or the success message, or of course, the data itself. So let's try one more time. And there is our success message, and it also disappeared. And great, here is our recipe. And also with our nicely formatted ingredients. So remember, we put 0.5 kilos of rice, and so of course that was successfully converted to 1/2. And you see it's also already a bookmark. So you see that it's right here. Of course, there's no image because that path that I specified there is of course not a correct path, but that doesn't matter at all here. And now to really finish, let's now add just one final thing, which is to render like a loading spinner in the add recipe view before we actually start to upload the data. So this will then show the user that something is happening. And so one more time, that is now really easy to do because we already have all these methods in place. Okay, let's slow down our network a little bit to slow 3G so that we can actually see it happening. Well, that didn't display the spinner for some reason there. So let's see. Add recipe view dot render spinner looks pretty correct to me. So let's just take out this piece here so that we can actually inspect the code. Oh, and now it's taking more time because we are. So let's put it back online. Add recipe. Oh, and now you see it actually showed the loading spinner. So not sure what happened there, but now it is all good. Okay, great. So all we have left to do now is to then display this recipe as our own, basically by using the key that we have now here in our object, and also do the same thing in the search. So let's take maybe a quick break and then come back to finally finish this application. All right, so this is the third and final part of implementing the functionality of uploading our recipes. And let's start by adding yet another recipe so that I can show you something that is still missing from our controller. So actually, two things. So let's say this one here, test avocado. Okay, just so we have a different name. And watch what happens here to the URL as we upload this recipe. So actually nothing will change. So take a look at that. Okay, so recipe was successfully uploaded. And we also still need to remove this window, right? But anyway, here is the recipe that we just uploaded, but the URL did not change. And also, it did not yet add this new recipe to our bookmarks. Okay, so of course it is bookmarked, right, as you see here, and as you can also see down here. But we didn't yet re-render this bookmarks panel, right? So there are two things that we need to fix. So we need to re-render this bookmarks view, and we also need to change the ID here in the URL. Because watch what happens if I reload this page now. So then we are back to the old recipe that was there before. So because that's the recipe that is associated to this ID. So let's go back to our controller and fix these things, and also put back here toggling the window. So let's do that right here. After displaying the success message, we also want to render the bookmark view. And so that will then basically add this new element to the bookmark view dot render. So model dot state dot bookmarks. Okay, and we are not using update here because we really want to insert a new element, and for that we use always render and not the update method. Now the second thing that we wanted to do is to change the ID in the URL, and for that we can use the history API. So let's say change ID in the URL. So we can say window.history, so that is the history API of the browsers. And then on this history object, we can call the push state method. And so this will basically allow us to change the URL without reloading the page. Now push state takes 3 arguments, and this first one here is called the state, which doesn't really matter. You can just specify null. Then the second one is a title, which is actually also not relevant, so we can just use an empty string. And then the one that actually is important is the third one, because this one is actually the URL. And so here we can simply put the hash and then the ID that we want to put onto the URL. So that is at model.state.recipe.id, and that's actually it. And we could also do all kinds of other stuff with the history API, like for example going back and forth, just as if we were clicking the forward and back buttons in the browser. So we could do like this. Of course, it doesn't make sense in this situation, but maybe in some other situation you might find this one helpful. So automatically going back to the last page. So that should work now, but let's not test it yet, because the next thing that we want to do is to refactor these two methods here, these two functions. So getJSON and sendJSON are almost the same right now, and so we can basically put them together just in one function called AJAX, because both of them are being done for doing an AJAX request. So just like this. And then this one will receive the URL and also the upload data, but we will set this one to undefined by default. And so with this, when we call this AJAX function with only the URL, then of course there is no upload data. And then in that case, we can simply define the fetch pro as only this. So let's actually do that. So conditionally defining this fetch pro variable. So fetch pro, and let's test if upload data does exist. So if it does exist, then fetch pro should become this. So let's grab that, put that here. And otherwise, it will simply be this. And that's it. Now, of course, I could have used an if-else statement, but then I would have had to declare this here as a let variable outside, and then change that variable in both the blocks, and that's not really nice. And so now we can basically copy everything else here. Then we don't need this one anymore, and this should go all the way to the top. And that's actually it. So let's comment this one out. Just one final look. but everything looks good here. And so here now we can no longer import this one. Let's just keep it there. And we simply import Ajax. So here and here, and then down here for upload the recipe, the same thing. Okay, so let's try that. And we see that we still get the recipe. We also get the search. And now finally, let's add another test 23 recipe here. Let's just change it up a little bit. And now again, take a look what happens to the ID here. So you saw that it actually changed. And so now the ID of our new recipe is exactly that one that we have here. And also it should now be a new bookmark. And indeed it is. Okay. And so now if we reload this page, then you see that we are back at this recipe that we just created. Great. But now finally, let's use our keys or key in order to actually mark this recipe here as our own recipe by displaying like a small icon here. And so for that, we need to attach our key to all the API queries. So we can add the key to this one here simply by adding the key, and of course also to this one. So the one which has the ID. So again, at the end, question mark and then the key. Okay, so let's simply get this one here. So this one is for the search results. Let's add this here. And here we already have a parameter. So here it is then end. So search and key. But then, yeah, for this one, so for loading the recipe, there is nothing yet there. And so we can simply add our key like this. And so now by adding this key, especially in the search results, it will then load all the recipes, including the ones that contain our own key. So if I search for avocado now, because I have, well, not here in the demo, but in this one, so I created a recipe which contains avocado. And so if I search for avocado now, that should then contain this recipe that I just created. All right. Now, we now want to mark this as our own recipe again, here in the search results and also here. And so let's do that. And just as a side note, again, if you're using your own API key, then of course you will not see this recipe here, because this recipe is linked to my API key. So as we see right here. So this is the key that I am using. All right. And the same here in the results. So here in all the results, you will see that my own one has the key. So this first one, right? So test avocado, it has my key, but the other ones, of course, do not. But anyway, let's now go to the recipe view and also the preview view. So the one responsible for these results, and add the logic there to actually display that small icon there. So we don't need this one anymore, and neither this one. So recipe view and preview view. So the code for that is somewhere there at the top. Here it is. So user generated. And I guess I wrongly deleted some code here earlier. So let's go back to the HTML and copy it back like this. And now the indentation is messed up. Then here we need to replace that with icons once again. And so now all we will do with this element here is to basically add the hidden class if there is no key on the recipe. But if there is a key, then we will add no class. And so then it will become visible. Okay, so that's simply this dot data dot key. So if there is a key, then we want to add no class at all. But if there is no key, then we add the hidden class. Okay, and now the same here in the preview view. And actually here we don't even have that yet. So let's actually grab the same code from the recipe view, because it is almost the same. And let's just see that here to see where we have to paste it. Well, it's not here, so let's just paste it anywhere. So let's put it right here. And then it's probably going to call it preview user generated. All right. Or actually, I think that it is inside of this div here. So let's move that down a little bit. Fix the indentation here once again to make it easier to see. Just like this. All right. And so let's now try it out. So let's search for avocado here again. And then here it is. And you see that now we have this icon here. While if we click some other recipe, then it's not there. All right. Now it's only still missing here, but that is because we actually never added this key to the search data. So let's go back to our model. And so here in the load search results, this is where we create the data that will then be put in the state, right? So state.search.results will become these objects here. And so that only contains ID, title, publisher, and image, but not the key. And so let's grab this code that we used here in order to add the key to the recipe object and do that here as well. Right, then here we just have to change this to rec, just like all the others here. And then with that, we should be good to go. So let's see. Search for avocado one more time. And now it is there. You see? Great. So again, this one does not have the icon, while this one here, of course, now has. So right here. Beautiful. So this is just great. Let me now close this here and create one final, more real recipe here for pizza that we have been using all the time. So let me get rid of all of these weird bookmarks. Oh, and you see that also here we now have this icon, right? And so that's the beauty of using the same preview here in the results and also for the bookmarks, right? So that makes everything really more reusable. What's happening here? Okay. Just getting rid of all of them because these recipes are not really that interesting. So let's now add a super pizza. Then the URL, let's make it jonas.io. So that's https jonas.io. Then let's go to Unsplash and grab some image from there. Just to make this, again, a little bit more real world. So this one here looks quite nice. So let's right click and copy image address. Okay. Then here, Jonas Schmettmann prep time 75 minutes, 2 servings. And here let's just use 1 kilogram of flour, then some tomato sauce, and the rest doesn't really matter. Okay, so looks correct. Let's upload it. And it was successful. And here we get the super pizza. Let's see here. And indeed, we can update our servings here. We are in the bookmarks. And if I now search for pizza, then here it appears right at the first position with this beautiful image. And so that means that our application is now basically finished. I just spotted a small bug here. So in this ingredient description, remember that we replaced all the spaces. And so with that, we lost the space between tomato sauce. So let's quickly go fix that, but I will not add another recipe. So we're not going to test this. All I will do is to fix this problem down here. So instead of this replace all here, let's do it differently. So I will split the string into multiple parts, which will then return an array, and then I will loop over that array and trim each of the elements. So map to create a new array. Let's just call it element here, and then just return element.trim, just like this. Okay, and so now if we add just something to test here, so adding some spaces here and maybe here and here. And so you see, this worked just fine now. Well, now we have 2 recipes for some reason. Not sure why that was, but you see that the spaces that I inserted there, they are gone. Okay, let's remove this one here. I don't want to see that again. And so, yeah, our application is now feature complete. So if we check out our flowchart part 3, everything here is now implemented. And that's just awesome. So congratulations for going through this huge, huge project together with me and making it all the way to the end. And now in the next final lecture of the section, I will just quickly show you how we can write documentations for functions in order to make other people understand our code a little bit better. And then, just like before, I have some final suggestions for you, so like features and improvements that you will be able to implement on yourself if you want to practice your skills. So I hope to see you there soon. Welcome to the last video of this project. And so let's finish this section by learning a little bit about how we can write some documentation for our code in order to make our code easy to understand also for other people. And then at the end of the video, I will again show you some challenges and some improvements that you can implement on this application on your own. So there is a standard way of writing documentation for JavaScript functions, and that is called JSDocs. So let me choose one function here for which I'm going to write some documentation, and that's going to be this render function. So this one. So of course, I'm not going to document now the entire code base, but let me just show you how it works with this function here. And we can also go to jsdoc.app. So that's jsdoc.app. And so here you can find some more information besides what I'm going to show you now. So to write documentation, we basically write a multi-line comment like this, and then a second star. And then you see that automatically a JSDoc comment is initialized here. And so if we hit enter, then you see that already this has pre-filled some code here. You see? So data and render are actually already the parameters that we have here. So VS Code automatically found them, right? But let's start with a quick description of this function. Let's say render the received object to the DOM. Then here the data, we can describe it inside of these curly braces. So we can say that we expect an object here, or we also expect an array of objects. And so that is represented with the OR symbol here, and then again object, and then array. So again, this means that we are expecting an array of objects. Then this here is the name of the parameter. And then here, after that, we can also write a short description. So the data to be rendered. For example, a recipe. Okay. Then we have render here as well. And so here again, we can define its type. And this one is a Boolean. Now, this parameter is actually optional. And so we can put that here inside of these brackets. And we can also specify then here the default value like this. So another description here. So if false, create markup string instead of rendering to the DOM. Now, you might ask, what is the big advantage of this? And of course, the most obvious one is that if you're working with someone else on your project, they can now more easily understand what exactly your function is doing. Because this standard way of writing it, everyone understands, or at least everyone that is familiar with this JSDoc format. Because if everyone describes their function in the same way using the standard, then that becomes really easy for everyone to understand the documentation of each other. Now, what's also great about this is that JavaScript, or actually VS Code, takes this data, and then when we hover over the function, it will take that data and give us this nice overview of the function. So here you can see that the parameter is data, and then with the description, and here the same, also the description for render. Here we can also see that the render is optional, so we have this question mark, and it should be a Boolean. Okay, and then for the data, we can also see that it receives any or an array of any type. And the same happens when we take a look at that in some other file. So it looks a little bit different, but the main information is still here. Okay, but we can add more than just the description of these parameters. For example, we can also write or describe what this function returns. And so usually it doesn't return anything, and so that's then undefined, but it might also be a string. And so that's in case that render here is set to false, right? So let's write that here. Is returned if render is false. Next, we can also define the this keyword. So I think this is another interesting one. And so here the this keyword points to the view object itself. So let's just write view object. So let's see what happens then. Oh, and here object is basically the description. So here it expects the type basically. So let's actually put here that it is an object. And so then here we can say that it's a view, let's say instance. All right, so that makes more sense. And here you already can see that the function is going to return either undefined or a string. So let's try another one. And you see there are a lot of different options. And again, you can check them out in the website that I just showed you. But another one that I like is the author. And so here you can put your own name. And just to finish, there is another one called to do. And so here we can specify everything that we still need to do. Let's just say finish the implementation. And so again, when we come here, it then contains all of this data, and the same when we see it here. All right. And so in your own projects, you can go ahead and add maybe not all of this, but at least part to some of your functions, like at least the most important ones, so that when you come back to them in like 1 or 5 years or so, that you then still know what exactly they do and what data they get in and what they output. All right, and that's it for this project. Now here in package.json, remember we also have this build command. So basically to actually build the final project files, like with compression and tree shaking and all of that, before we then deploy it to a server. But we will actually do that in the next section. And so for now, let's leave it like this and really call this application finished now. However, before we go, once again, I have a couple of ideas for features and improvements that you can implement in this application. So let's start with some easy changes and then all the way to really complex feature additions. So to start, you could display the number of pages between the two pagination buttons. And so with that, the user would then immediately know how many pages there are, which is a little bit more user-friendly. Also about the search results, you could add the ability for the user to sort the search results by the duration or by the number of ingredients of the found recipes. However, that data is actually not available on the search results, well, unless I do some changes to the API, I guess. So maybe I might do that so that you can actually implement this idea here. Otherwise, you would have to basically get this information for all of the recipes in the search results, but that would require quite a lot of work and also a lot of API calls. Next, another thing that you could do is to perform the validation of ingredients right in the view, so before actually submitting the form. So for example, while the user is inputting the ingredients, you could warn them ahead of time that, for example, the format is wrong. And so that would then, again, be a little bit more user-friendly. Also, maybe alternatively, you could actually improve the input of the ingredients. So instead of having the quantity, unit, and description all in one field, you could add a different field for these 3 data points and then read all that data into your application. And besides that, you could also allow for more than 6 ingredients. So there's a lot to improve, I guess, here in the add recipe functionality. But of course, here in the videos, I had to keep it kind of simple in order not to make like a 20-hour project. Okay, so these are some of the more simpler improvements you can make. And now let's talk about 4 additional features that could be implemented in this application. And the first one would be a shopping list feature. So somewhere on each recipe, you could have a button which would then add all the ingredients of that recipe to some kind of list. And so you could then display that list on the user interface, for example, in another hidden panel in the menu bar, besides the bookmarks, for example. And so that list would then contain all of the ingredients that you might add from different recipes. And actually, the original version of Forkify that I had in my previous course had this functionality. But in this version 2, I had to remove that feature in order to make place for the add recipe functionality, which is new and which I think is way more important. Now, the next feature that you can try to implement is a weekly meal planning feature. So you can make this as crazy as you would like, but in the easiest form, you would simply assign recipes to the next 7 days and then show them somewhere on a weekly calendar. And for this one, you could add like a drop-down menu to each of the recipes and from there choose which of the next 7 days you want to assign that recipe to. And then in the menu bar, you could again have like a panel which shows the next 7 days, and then which of the recipes was assigned to each day. But of course, you could make it also a lot more complex. This is just the first simple implementation that comes to my mind. And now finally, so actually I only have 3 features for you, not 4. And this last one is the most complex one, and it is to get nutrition data for each ingredient of a certain recipe from a special food API. And the best API for food that I know is the Spoonacular API. So you could check out their website and their documentation, and from there, for each of the ingredients, for example, get the calories. And then you could calculate the total calories of one recipe and maybe also per serving. And there is a lot of other different and interesting stuff that you could do with this application together with the Spoonacular API. So the possibilities are endless here if you want to have some fun. All right? So these are just some of my suggestions, but I'm sure that you can come up with even more. So I've seen really creative stuff from students of this course in other projects. And hopefully you can come up with some of your own as well. And with this, we now actually reach the end of this biggest project of this course. And I hope that you had as much fun building it as I had while going through this together with you. And this is really a great, great achievement. Really well done. Congratulations. So even if you just coded along with me, you still learned a tremendous amount of skills throughout this project. And of course, throughout the entire last 50 or 60 hours of course videos. And now I would really love to see your implementation of at least a couple of these challenges that I just showed you here. Because I think that they will be really beneficial for your own learning. And so maybe you can take some hours when you have the time and really continue practicing your skills here. And if you do that, then please make sure to share some of your screenshots of the implementations that you do on Twitter. So I really would love to see that. But anyway, it's actually not time to say goodbye to this project yet, because in the next section, we will deploy this project onto a live server so that you can then share it with the world and with everyone that you know. So there is still a lot of interesting stuff to learn. So when you're ready implementing these challenges, then let's go to the next section. In this section, let's actually deploy the Forkify project to a live server. Or, as we can also say, we will host the application on the internet to share it with everyone. And we will do deployment using an amazing and free service called Netlify. Then we will also learn the fundamentals of Git, which is a version control software. And Git is something that every professional developer uses. So you will definitely need Git on your first development job, and so it's a good idea to learn it. So let's now manually deploy the Forkify project to an amazing and free hosting service called Netlify. But before we can do that, we now need to create the final bundle of our application by running this build command. So up until this point, we have always used the start command here, but that only works for development because the final output will actually contain the development server, and also the code is not being compressed and that code is not being eliminated while in development. All right, so let's open up our terminal. And so here we still have our start command running. And so let's finish that now by hitting Command C, or actually Control C. And alternatively, you can also simply kill this terminal by clicking this button here. All right. So Right now, we no longer have our development server running, and Parcel is now no longer automatically creating the build as we save our application. And so now we are ready to run this build command. But before, let's actually delete this Parcel cache folder and or dist folder as well. So I like to delete these in order to basically get a fresh start. Now this build command here is actually not yet complete, because in the build command we actually need to manually specify that we want our output to be here in the dist folder. Okay, and so if you're on version 2 of Parcel, like I am, okay, so in that case specify the dist dir option. So -- dist dir, which stands for distribution directory, basically. And then we need to specify the folder that we actually want to be created. And so just like before, let's call that the dist folder. Now, what's also very important is that here we need to change from main to default. So very important, otherwise this build command will not run in Parcel 2. So again, change this main here to default. And I believe that this is actually because of some bug that currently happens in the beta 1 version of Parcel 2. But never mind, with that, we actually fixed that problem. Now, if you are using Parcel 1 for some reason, then here instead of dist directory, it is called out directory. So like this. But again, that is only if you are on version 1 of Parcel. And so now this command here is ready for us to execute it. So npm run build, and then let's wait for it. So as always, it takes some time here, but when it's done, we are ready to then deploy the folder that was just created to our Netlify service. And here it is. And now it contains the final code compressed and ready to be shipped. Okay? Now, if you got any error during this build process while you're using Parcel 2, then please make sure that you really set this default here. And also make sure that everything here is correctly spelled like this. But if the problem still persists, then it might be a good idea to downgrade to Parcel 1. And so you would do that with npm uninstall like this. And then after that, you would install it again at version 1 like this. And so that should then work. And remember that in that case, here it is out dir and not dist. And also you would have to go to all your views and change the way you import the icons. So you would have to remove this part here. Okay, so wherever you import the icons, if you're using Parcel 1, remember you have to take out this part. Okay, but then after everything is done, and once you have this dist folder, we are ready to go to Netlify and actually deploy this. So let's go back to our browser, and here I already have netlify.com open. Now, Netlify is a free service that lets us developers basically deploy static web pages or static web applications. And with static, we mean that the application only contains HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files, as well as some images, but no database or no server-side code at all. All right? So basically, Netlify only works for front-end applications like the one that we just built. So Netlify is really an amazing service. It's extremely easy to set up and to use. It has a very generous free plan, and it contains a lot of great features that you can also use for free. And one of these features is called continuous integration with Git, which we will use a bit later in this section. And I'm telling you all these great things about Netlify, not because I'm sponsored by them, not by any means, It's simply because I really, really love this service. It's just fantastic. Now, if you need something even more simple, without even having to open an account, you can also use this search service, which is also free, and it's even easier. So here you don't have to create an account, and you can simply npm install search on your computer, and then once you're in the folder you want to publish, so you want to deploy, all you have to do is to run the search command. But anyway, we will now use Netlify in this section, and so if I convinced you that it's worth using it, then please go ahead now and sign up for your free account. Now, of course, I already have my account, and so I will wait here until you're ready. Now, okay, and so this is how it should look like once you log in into your Netlify account. Now, it might have changed some time after I recorded this video, but in general, this should be kind of what it looks like. So you see, I already have a lot of sites here. So basically, that's all the demo projects that I have been showing you. And so, again, for that, I use Netlify because it's so easy. And speaking of easy, let me now show you how easy it actually is to quickly and manually deploy our Forkify project. So let's go to our project folder here. So this one right here. And then we take the dist folder, because that's the folder that we want to deploy. So our build that we just created. And then we take that folder and we simply drag and drop it here into the interface. And drop it there. And that's it. Our page is now deployed. So you see how easy that was. So we get this page here with this random name that we can click on, and this is our web page, and now everyone can see it. So it's now in fact deployed on this live server on this URL. Now this is not ideal though, so this random URL, and so we can click here on site settings and change the name of our site. So come down here and then change site name. Okay, and so I'm calling this Forkify-Jonas. And you can then go ahead and call yours Forkify and then with your name. And of course, this name has to be unique, and so just make sure that you're using some unique name. All right, now we can click here again, and now our domain name here makes a bit more sense. All right, and that's actually it. So this is how easy it really is. But the great thing about Netlify is not only that it's easy, but as I mentioned before, also some of the great features. And one of them is that automatically our page is now secured with an SSL certificate. So if we check out the URL, you see that it actually is HTTPS, right? And all of that is automatically included for free in our account. And another thing that's great is that all our site assets, so all the files that we just deployed, were in fact deployed to a so-called Content Delivery Network, or CDN. And that means that instead of uploading the files only to one server in one location in the world, our site now actually lives in many locations, so in many servers spread out across the entire world. And so then when a user is trying to access our page, they will then get the version from the server that is closest to them. And so this will then greatly speed up the delivery time of your page or your application. So again, a lot of great features, really easy to use. And yeah, that's why I recommend Netlify to everyone. And I'm demonstrating all this using the Forkify project, but of course, it will work the exact same way for any other project that you might want to deploy. So as long as it is a static project, this is how it works. But anyway, this is how we deploy a project manually to Netlify. However, there is also a better way. So basically a way which allows us to automate the process of deploying the application. And for that, we will need something called version control and Git. And so let's take a look at that in the next video. So we manually deployed our project to Netlify, which is already great, of course, but we can do a lot better. Because we as web developers don't like to do things manually. So we like to automate things, and so that's where Git comes into play. So in this lecture, we're going to install and set up Git on your computer and also open a free account at github.com. Now, if you're already familiar with Git and GitHub, then please mark this video and the next ones as completed, and then simply move on to the video where we actually deploy the project to Netlify using GitHub. Okay, so let's start by opening up the Git website. So that's going to be Git SCM. And so this is where we will download Git from. So Git is version control, as it says right here. So it is a software that runs on your computer, and you can basically use Git to save snapshots of your code over time. And then if you need, you can go back in time, like to older versions of your code, if you need to recover some mistake, for example. And that is really just a tip of the iceberg of everything that you can do with Git. But anyway, let's now download this software and then install it. So probably the easiest way of doing it is to click here on this installer for your operating system. So find this installer here somewhere on your page. So if you're on Windows, probably this looks different, but somewhere you will find a link for an installer, and then simply download that and install it on your computer. Of course, I already have Git, and so I will wait for you to finish your installation. Okay, so I hope you successfully installed Git on your computer, and so let's now go back to our code and start a so-called repository. So let's clear the console here, and then make sure that in your terminal you are in the project folder. So here in this Forkify folder, and not inside of any of these child folders. So really the parent folder where your entire application lives. And so now we can write git init, hit enter, and so here you see we initialized an empty Git repository in this folder here. Then I get this warning here, which asks me if I would like to add node modules to git ignore. And if you get the same warning, then please click yes. But if you don't, then never mind. We will talk about that in the next video. For now, what matters here is that you understand that basically a repository, or as we also call it, a repo, is the fundamental concept of Git. So right now in this Forkify folder, we created a local repository which will eventually contain all of our code here. So all this code, which is right now marked in this orange color. So you see that changed as soon as we initialized this Git repository. So that means that there is actually a very tight integration between Git and VS Code. And that is because really all software developers work with Git. So everyone needs these features, and therefore VS Code has this very tight integration. Now, right now, none of these files are already in our repository, but for now, we will actually not add them. So I will leave that for the next lecture, because in this one, all I wanted to do is to configure Git and also to open an account on GitHub next. And so let's actually go do that. So let's search for GitHub. And so then it's github.com. Now we need GitHub or any other service that is similar to GitHub in order to basically store our local repository in the cloud. So eventually, of course, we will have some code here in this repository. And then we will want to save that repository online. So for example, that we can switch between computers or that we can make sure that our code never gets lost. And so for that, we need an account on some service like GitHub. And there's also GitLab or I think Gitbucket or something like that. But GitHub is by far the most popular one. And so let's open up an account here in case you don't have one yet. Okay, and this is probably how GitHub will look like for you after you log in. But for now, that's not so important. Again, we will start working with it in the next lecture. For now, what I want to do here is to basically connect your local Git installation with your GitHub account. And so let's do some configuration here. So we type git. And by the way, as you see, Git is basically a command line interface from which we can use this software and really do all kinds of stuff. Now, there are also some graphical user interfaces for Git, which many people that don't like the command line prefer. But actually, in my opinion, I think that it's easier to use Git on the command line. All right. But anyway, what I want to do now here is git config and then the option of global. And so this will then work in all the repos you ever create on your computer. And then user.name. And then set this to your username that you just chose on GitHub. So for me, that would be like Jonas Schmettmann or something like that. So do this. So write your username and then hit enter, which I will not do. And then write the same thing again. So git config global user and this one email. And then here specify the email that you used on GitHub. And so with this, it will then become a lot easier to basically connect your local repositories with GitHub. Okay? And that's actually it for this setup video. In the next lecture, we will then actually start using Git. And after this 3-part intro to Git, so after this lecture and the next 2 ones, you will be able to start using Git in your own projects. And that's actually really important. So you really need to start using Git because you will use Git in every web development job that you will ever find. So every developer uses Git and also GitHub every single day. Let's now quickly go over the basics of Git. And this video is by no means going to be a complete overview of Git. All I want to do here is to get you started as quick as possible with Git so that we can then push our project to GitHub. All right. Now, before we can do anything else with Git, in each repository, we should have a gitignore file like this. So if VS Code didn't create it automatically for you, as it did for me in the last lecture, then please go ahead and create this file right now. So it starts with a dot and then gitignore. And inside of this file, we can put all the folders and also files which we want Git to ignore. Or in other words, folders and files that we do not want to get into our repository. And Node modules is a perfect example of that because, well, we can always get this code back from NPM, right? It is not part of our original source code. And so therefore, we don't need it in our Git repository. And actually, the same is true for our dist folder, right? So the dist folder essentially only contains code that was built from our source code. And so, again, this is actually code that we do not need in our Git repository. So usually in the repository, we only want like the original source code and everything that is necessary in order to basically compile our final project later. So let's actually also exclude the dist folder here. Now, this is not mandatory, and some people want also to keep their dist folder in the Git repository. But personally, I think it's a good idea not to include it. And so you see that now it got grayed out here as well. And the same for the parcel cache folder. So that we also don't want. So .parcel cache. So that's gone now. And now here VS Code shows us that there are basically 28 files in our repository that are pending changes. So this here is enough for our git ignore. Now only if you're using the Mac, you can add one type of file here, which is the .ds store, which is some kind of weird file that macOS sometimes adds to our directories. But with this here, I think we're already at a good starting point. Okay, so let's now run a git command called git status. And so this shows us here that all of these files are untracked files. And we can also see that we are on branch master and that there are no commits yet. So all of these files here are untracked. And so now we need to track them, which in terms of Git means to add them to the so-called staging area. So you can also see here in VS Code that these files are now untracked. So that's what this U stands for. Okay, but now let's add all these files to the staging area by saying git add and then -a, which stands for all the files. Now we could also add files manually, so one by one, but usually that's never necessary. So I will simply add all of my files now. And so these files are now basically part of the repository. Okay, and so now here it says added. And so these files are now basically tracked. They are active. Okay, then let's say we do some change in one of them. Let's say in the controller, let's just log something to the console in the init function. Let's say welcome. And so now you see that this file was modified, right? And also immediately here on the sidebar, VS Code shows us that something has changed. And so green here means that something was added. And when we click that, we can then actually see the change. So the plus here means that something was added. And if we see get status now again, you will see that all of these files here are ready to be committed. So they are being tracked. And then there's this modified file. And so in order to now commit all these files to our Git repository, I need to run git add all again. So now you see that it is back to just being added. And also this green bar here is gone. All right. And so now we're ready to finally commit these files. And committing the files basically means that we really save the modifications of all the files to the repository. So adding the files like this here is basically just a pre-step before the commit. So a commit is going to be like a snapshot of your code at a certain point in time. So each time before you make some significant changes to your code base, you should always commit. And so then, if necessary, you can go back to past commits and delete any modifications that you did that were maybe wrong. And we will see how to do that actually later in this lecture. But for now, let's commit what we already have here. So git commit, then -m, which stands for message. And then here we need to specify a string, which is the commit message. And so usually the first commit is always going to be called initial commit like this. Okay, and that's it. Now they are all committed, and you see that all the files now look normal here again. All right, and if we now take a look again at git status, then you will see that there's nothing to commit and the working tree is clean. All right, so in summary, whenever we initialize a new Git repository, usually I immediately add all the files. So I do git init, then after that, immediately I run this command, so git add all the files, and then immediately after that, I commit everything as the initial commit. All right. Now let's say that we do some modifications here in multiple files, but we actually introduce some kind of a bug. Not writing any real code, I will just put bug here now, and it turns red because I have a special VS Code extension for that. And let's say I also have now some error here in the model. Okay, and so this is just to simulate that we introduced some real bugs. So if you wanted to go back on all of these files to the previous commit, then you could simply write git reset, then dash dash hard, and then here head, all in uppercase like this. And now watch what happens to this file as this command is executed. So you see that it's gone. And the two files here that previously had the M for modified are also now back to normal, and the bug that we introduced here is also gone. All right. And so this is the easiest way to going back in time, basically to the previous commit. But now let's say that you actually had already committed. So let's say that here you now had an alert which says hacked, and it doesn't really matter what code it is, but let's say this is another bug that you introduced for some reason, but you didn't really notice that it was happening. So let's say here as well. All right. So you see now these two files are modified. And now you want to commit these changes. So you think you added a great new feature, but actually you just introduced a bug which allows users to get hacked. But anyway, you don't know that yet, let's say. And so you add all the files to the staging area, and then you do git commit with the message of new feature. Okay. And so now these modified here are gone, and our code is now committed. Now let's say you keep working on the code, but eventually you notice that you have these bugs here which allow users to get hacked. And so you want to basically now delete the last commit that you did, right? So you want to go back to the previous commit. So to do that, you need to take a look at that previous commit, and you can do git log for that. And so here you have basically a log of all the commits that you did. So this one is the last one. So the new feature, and it has basically this ID here. And so this has currently the head. And so that's why previously we could reset using this head keyword. But now you want to go back to this commit. So to the initial commit, right? And so let's copy this ID here basically. And it would be enough to take the last 7 here, but I like to simply copy everything. So select and copy. And now to get out of this log here, you need to type a Q. So Q for quit. Okay, so Control-C will not work there. You have to use key like this. And sometimes you even need like colon and Q. But anyway, let's now do again git reset hard, and then the ID of that commit. So let's see. And now that hacked log is gone from here and from here as well. And so we are now back in that initial commit. And indeed, that's what is said right here. So the head is now at the initial commit. However, moving between commits like this is a little bit dangerous. And so instead, when we plan of doing a lot of changes, usually we simply create a new branch. So let's write git branch, and this will simply list all the branches that we currently have. And so right now we only have the master branch, and this star here means that that's the branch that we are currently in. And now again, to close this, you need to write a Q. Okay, but now let's create a new branch. And so that new branch is then basically going to be a copy of the current master branch in which we can develop new code and adding new features, but without affecting the code that is in the master branch. So it's basically a parallel track in which we can develop new code, but without affecting the original code that we had before and which we knew was already working. And so this is a great way of preventing bugs in our main code base. So we create a new branch by writing again git branch, but then here we can also specify now the name of the branch. So let's call this one new feature. Okay, so we created a new branch, but we didn't switch to that new branch yet. So to switch to that branch, we write git checkout and then the name of the branch. And so it says switched to branch new feature. So let's quickly add some modifications here. Let's add a new function. New feature is simply a function which logs to the console, welcome to the application. Okay, and we also delete this code from here, and then we want to call that function down here. So nothing significant. This is again just to simulate. So this one turned now green because we changed something from the original code, and here it is orange because we changed something. And if we were to delete something, for example, then it should turn red, which right now is not happening. But anyway, if we click here, we can see exactly what the code looked like before. So these two lines of code are gone, and this one is new. And so this in itself can be very handy and a great use case of Git. But anyway, let's put this very important line here back. Okay, and so let's now add this change to the staging area. So git add all. So we always have to do this before committing, and then git commit message, then edit new welcome feature. All right, and that's it. So we just created a new feature, but this new feature is now in this new feature brand. So let's check that out again. So git branch. And so now we have these two branches. So master and new feature, and this one is the current one. Then again Q to exit this. And now once we are done with this new imaginary feature, let's switch back to the master branch so that we can then integrate these changes into our main code base. So which again is in the master branch. So that is git checkout and master. And so now as I execute this, you will see this code here going away, because that is the way the code looked like in the master branch. Okay, and so this proves that there are now really like two different tracks with different versions of the code. So in the master branch we have this code, and in the other branch we have that code that we just saw and that just disappeared. But now we can then merge these changes together. So when we are in the branch into which we want to add the new code, we can use git merge and then the name of the branch which contains the new code that we want to merge with the current branch. And so that is the new feature branch. And so now watch what happens here. Okay, so you see that this code here was just added. And down here is also this small summary. So you see there were 6 modifications, 5 additions, so 5 lines were added, and 1 line was deleted. And now just to make sure that our working tree is still clean, so that we don't have to commit anything, let's again watch git status. And you see, there's nothing to commit, the working tree is clean. And so the code that we have in this branch, so in the master branch, is now the same as in the new feature branch. Okay, so this is a great feature to basically build code, but without affecting our original code, which might break with the changes that we are introducing. And so usually we never work in the master branch and simply add features in a different new branch. And then once we're done, we merge these two branches together. And then if there is some error or something not working, we can always go back to what it was before. All right. And that's all I had to show you in this short introduction to Git. And if you want to learn even more, or maybe have all of these commands that I just showed you in one nice overview, there's actually a very handy cheat sheet for Git that was developed by GitHub, which I really like to use. So let's search for GitHub Git cheat sheet. Okay, and this one is probably it. This one looks a bit different than the one I mean. Yeah, this is the one that I have. And I actually, when I first found this, I even printed this out and put it on my desk because there's a lot of stuff that we can do. So here is what I just showed you with the branches, right? And here is git status, git add, git init, and yeah, also git reset hard. And so you see, there is a lot of stuff that we can do. And in the next video, we will then actually use these commands here. So git push and git pull, so that we can basically copy our local repository onto a repository that lives in the cloud on GitHub. And this will then allow us to basically keep a backup of our repository online, and it will also enable us to automatically deploy our site from this repository by setting up continuous integration on Netlify. And so let's learn how to do that. So how to push our code to GitHub right in the next lecture. So in this video, we're going to put all our code onto GitHub, or as we usually say, we're going to push our code to a remote branch so that we can then set up the continuous integration feature that I talked about before in the next video. And so now here on GitHub, let's click on this plus button here and create a new repository. Or we could also click right here. So there are going to be multiple ways of creating a new repository because that's basically the most important feature on GitHub. All right. Then here, the first thing is that we need to give the repository a name, and I'm going to call it Forkify course video, just so that I know exactly what this repository is about. So I like to be really descriptive here. Then I'm going to make it private. And so with this, no one else can see this repository. Then down here, we have the option to add a README and a gitignore, but we don't want to do that. Okay, so if we added a README right now, then we would create a conflict later on when we import our code. So actually that's what it's saying here right now. So skip this step if you're importing an existing repository. And so that's what we will do next. So then click on creating repository. And so here we are. Okay. So this here is the URL basically of our Git repository. But what matters here is that now there are these two scenarios. So there is the scenario that we don't have a repository yet. So I mean a local one, but that's not the case. So we already have the repository that we have been working on. And so what we want to do now is to push that existing repository to this online repository. So to this remote repository that we just created here. And so in order to connect these two, we need to copy this line of code and execute it in our local repository. So let's go back, clear this here, and then paste it and execute it. And so what this did here was to add a remote branch, which is called origin. All right. And the URL of that remote branch is called this one here. So again, with this, we basically let our local repository know about this remote repository right here. And if we check out our branches now, then that origin branch might actually be there. And I'm not sure if it is, but let's check that out. So git branch, and it actually doesn't say here, but that doesn't really matter. So this was just to check. But what matters is that we can now push code to this remote is called origin. And so the way we do that is by writing git push and then the name of the remote branch, which is called origin. So that's right here. And of course, you could give this one another name, but origin is simply the standard name. So that's what everyone uses. So git push origin and then the name of the branch that you want to push. And so let's say that we only want to push the master branch. So hit enter, and then you will see that it's going to do some work here. And now it's done. Okay, and so now if we go to GitHub and reload our repository here, then our code is there. All right, great. So we successfully pushed our local repository into this remote repository. And so now if we would work on any other computer, we could go ahead and take our code out of this repository. And you see that indeed all our code is here, at least all the code that we did not add to the gitignore file. So that's why you only have the source here now, but not the dist and node modules folders. But everything else is of course here. So our index HTML and all our source codes. And you can see here also the commit messages that we had, and you can see the branches. So right now we only have the master branch, but if we really wanted to keep that other branch as well in our remote repository, then we can simply call this again. And so git push origin and then the name of that other branch, which was called new feature. All right. So this looks a bit different, but let's see. Let's reload. And then here it is. All right. But anyway, let's now add a README file, which is a common thing that all GitHub repositories should have. So it's basically a file that appears down here with a description of the project. So let's come here, or actually let's do it from here. So touch readme.md, and so we can use our command line skills a little bit. So here it is. And now to add a title to any MD file. So MD stands for Markdown. And so Markdown is like a special typing format that we can use to write simple documents. And so let's give this here a name of Forkify project, and then an empty line, and then here we can add some description text. Let's say a recipe application with custom recipe uploads. And so you can write whatever description you want here. I just want to keep it really short here. And now let's go through the same process as before so that we can also upload this file. So basically upload this modification to our remote repository as well. So as always, we need to start by adding this new file to the staging area. Then we need to commit it. So git commit message, and then here a nice descriptive message. So edit the readme, and then git push origin master. So let's wait for it. And now if we come here, you see that we had 26 minutes ago, we had 2 commits, and this here is the latest commit message. And now as we reload this, then you see we now have 3 commits. This is the latest commit message. And indeed, down here now appears this description that we just added. Great. Now, if you wanted to now start working on another computer, you could simply go to this button here, copy this URL, and then do the opposite, which is pull. Okay? Now, many times when we create a new repository, we actually do it the other way around. So we start with a new repository on GitHub, then we give it a name, and then we actually add a README here and also a git ignore. Then we create that repository, and then we pull that repo onto our computer. And so this then actually automatically connects the local repository with the remote one. And so that makes things a little bit easier. So a lot of times I do it like this, but in this case, we already had the local repository with all our code. And so therefore, we needed to create this repository really empty. So just the way that we did it. Okay? But anyway, let's go back here to our remote Git repository now, so that in the next video, we can finally set up the continuous integration feature with Netlify. All right, so let's now finally set up the continuous integration with Netlify. And to do that, let's go back to our Netlify dashboard. So right here, and we are still here in the settings part of this site. Okay, and so then let's go here to build and deploy. And then from here, we can choose the option link site to Git. All right. Now we could also do this right from the beginning like this. So without the manual deploy that we did in the beginning. So that would be like in the very beginning, we could simply create new site from Git. But in this case, we already have this site, and so we can now simply change this here to continuous integration. Now, in a nutshell, what continuous integration means, or continuous deployment, as Netlify apparently calls it, that basically is to connect a site to a Git repository, and then whenever we change the code in our repository, then that will automatically trigger a new deployment of our site. And so then everything happens really automatically. So all we will have to do then is to basically build our code locally, commit it to our Git repository, then push that Git repository to our remote repository on GitHub, and then from there, the site will automatically be built and deployed. So let me show you how that works. So link site to Git. Then here we can select the Git provider that we want. And so as I mentioned before, there are actually more services beside GitHub, like GitLab and Bitbucket, but we will use GitHub, of course. Then here we have to authorize the access to GitHub, which in my case here was already done, but you will probably have to authenticate yourself again. And then here we have all the repos that I have in my GitHub account. And so let's now search for Forkify. Okay, and so this here is the one that I just created previously. So Forkify course video is exactly this one that we created in the last video, right? And of course, yours will have to have a different name, but simply select that one then right here. All right. Then we can change which branch we want to deploy. And so we have these two, right? But of course, we want the master branch. But now here comes the question. So where is the code that we actually want to deploy, right? Because remember, the code that we do want to deploy is in the dist folder of our code. So if you go back here, the code that we manually deployed before was this dist folder. However, this dist folder is not in our repository, right? But that's not a problem at all, because we can now tell Netlify here to run our build command whenever there is a change in the repository. And so this is really, really powerful. So let's come here to our package.json, and our build command is this one. And so here, let's just copy this build command. And so Netlify will then basically install all these dependencies and also these dev dependencies and run this command. Okay, so basically what we did manually also on our local computer, Netlify will do it for us. Okay, and then finally the publish directory. And so that is our dist folder. So this is where the code will live after this build command is executed, right? And now let's hope that everything works here, because it's not always that smooth. But let's see. And it is starting up here. So let's wait what happens. So we can also click on the details here. And you see that it is doing something. So it's installing the NPM modules apparently. Now it's building all of our assets here. So this is growing really fast. It's not really important also. What matters is that our build command was apparently understood. So it's doing all of these stuff. And here we get now the exact same message that we got previously also offline. So also on our local computer, right? So where is that? Yeah, so this one here. So it's exactly what we got before, right? And so then Netlify build was complete and the site is live. Okay, so let's reload here. And everything works. And remember that our current site right now has in the controller this welcome to the application. And so in order to see if everything really worked, that should now be in the console. And bam, there it is. Great. So everything worked just smoothly, and I hope that it did the same for you as well. So let's go back here, and here you now get this published tag. And also, I think that on GitHub, you can see that if you reload. Well, usually it says something here on the right side, like that it was deployed on Netlify. But in this case, it doesn't happen, but it's also not so important. But anyway, just to make sure 100% that we really have the continuous integration now working, and also so I can show you how handy it actually is, let's simply change our code once again. So what I will do now is to again get rid of this new feature. So this was really just a demonstration anyway. And also let's get rid here of some code that we don't really need. So some older code that was already commented out. This one as well. Okay. And so let's save it and let's add this code as well. So git add all and then git commit with the message of cleaned up controller, and then git push origin master. Okay. There it is. If we reload here, you see we have this latest message here. And now if we come here, let's now reload here as well. And you see that it is now building here our latest commit as well. So the cleaned up controller. Okay, and this is once again going to take some time. So I'm going to be back when this is done. And there we go. So our latest change should now be published. Let's reload. And so now this log should be gone. And yep, it is. And our application, of course, should still be working the same, right? So I am still getting my own super pizza recipe because, of course, I'm still using my same API key here. Okay, and this actually brings us to the end of this section and also to the end of the Forkify project. So it's time to say goodbye to this beautiful and big project that we built together in the last section and that we now finally deployed for the internet for everyone to see it together in this section. So make sure that for all your projects in the future, you do the same workflow as we did here. So adding them to GitHub and maybe even to a public repository so that your potential future employers can actually see that you are active on GitHub. So for some developers, and especially newbies, GitHub also kind of serves as a portfolio so that other people can see how active you actually are in coding. Okay, and that's really all that I had to tell you. And I hope that you're not yet sick of hearing my voice here. And I'm really happy that you came all the way until the end of this section here with me, so that I'm not talking alone here all by myself. But anyway, see you soon in the next section. Congratulations on finishing the complete JavaScript course. And I hope that you had a great time and a lot of fun building all these projects and learning all these new skills, and that you walk away from this course now really proud of everything that you have achieved over the last couple of weeks. And even more importantly, I hope that you're super confident to write your own code now and that you're ready to continue your learning journey. Because as you hopefully know, this is only the beginning. So a course like this can give you a great head start, but now it's really your turn to put in the work and to practice your new JavaScript skills. So come up with ideas for your own small applications, find new coding challenges, or even rebuild some of the applications and challenges from this course. Then, once you feel confident enough with your skills, you can of course start learning popular libraries or frameworks like React, Angular, Vue, or maybe Node.js. And all these technologies will enable you to build even cooler applications and also make you even more qualified to find a real job in the industry. But what matters is that you never stop learning. And that is especially true in JavaScript and front-end web development. Because things change very fast. And so you have to be always learning and be on the top of what's happening in the industry. And I know how challenging that can be. And so in order to help you keep updated, I actually created a newsletter where I share some news, tutorials, and other interesting articles once per month. So if you want to check that out, you can just subscribe over at jonas.io. And now, no matter what your goal is after this course, I'm absolutely sure that you can achieve it. Because I've actually seen many students from this course, and also from my other courses, landing real jobs and actually starting real careers in the web industry. And so I'm sure that you can do the exact same thing with a lot of hard work and dedication, of course. But anyway, to finish, it was really nice having you here, and I'm really happy and grateful to have taken this journey with you. So good luck with your new JavaScript skills, take care, and I see you next time.